Chapter 1 June 13th, 2033 Greater Seattle Area, Washington, USA 92 degrees Fahrenheit 0601 hours. The buzz of my alarm clock tore me from my nightmare. I was screaming, thrashing in the bed. I stopped and clarity slowly returned, until a headache snuck up and clubbed me from behind. I squeezed my eyes shut and moaned through the pain. Fucking alarm. Ugh. Did you shit in my mouth, Spike? I carefully cracked an eye, looking straight at my cat. He turned his dour gaze on me, then looked away. Deliberate haughtiness in every movement. Buster, a barrel of a bulldog, chuffed with laughter. Then he loosed a far less pleasant sound. His fart was rank and pushed me over the edge. I threw the sweat-soaked blanket aside and bolted to the bathroom. Bile rose up my throat as I fumbled with the toilet lid. I had it open just in time. Puke sprayed across the porcelain and into the water. Blues and greens and purples, with the occasional flash of orange surfacing for a moment. My skin prickled with sweat. I sat back and heaved a sigh of relief. Then the alarm blared again. I snatched it off the bathroom counter and viciously stabbed the first button I could. Nothing happened. I took a breath, then carefully found the off button and pressed it, causing it to fall silent. I ran an internal audit. Obviously, I had too much to drink the night before. I felt like hell. My head was hosting a competition between a speed metal concert and a rave. My joints ached. I blamed my friends. Going out on a Sunday night might not have been a stupid idea, per se, but it hadn't worked out for me this time. I preferred dark beers, not hangover-inducing sugar-laden death traps. I climbed to my feet, feeling the hangover shakes set in. My limbs were jelly. I brushed the curtains aside and turned the shower on and set it to hot. I wanted to sear the alcohol out of my pores. Buster flopped his fat ass in the doorway, huffing. He was an English bulldog and basically a big round cuddle bug. But he could clear a room with a maniacal gleam in his little eyes. Then Spike strode right over Buster and into the shower. Linda, one of my co-workers, had suggested I adopt a puppy to have someone happy to see me when I came home. I protested, saying I already had a cat. She stared at me and repeated, "Happy to see me." I thought Spike showed love in his own way, but he was a cat. I stepped into the shower and immediately grabbed the body wash. I scrubbed away, trying to remove the stench of alcohol and bile. After I felt clean, I stepped out of the shower and toweled off. Once I was dry, I grabbed my electric razor. I shaved my stubble down so I looked clean and presentable. I almost felt human again. I left the bathroom and started to get dressed. I donned the black slacks and a simple white button-up. Then I turned to my tie collection. Corporate policy demanded a tie. My favorite was a horrendous tie-dye piece with polka dots. It caused nausea in sober people. Hunter S. Thompson would have been proud. I diverted through the kitchen to leave food for my furry children, then headed to the garage. I quickly did the traditional pocket pat, wallet, keys, phone. Then I ducked into the car. Then I shut the door and pressed the start button. It asked for authorization. "Dante DeWeiser," I replied. It chirped, then the engine growled to life, and I told it to start for work. The car backed up, clearing the garage. I pressed the button above the center console to close the door. My car paused for a moment, then rolled smoothly onto the street, bumping from sidewalk to roadway. The drive was normal, 40 minutes of boredom and checking various social media as the car drove into the city. Then an ancient silver Honda blew past me on the exit ramp I needed, careening out of control. They slammed side-on into the retaining wall, plastic and metal screeching across concrete, trailing showers of dirt and sparks. They disappeared around the corner and I let loose a groan. A moment later, I heard a massive crash, followed by another, then something like an explosion. "Fuck me, of course," I grumbled. Then I navigated through a few options on the car's infotainment center and dialed up my boss, Jessie. It was a few minutes to 8, so she sent me to voicemail. "Hey Jess, I know you don't want to hear this, but some fucking idiot went and tried to kill himself on the highway. Just jammed up the exit to our street. I know I'm going to be late. I'll send pictures when I get closer." I hung up, resigned to my fate. Traffic was always a bitch, even with self-driving cars. I hated being late, too. This would make the third time in 3 months, which means Jessie would have to have an official talk with me. She was going to hate me for that. Time slowed to a crawl. The morning was already sweltering, and the sunlight was blazing down the glass valleys of the buildings on all sides. The streets were lit as if the sun was directly overhead. Out of curiosity, I poked at the infotainment center in the dash to check on the weather. 98 degrees and rising. Projected to be nearly 117 degrees in the afternoon. Record-breaking hot for Seattle, and this was the 3rd month in a row. I leaned back and stared into the sky. A few lazy clouds drifted by. The car in front of me moved, and I switched to manual control and squeezed forward. This finally brought the accident into view. I came to a slow stop, nearly bumper to bumper with the car in front. The sight was amazing in its stupidity. The idiot had crashed into another car, this one black. I couldn't tell the model from where I sat. The rear end of the black car was joined to the Honda, and the front end was lifted up with water spraying out from under. A fire hydrant was spewing water all over the sidewalk. The black car was all the way across the oncoming lane, with the Honda blocking the lane I was in. Nobody would be moving for a while. I bet the idiot that had been speeding would end up paying for the water too, and at drought rates. He would definitely get dropped by his insurance. If he even had any. He was driving an ancient car that couldn't even be autopiloted. A cop was already on scene, sweating in the early morning heat. Traffic was backed up in both directions, now causing the freeway to slow down to a crawl as people rubbernecked, trying to see what was causing the backup at the off-ramp. I groaned again. A fire truck rounded the far corner of the street, coming directly at the accident. Their response was so quick, I figured the cop must have already been present when the accident occurred. Imagine that, a cop when you actually need one. The fire truck slammed to a stop and a bunch of guys in full gear jumped off. They ran to the cop first as I suddenly realized he was injured. He must have been in the black car. A closer look showed that the car had antennae on the crushed trunk and roof. That was not lucky for the speeder. I thought ahead. First, they would have to get a tow truck to haul the Honda out of the way. Then they would have to remove the busted police car. After that, they would have to find the main shutoff for the block to fix the hydrant. This was going to take a while. I set the car back to auto, but shut it off to save fuel. Then I cranked back and looked up through the skylight. Weirdly, the sky looked darker than it had the last time I looked up. The tint on the sunroof wasn't what was making everything look dark. The sky itself was darker. Maybe some storm clouds were building nearby. Out of sight. Chapter 2. February 15th, 2030. Location classified. Eastern Seaboard, USA. 05:42 hours.
"Fuck this place!"
spat Jessie. She looked up at me when I lifted an eyebrow to question her.
"What? You hate this place too, Dante? That's it. I'm signing my paperwork."
She shook her head fiercely, her white hair shimmering in the light. She was short, only 5'1" and maybe 100 pounds. Not your usual military personnel. Then again, we weren't in a normal branch of the military. We had both joined the Air Force and were in the same flight during basic military training. She kicked ass, leading the way in everything. She never let her size hold her back, especially when someone tried to talk down to her. She was a living wildfire, with a cute button nose to throw people off. Jesse, we've only served 8 years. We have another year left on this station. Besides, it's just basic intel work. We stare at pictures all day of shit that doesn't change. Stars or sand, either way. No change from day to day. Let's just finish up the year and then do something different. She glared at me.
Stars? They made you pick up the Horus project, didn't they? When will you start standing up for yourself? Anyway, it's not like we could do cool shit like your dad or great-granddad did.
Yeah, I get it. Dad pulled the freaking future president from the Twin Towers. Great-granddad dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. They were involved in history. Yeah, they did cool shit, but they died from the effects. My family is always neck-deep in the shit, but that comes back to bite you in the ass. They both died of cancer. What it really is, though, is you're just pissed off because yesterday was Valentine's Day and you were stuck here. She punched me, nearly as hard as my dad would when we sparred. My arm knotted instantly and I started massaging it and swearing up a storm.
Fuck you! Besides, I'm the only person that's allowed to pick on you. Who's in charge of that Charlie Foxtrot anyway?
Some dingbat named Turner. Haven't seen him around, I said offhand. I slid my keycard once the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Jessie glared one more time. Then she turned and walked briskly off. On my floor. Shit, on my floor. As in, to the Horus project. She wasn't cleared. She was working on another project a few floors down. I chased after her, still rubbing my sore arm. For such a small woman, she could move fast. Blast doors opened a little way ahead of her, silent despite their heft. Heads popped up from behind dividers as we passed offices and cubicles. I ignored them and tried to catch up. She rounded the corner and slammed through the door to the Horus Project Lab. I caught up a moment later and everything was in chaos. The lab hadn't even noticed our arrival. Several other officers were running around, arms full of binders or paper. The main screen showed a single image. It had a trajectory map across the Milky Way from a star roughly 90 light-years away. We had been observing that star because it winked out without other changes a few years back. The trajectory was clearly of an object, but there was nothing in the shot. Literally nothing, because it cycled through every spectrum available and showed a gaping hole where something should have been. It shot out of the star system for several years, and then around 85 years ago, it had turned. I registered all of that in a single glance. Oh, fuck. Jessie caught my tone and looked at me, then followed my gaze.
Fuck!
She said it with dread, putting a lot of emphasis in. We both understood what that meant. Then someone noticed us. DeWeiser, get to your desk. Revan, get out of here. You're not cleared. Jessie mutely nodded, turned, and left. I sat dumbly at my desk. Jessie quit by the end of the day. I went home and drank myself to sleep. That became a habit, knowing exactly what I was doing. Even worse, knowing I couldn't talk to anybody, even Jessie, about what I had seen. She later told me she started the separation paperwork the moment she sat at her desk. She encouraged me to follow suit. She had backing from some major organization and was starting her own company on the West Coast. Said she couldn't handle doing intel for the military anymore. I really should have followed her, but I stuck out that last year. It was miserable. Without her around, people kept piling work on my plate. She would regularly call to bother me about taking a job with her. Told me to file for voluntary separation due to hardship. I always told her I would finish up my term. She always ended the call by saying the job was waiting for me. By the end of the term, I had 6 different projects I was doing analysis for. I felt some malicious glee when I turned in my paperwork to my CO and he realized he had 6 major projects ongoing solely through me. The scramble was amazing to watch as I gathered my things before processing out. I called up Jessie and told her I was taking the job. Her response was simple.
Finally.
She had a plane ticket waiting in my email before I even got back to my house on base. She had movers there an hour after me. I was shocked by the speed. Then I was packed up and moving to Washington State a few hours later. When I started my new job, I was dumbfounded.
I did literally the exact same job, staring at images of deserts that were beamed down from satellite. It was mind-numbing, grueling work. She had opened a private sector business doing the exact same thing we had done in the military. However, there was one big difference. Not only was Jesse there as my boss, but the whole crew I worked with were kind, caring people. Work stopped being something I dreaded and became something I started to enjoy, because I was finally around something like family again. Chapter 3, June 13th, 2033, Seattle, Washington, USA, 5th Avenue, 98 degrees Fahrenheit, 0824 hours. Someone honked. I looked up and realized the accident had been partially cleared. The injured cop had been replaced by a different one. He had a look of bored indifference as he waved me through the cleared lane. I fired the car back up and set it going to work again. It eased through the cleared accident and moved the 2 blocks down the street to the underground parking garage. My car stopped at the gate that was in place. I swiped my badge and the gate raised. The car burbled through. It took some time, but eventually found a parking spot on the 5th underground floor. I opened the door and stood, stretching for a moment. I was already late, no need to rush. I leaned back into the car to grab my laptop bag and a few other small necessities. The elevators were at each corner of the garage, which meant it was pretty much always a long walk to them. The spots nearest the elevators were always taken before I got to work. I had arrived over an hour early one time to find the spots already taken. That had been the shortest walk, but it was still almost 4 minutes from car to elevator bank. The building took up an entire city block, meaning it was over 1,000 yards to a side. So, parking in the middle was the worst, and often the only places available by the time I arrived. The laptop bag slapped my side with each step, and I made mental checklists of what I needed done for the day. I had the hops project from Nevada. Too much water was needed. Didn't even make sense. They couldn't grow hops for shit. Most hops still came from Washington State, as they had been for decades. However, with the ever-increasing temperatures, a lot of crops had moved farther and farther north. Canada now had more farmlands than cities. Then there was the Rhino project out of the Middle East. An experimental new vehicle. Seemed it was extremely capable. I still only had one shot of the vehicle, and it was blurry, moving insanely fast across broken terrain. Checklist said I needed more focus there. I had volunteered to take on another project, but Jesse wouldn't let me. Said I was stretched too thin anyway. I arrived at the elevator bank and knuckled the upward arrow. Rumbling sounded from deep within the elevator shafts. Shortly afterwards, the elevator arrived. B5 flashed on the display above. The door slid open and I stepped inside. I was the only occupant. It was well appointed with walnut wood paneling and chromed mirror surfaces. The buttons were standard polycarbonate of some kind, worn down by thousands of hands. The elevator started at B10 and went all the way through ground floor to the security lobby on the 4th. I knuckled the 4 button and settled in at the back to wait. The elevator started with a small lurch and smoothly climbed to the security lobby. I had to exit the elevator there and transfer to the other bank that allowed access to the rest of the building. While I waited, I pulled my phone out and made a note about my parking spot so I wouldn't forget it. The panel dinged and the door slid open. It was relatively quiet by this point since most people were already hard at work. The 4 elevator banks fed into a large open format floor space with 2 massive elevator banks in the middle. The 4th floor was checkpoint, since most businesses above had top-secret information of some sort. In the middle stood the 2 banks with an opening all the way through. At each end of the opening was a security cordon. Each had a line set up, much like security at the airport. My heels clicked on the marble as I walked to the middle where 2 bored security guards stood by. Sunlight streamed in through the floor to ceiling from windows all around the floor. They were 20 feet high and had a fantastic view of the city around. Small clusters of couches and chairs sat around near the windows to allow people to have meetings with a view. The security officer behind the metal detector nodded in recognition, but still asked to see my badge. He inspected it quickly, then asked me to empty my pockets into a bowl for the X-ray machine and step through the metal detector. I emptied my pockets and stepped through. As usual, the detector remained quiet. He looked at the loose items I'd had in my pockets. "Sir, what's this?" "Travis, you ask me that every day. That's my hollow micro, and you know it." "Sir, I'm just doing my job. Can you please turn it on for me?" "Yeah, Travis, I can," I said, only slightly peeved. So I took the small device from the bowl he held out to me and powered it on. A small chime was just audible from the device, and it started flashing colors an inch from the band that went to my forehead. He nodded, and I powered it back off. He allowed me to gather the rest of my stuff from the bowl. "Thank you, sir. Have a good day." "Yeah, you too, Travis." He nodded, and I walked to the center of the banks. Someone was coming through the security area on the opposite side. I leaned over, swiped my badge, and used a knuckle to hit the up arrow. The button lit up, though I couldn't hear anything from the elevator shafts. I turned when I heard a whiny voice come from the other cordon. I was surprised to see Linda, my friend and co-worker, standing just on the other side of the cordon. I had never known her to be late to work. She caught my gaze and gave me a tired smile, accompanied by a little wave. Linda walked through the detector and waited until she was cleared by the guard. He had his back to me and clearly said something to Linda. She nodded. Voices were raised, then quieted again. I couldn't glean anything despite the relative hush. A moment later, the X-ray machine belched out a small bowl and a boy walked out of the detector. Just then, the elevator dinged and the doors slid open. I turned my attention back and stepped in.
"Hold the doors!"
I stuck my hand over the doors to keep them from closing. They surged, then settled back. A vaguely female mechanical voice spoke above.
"Please clear the doorway. Please clear the doorway."
I ignored the voice and held the doors open. I was the only one in the elevator, so it didn't matter. A moment later, Linda entered the elevator. She was huffing lightly and holding on to the hand of the boy I had seen earlier. She flashed me an apologetic smile, then said,
"Thanks."
Her perfume was faintly floral. I said, "No problem," and let the doors closed. Then I swiped my badge again and used the knuckle on my index finger to hit the 70 button. The elevators were fast, but we still had a solid 2 to 3 minute ride ahead of us. I looked at Linda as I settled against the back wall. She smiled back at me, evidently a little tired already.
"This is my son, Eddie,"
she said. She had him squared up in front of her, fussing over his hair. I smiled and offered my hand to shake. "Hey, Eddie, I'm your mom's friend, Dante." He nodded mutely and shook my hand. Linda looked down at him and said,
"Honey, what do you say?"
"Nice to meet you, Mr. Dante." His voice was quiet but strong. He was shy but not nervous. An unusual combination. "How old are you, Eddie? And you can just call me Dante, no need for the mister." He nodded but said nothing. Linda shook her head in evident exasperation.
"We've had a bit of a rough morning. Eddie had trouble waking up, and then there was the accident down the street. You must have been caught in that too, huh?"
I nodded. "Yeah, otherwise I would have been just about on time. Hey, Eddie, do you like video games?" His eyes lit up when he heard the magic words.
"Yes, sir, I do."
I winked at him and pulled the gaming device from my pocket. "Check this out. Have you seen one before?" Eddie's eyes grew large as he took in the high-end device.
"Wow, you have a hollow micro?"
"Well, go ahead, give it a try." He nodded eagerly and stuck his hand out to grab it. Then he paused an inch from my own hand. He turned and looked at his mom, the question evident. She nodded and he grabbed the machine. He put it over his head and the straps tightened themselves. A moment later, lights could be seen dancing across his face. Linda continued to play with his hair.
"He's turning 10 next week."
Then she slid her hands over his ears, not that he noticed with the game going.
"You look like the kind of shit even dogs won't eat. What's up with you today?"
I looked down at myself. My clothes were rumpled, but more from the drive and the heat than lack of care. I did feel haggard, but that was the hangover. Then it clicked and I grinned sheepishly. "Went out with the guys last night.
You kept bugging me to be more social, so I did. Except we got a bit riled up, I guess. I had a few too many. Thankfully, the car got me home safely. This morning has been a bit rough. Thanks, though. You look beautiful as always." She blushed, then reached over and slugged my arm lightly. What's up with the women around me? They always do that. She went back to straightening Eddie's hair. It didn't really need it, since his hair was just over an inch long. She looked back at me and said,
"Still having nightmares?"
I nodded. I had the really weird dream about being a giant again. Went on longer than normal, though.
"You're probably just stressed out."
Probably. Just makes me feel like something's happening or going to happen. It's weird. I nodded in agreement and felt the elevator slow. With a small lurch, it stopped. The doors slid open, showing the opposite elevator bank. The elevators were closed off on either end with doors. We turned left and headed for the door marked Envisionment Intelligence LLC. It stood next to a metal fire door that led to the emergency stairs. I cracked the office door open. People talked quietly, fans whirred, and a printer was spitting out paper. We had half the floor up here, and the other half was abandoned. The office was in a U shape, with the majority of the office and the open floor at the base of the U. The two arms that shared the space with the elevator banks and stairs were split off. One space was now a server room with a solid airlock. The other was Jesse's office, though it looked smaller than it should have. I had asked about that, and Jessie looked sour when she told me it was given to the abandoned office to make up for the extra room the servers had taken up. At the far end of the open office area were restrooms on either side of a kitchen and break area. I stepped into the office with Linda close behind me. People were milling around, and there were a handful of children running around in between the low cubicles. I turned to Linda in confusion. Why are there so many kids here? Actually, why did you bring Eddie?"
"Do you not remember Jessie telling us to bring our kids to work?"
she answered.
"She wanted to have our kids see the kind of work we do, which always struck me as strange. Most of what we do is top secret. I have no idea how she got the clearance for this."
"Yeah, that's weird. Then again, most of what we do is look at satellite imagery anyway, so it's probably easiest to say, look, there's nothing happening here. Who knows?" I shrugged to punctuate the last sentence. I sat in my cubicle, which was still sterile after 2 years. Linda's cube was next to mine, covered in pictures of Eddie. She had taken down the last picture of her late husband 6 months before. An email popped up on my computer. It read, "Office now," signed by Jesse Revan. "Fuck me running," I grumbled. Linda shot me a glare through the glass at the top of the partition. I mouthed sorry to her, then stood. I looked over, and sure enough, visible through her door was Jessie. She looked pissed. She always looked pissed, but she looked even angrier than usual. "Time to get reamed. I'll be back in a minute." She nodded and went back to her report. Eddie sat in the corner of her cube, still playing on the holo micro. I hustled over to Jessie. She glared up at me, then opened the door and ordered me in. I walked in and she closed the door. Then she sat at her desk, eyeing me all the while. She was so small, she almost looked like a teenager sitting at her dad's desk. Of course, I knew she wasn't a teenager because her sharp look put daggers to shame. I glanced out the window in her office at the street beyond. The clouds must have continued rolling in because the sky looked even darker up on the 70th floor. I sat in her guest chair and prepared for the worst.
"You have no kids, right?"
I was not prepared for that. I froze up, looking at her in confusion.
"Hey, Earth to Dante, kids?"
No. And you know I don't have any family anymore, Jessie. Why?" She sighed, rubbing her temples with her hands.
"Because, Dante, today is Bring Your Child to Work Day. I've told you just about every day for the last 2 weeks. Do you seriously not remember that?"
"Well, no, but that's because it wasn't relevant to me. What's going on? I mean, I was expecting you to chew me out for being late."
"Well, you're here, and that's the really important part. Listen, I've got a major announcement for this afternoon. I've sent an email out, but nobody seems to read their email around here. Just let people know that there's an office meeting just after lunch."
Sure. You okay? You look way more stressed than usual.
Shut it, Dante. Just go do your job for a bit. I'll figure this out and let you know during the meeting.
I nodded, stood, and left her office. Before the door closed, I caught one more look at her. She was staring into the distance, rubbing temples like she had a bad headache. I went to grab coffee for myself. Two of our coworkers, Brandon and Tracy, stood to one side talking.
And why again did we have to deal with that construction bullshit for the last month? I swear, all that banging and hammering up until last week, I was going to lose my mind,
Brandon said. I poured a cup of coffee for myself, then another for Linda. Tracy clucked at him.
Watch your language, Brandon. After that weird server fire 2 months ago, we had to get an entirely new farm. While we were getting the new servers, Jessie apparently wanted much better climate control. Then she wanted some other thing added on. Anyway, at the end it cost a fortune, but apparently the server room now doubles as a disaster shelter. I don't know what kind of disaster we could have 70 floors up and still be alive though. So that's why it has the double airlock. What I don't understand is why the bathrooms were remodeled. But I am glad the construction is done. The noise made it very difficult to focus. Speaking of, did I spot little Angelica with you?
Brandon obviously caught both of her digs but nodded.
The bathrooms are easy. You already have crews in here all the time remodel and do other spaces. Save money and remodel the bathrooms while you're at it. They were kind of outdated. Anyway, that bring your child to work day thing. I thought we worked on classified material, but Jesse just says it's not a problem. Kids must not count.
He sighed at that point.
It's going to be a long day. I've got to juggle both my projects and somehow keep Angel occupied.
I wound back through the cubes to our desks, handing off Linda's coffee. She thanked me quietly. I walked around the divider and sat at my desk. Chapter 4. June 13th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. 65 degrees Fahrenheit. 1202 hours. My job is deceptively simple. I stare at images taken from satellites and determine what they contain. AI has started taking over the field, but the human eye is still the most perceptive thing mankind has yet to produce. Everybody was strangely friendly. I noticed it the first day and wrote it off as being the new guy. When it hadn't worn off after a full month, I talked to Jessie about it. She said she was handed a list by the owners of the company and given free rein to pick her team. The result was a strange mixture, but in the 2 years I had been working in the office, I had never seen anything beyond someone stress shouting. And in that one instance, they had been calmed down with tea. I had never worked in an environment like that before. Eventually, Eddie reminded me we needed to eat. We rode the elevator down and grabbed lunch. We shared stories, laughed, and enjoyed the hour. As we gathered up to return to the office, I noticed the streets outside the lunchroom were bathed in shadow.
Hey Lynn, was a solar eclipse supposed to happen today or something?
She shook her head.
The next one's in September. Won't even be visible. It's for South America. We did have one back in March. That's weird. It looks like a solar eclipse.
As we waited for the elevator, I could see frost gathering on corners of the glass in the windows. It had been nearly 100 degrees outside when I got to work. Some of the windows made cracking sounds.
Holy fuck, that's way too fast. There's no way it should be below freezing, Lynn.
I waved my hand behind me, trying to snag Linda's attention without looking away.
What, Dante? Gee, stop flailing about. You'll put someone's eye out.
Linda finally looked north through the windows and saw the frost as well.
What the fuck?
She mumbled. I snapped out of it and looked down at Eddie, who was looking pale. I looked back to Linda and shook my head.
Lynn, we need to get back up to the office. I'm sure this is exactly what Jessie wanted to talk to us about.
Eddie started pulling on his mom's arm.
Mom, what's going on? Why is it so dark outside?
His outburst started drawing attention from the people left waiting for the next round of elevators. I turned Linda and Eddie toward the elevators and put a hand on each of their shoulders. I guided them through the crowd and grabbed the first open elevator. We stepped inside, and I hit 70. The door shut, and the elevator lurched upward. Chapter 5, June 13th, 2033, Seattle, Washington, USA, 70th floor, Illini Building, 30 degrees Fahrenheit, 1305 hours. The doors of the elevator slid open. We stepped into the foyer and angled over to the office door. I slid my keycard and the door lock clicked. I nudged it open to find everybody clustered at the windows. It seemed pretty evenly split between the north and south facing windows. Quiet murmuring carried through the crowds. The atmosphere was tense, so when Jessie stepped out of her office and began to shout, everyone jumped.
Attention everyone! Thank you all for making it on this admittedly strange day.
Jessie's strong voice rang out across the office. When the words sank in, almost as one, everyone glanced back outside at the darkness that was descending. The north-facing windows had begun to frost over as well. The last rays of sunlight rippled through gathering clouds to the south. Jessie spoke up again.
This is going to sound strange, but I'm going to need everyone to go into the server room. Once we have everybody gathered in there, I'll give you more information. Please, make yourselves comfortable in there.
Then she turned and looked for specific individuals in the crowds.
Dante, can you come here? Larry, Brandon, I'll need you two to wait outside my office for a minute.
I nodded, then turned to Linda and Eddie and told them to go ahead. I walked over to Jessie and she led the way into her office. The door clicked shut and she hustled over to a painting on the south wall of her office. Frost glittered on the windows. "Jessie, what the fuck is going on?" I said through clenched teeth.
I don't fucking know. We had some information, but it was clearly wrong.
She slid the painting aside to reveal a recessed keypad. She punched in a series of numbers and something clicked in the wall behind her desk.
Help me move the desk out of the way. Remember Project Horus? Well, this is that.
She grabbed one side of the desk and I grabbed the other. We shoved the desk out of the walkway that was formed between the doors to her office and the new door that had slid open at the back. She walked to her office door and cracked it open. I saw her wave Brandon and Larry in. Larry was a massive guy at 6'9", making Brandon's 6'3" look small. He subconsciously had to duck his head when walking through the door.
Guys, this is a storeroom I had made for this event. Inside, we have all sorts of supplies, but right now we don't have a ton of time. We need to get the plastic tubs at the front out and over to the server room. I'll answer your questions later. We need this done.
She looked out the window here.
Right fucking now. We are out of time. It's happening faster than predicted.
Hold the fuck up. You knew about this? You prepared? I asked in an agitated tone.
Not this exactly, Dante. There's a fuck ton of supplies in the storage room. We tried to brainstorm anything and everything, so yes, there's cold weather gear, but there's also extreme heat gear, which will be useless. Now, can we get some of this shit before we die?
2 more questions. I looked to Larry and Brandon. They nodded in support.
Fuck! Fine, what?
How are we supposed to be safe 70 floors up? And why is it already below freezing outside?
For the first part, because the core of the building is reinforced with new experimental materials. Should stand up to just about anything short of a nuclear bomb. Windows are treated the same way. This is basically a bomb shelter with a view, which is essentially what we're supposed to be. For the second, I don't know. Physics say we should have days before it falls below freezing to the point where it's dangerous. Must be fucking magic. Now, can we please just get this shit out of storage?
I nodded, getting focused. I stepped through the secret door with Brandon and Larry following. That's when we discovered where all the rest of the room had gone. Behind the back wall of Jessie's office was a large storage room. Shelves stood on the walls and in the middle of the room. The space was far larger than just what was missing from her office. It clearly took up a significant portion of the office across the lobby. Boxes were neatly lined from floor to ceiling with enough room to walk around. The plastic tubs Jessie had mentioned were stacked 4 high and 2 deep just inside the door. I grabbed the first one with some effort and handed it out the door to Brandon. He handed it to Larry, who walked it out of the office. When I turned back, the box immediately behind the stack of tubs was visible. It had MRE stenciled on the side.
My blood turned ice in my veins. This had been well prepared for. I shook myself out of my concern and continued handing tubs out until they were all in the office. Brandon and Larry shuttled them over to the airlock. Once we had them all stacked inside the airlock, we cycled in. Everybody else had already made it into the room, which had cool, dry air and was filled with concerned chatter. As we cycled in, the conversation sputtered and died. Everybody turned their gaze to Jesse. Larry, Brandon, and I moved the tubs into the main chamber, and the doors whispered shut. We started opening them to hand out the prepared kits inside. Each tub held cardboard boxes stacked 2 wide, 2 long, and 2 deep. The boxes were decently sized and barely fit inside the tub, which made pulling the first box out a pain. We quickly handed out the boxes, one for every person in the room. Questions rang out, but were hard to understand over the tearing of cardboard. We quickly learned what was inside each box. The first box was ripped open and a jacket puffed out. After the jacket was removed, we saw a tightly bundled pair of unisex one-size long johns, a pair of mittens, a beanie, and a toiletries bag. People rapidly began donning the new clothing, even though the room had started to warm a little from the presence of so many. Someone near me spilled the contents of the toiletries bag and revealed lip balm, a pair of chemical hand warmer packets, a small silver package with plastic on it, small nail clippers, a prepackaged toothbrush and toothpaste, 2 bottles of water, and a few protein bars. The noise was immense as everybody began to unpack their care boxes. Linda stood and helped hand out boxes as I unpacked them, and Brandon stacked the empty tubs off to the side. I spoke aside to Jesse a moment later. "Where's the water? We're going to need a lot more water."
"There's some in the storage room, enough to last this group a week. We're going to need to find more,"
she whispered back to me. Larry went around collecting the broken down boxes and trash as everybody settled in. Once everybody had begun to settle, Jesse stood and walked back to the entry to address everybody. Questions immediately began to fly, but Jesse raised a hand and waited until silence fell once more.
"Hold on, folks. I know this is strange, but if you look outside, you'll see that the day is even stranger."
Anybody who could look through the airlock did so. The lights were still on, providing a strange view of a normal office. However, there was no life, and certainly no warmth to be seen. Ice glittered on every metal surface. Glass had frost, creating whirls and stars. The outer airlock doors began to frost as we watched. The lights beyond the server room guttered, dimming with power surges. Then, the power went out, and gasps could be heard. However, the lights were still on in the server room. The fans still whirred away, pumping fresh air in and taking stale air out. Jesse continued after a moment.
"The world is experiencing a cataclysmic event."
A shudder shook the building as if to punctuate her words.
"Windstorms are starting across the entire globe. The sun is not set since it's only about 2 in the afternoon. About 3.5 years ago, something was discovered via deep space observation. An object that wasn't visible on any spectrum was determined to be leaving a star system that had recently undergone some sort of event. The star was blocked by this object. It hasn't been visible since. The object continually gained in size, though never seemed to deviate. We don't know exactly what this object is, but it clearly blocked the sun from the Earth."
I looked at Jessie. She was avoiding my eyes. She wasn't telling the truth. At least, not all of it. Then she continued.
"As a result, we were not sure what to do. Groups were formed. We are actually part of one of those groups. Budgets were approved in record time. Then projections started to be released. All of our plans were scrapped. That's why we had that meltdown 2 months ago."
She let the revelation sink in for a moment.
"This shelter had to be built. During the day the server room was constructed, and at night my office was renovated to have a secret storage room behind it. Our windows were designed to be bomb-proof from the start, along with the core of the building. We'll shake, but we should weather just about anything shy of a direct missile strike. The storage room was stocked over the last few weeks at night. We have supplies to make our office comfortable, and food enough for us to last 3 weeks up here."
3 weeks? Someone shouted from the other end of the room.
I have family out there, pets, an actual home. They drifted off as the realization set in. Everybody was suddenly on the verge of panic. I looked out through the airlock again, as many others had. Ice sat so thick on the outer airlock door that we couldn't see through it anymore. Temperatures had fallen a ridiculous amount in the last 2 hours. It seemed to defy physics.
Because it does.
I shook my head to clear the strange voice. I looked around, but nobody was reacting. I looked at Linda, who had sat next to me after we finished passing out the boxes. She looked back at me, miserable and sad. I'm sure I looked the same way. Spike and Buster were at home. They were over an hour away by road, and with the cold setting in like this, people were surely already dying. My pets were going to be dead before I could ever get close. What the fuck could we do about any of this?
Survive.
I looked around again. Nothing. The strange voice had spoken twice inside my head. That much was clear because nobody else heard it. Nobody reacted to anything but Jesse's news. People were crying. Lives were ending in the cold dark and with surprising violence. We sat warm and safe as our families, our fathers and mothers and sisters and brothers and pets, and everybody and everything we knew died. It was crushing. I felt numb. Most of my family had already died, but I could feel the sorrow choking the room. Everybody was losing someone as we sat, relatively warm and safe. I was a single child, and my parents had passed some years before. Spike and Buster were all that I had left. The day had started rough, but who would ever think a hangover would be the best part of a day? Jessie nodded slowly, drawing attention back to her.
I'm sorry to say this. Unless they were already chosen or close to one of the shelters, they don't have much of a chance. The temperatures are falling, far quicker than they should have, in fact. We should have had a full day before the frost set in. Remember that eclipse we had a few months ago? In the shadow, especially in full shadow, temperatures drop rapidly. This is worse. Nowhere on Earth has any sun. It's not like transitioning to night.
Like an ongoing train wreck, all eyes stayed glued to the doors covered in frost.
The sudden loss of light and heat, the heat that was keeping our world livable, is going to cause massive temperature differentials. The streets are going to flood from tsunamis, and windstorms are going to tear apart the land. The oceans are going to remain warm for maybe a few days, which will cause the rapidly cooling Earth to send high pressure out toward the coast. There's going to be global storms unlike anything we've ever seen before. The world as we knew it is dead, as of an hour ago.
Someone began to shout.
What are we going to do? What's the point in staying alive if the whole fucking world is dead?
People were now crying openly. Kids were quietly sobbing as they began to realize that maybe they would never see their homes, their pets, maybe their other parent ever again. Jessie looked like she was choking back tears too. I finally understood why she had refused to join us at work socials, why she never dated. She cleared her throat and continued.
In a little bit, I'll be going back to my office with a few volunteers to grab supplies. We're limited to this room for now because it's way too cold to survive out there.
She waved her hand at the airlock, accidentally triggering the door. A gust of cold air washed in, chilling those of us closer to the doors. She stepped away from the doors, and I could see the tiny hairs on her arms standing up from the cold.
We're going to expand our living area first. I'm not sure how, but we can't all be crammed in here all the time. And we definitely need access to the bathrooms. We'll have to be careful of our air, though, since we only have one exchanger in here. I think there's another in each of the bathrooms. After we've expanded into the office, we'll start searching for survivors and supplies. Our first trip will likely be down to the Mega Mart on the ground floor. That won't be for a day or two. And remember, there's no power in the building in general, so that's 70 flights of stairs.
I stood as Jessie donned her jacket. Gino, a beefy guy with graying hair and a chest like a barrel, stood too. Brandon and Larry walked up. She looked at the four of us. I took the lead. What can we do to help?
Chapter 6. June 13th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. 7 degrees Fahrenheit. 1507 hours. The air was absolutely frigid. It hit my face like a million little knives, cutting cold straight to the bone. I couldn't believe the glass hadn't shattered from the rapid change in temperature. The 5 of us jogged to the storage room. I immediately started grabbing boxes. Each was labeled, which made finding the necessary supplies easy. Even with gloves and a beanie on, my exposed skin started to go numb. My nose started to run and ache, and my throat felt raw from the chilly air. I quickly worked up a sweat as I moved boxes along the human chain we established. We moved a few crates of MREs out into the main office, then found boxes with additional heavy jackets and sleeping bags. As the guys started carting those boxes into the server room, I started taking stock. We had boxes with hundreds of yards of heavy plastic sheeting, duct tape, staple guns, some industrial batteries, portable heaters. We had a lot of stuff, and it seemed that whoever had ordered the stock had anticipated cold. Behind the cold gear was a series of boxes that were relatively useless. High SPF sunblock, fans, misters, and other trinkets to help deal with high temperatures. Off to one side sat a single box with extreme cold gear. It had multiple layers of clothing designed to deal with sub-zero temperatures. It only held enough for 6 people to be fully outfitted. As I looked over the boxes of random supplies, I had an idea. Larry walked in while I thought over the heavy sheeting.
"What's up?"
he rumbled. His voice was as deep as he was big. He dug through the extreme winter gear box, swapping everything but his base layer out. Then he started handing layers to me to help deal with the cold. I nodded and changed while he explained my idea. "I think if we mount the heavy sheeting to the ceiling and floor and keep it tightly shut with the tape, we can expand our living area. If we double it up, it can act like an airlock or double-pane windows. Keep the heat in."
"It's a pretty good idea. Why plastic sheeting, though? Isn't there anything better?"
"Nah. When I was a kid, my family lost power during the winter for a few days. My dad hung plastic like this in one room and we stayed there. Without building something permanent, this is a great way to keep heat in. Hopefully, rescue comes soon. It should hold until then. This is really only a matter of getting it warm in the first place. Help me with these rolls." He nodded and we started wrestling the rolls of heavy sheeting out to the main office. After we had the first half dozen out, I went searching for the staple guns and tape that I had seen earlier. I hauled a box of supplies out. Larry set to work while I continued to poke through what we had. A few hours later, Jesse called to me as I was buried deep in the boxes.
"Dante, come eat already. If you're gonna be messing around and doing a bunch of crap, you need food."
I grunted in agreement and started climbing back out. A moment later, I stood at the threshold and looked at Jesse. "Well, where's my food?"
"It's in the server room, idiot. You can't eat food out here. It would freeze before you finished."
I grunted and walked into her office where the cold once again hit me. Apparently, I had been working so hard in the storage room I had managed to raise the temperature by a few degrees. I turned to glance out the windows at the city as I walked out of her office. Frost coated the insides of the windows, so I took a moment to scrub a hole with my sleeve. Small lights from a few cars still flickered on the streets far below. Mostly, the hulks of the towers rose up, dead and dark. There was plenty of movement, but it was mostly debris being whipped around by the winds. The building constantly swayed a little bit, just detectable at this height. This close to the windows, I could just make out the screaming of the wind. It sounded horrible. Shrieks and moans blending together with glass shattering and metal rending. I shook myself and walked back to the airlock. A few sheets had already been attached to the south side, covering the windows. They sat about 18 inches from the glass, with a second layer already added an inch from that. At 4 feet wide, we would need a lot of sheets to cover the entire office. I stepped into the airlock and it cycled. Cold air immediately fogged in the much warmer server room. When I put them back on, I spotted Linda and Eddie eating nearby. I walked over and sat with them. Linda had an MRE and 2 bottles of water waiting for me. Jesse must have known where I would go. Night fell.
or so we guessed, based on the watches that were wound in the cell phones that still had battery. Signal had dropped out hours before, probably due to the windstorms. Debris regularly hit the windows beyond the airlock, creating loud pings that were attenuated by the glass and metal in the way. It disturbed me, knowing that stuff was swept off the ground more than 700 feet below and hitting the windows that kept us safe. In the end, it became an almost soothing rhythm, like wind chimes. Fancy sleeping bags were broken out of storage on the second round of storage room scouring. They even had pillows built in and were designed for below-zero temperatures. I removed my shoes and socks, determined that even if I had to sleep in my clothes, I would be as comfortable as possible. Though I doubted anybody zipped up since the room was fairly warm with that many people shoved in. The fans whirred away endlessly, taking away the humid heat and replacing it with cool, dry air. Everybody ended up drawn to their closest friends and family, often resulting in small groups of 2 to 4. I ended up with Linda and Eddie on one side and Jesse on my other. I was her closest friend even after all these years. I lay there for a long time, contemplating what had happened in the 16 hours since I got up. Eventually, quiet talking fell to quiet breathing. Then, the breathing deepened across the entire room and people fell off to sleep. An explosive snore suddenly tore the room, causing a few people to twitch. A second ripped through, and then a thud echoed throughout the cramped room. There was an oof of someone getting whacked awake, and the snoring stopped. It never returned. The lights never shut off, though they did dim if nobody moved much. I never really fell asleep. At least, that's what I told myself. Chapter 7. June 28, 2013. Pleasant Valley, New York, USA. 71 degrees Fahrenheit, 0900 hours. I found myself standing in the woods I had often explored as a kid. It was sunny, the air was pleasant and surprisingly quiet. I wondered for a moment why I would dream about these woods when something caught my attention. I strained my ears for a moment, then heard it again. It was the sound of an object being dragged over dirt. A moment later, a young boy crested the small rise, using a rope to drag a crate full of what looked like water balloons behind him. He had a squirt gun slung across his back. It took a moment, due to the decades that had passed, before I recognized myself as a kid. I watched as the younger version of me carefully hauled the crate into a nearby tree, then staged his ambush. I could remember this day, but only vaguely. Soon after, 2 more kids came into view. I dug through my memories before finally settling on their names. Thomas, or Tommy, and Nathaniel. They had been my best friends back when we lived in New York State. They were headed down the trail I stood on. Neither saw the younger me hiding in ambush. As they drew closer, young Dante began throwing water balloons. Squeals of outrage came from the 2 land-bound boys as they were drenched. Young Dante laughed uproariously before losing his balance and falling from the branch he was perched on. I watched as his arm folded in half, breaking with a sickening snap. Young Dante passed out, and the other boys turned white as sheets. Nathaniel immediately ran down the path, disappearing from sight. Tommy stayed with Dante to make sure he was okay. He turned Dante over, checking to see if he was awake. A short time later, Nathaniel returned with a young woman. My breath caught in my throat when I saw her. My mother had passed some years before in my life, but she was young, healthy, and vibrant in my dreams. I watched as my mother gathered up young Dante, then carried him down the path. I could see his arm hanging limply, still at a strange angle. While I watched, it seemed to straighten itself out. I followed, not wanting to lose sight of them. She loaded Dante into the back seat of her car. I sat in the passenger seat as she drove the car to the nearest hospital. We arrived at the emergency room, and she hurriedly took Dante in. They sat while he cradled his arm, and she filled out paperwork. A short time later, they were ushered into another part of the hospital. Dante held still while x-rays were taken of his arm. They returned to a room and waited until a doctor showed up. He pulled up the x-rays on a monitor and looked them over. "Yes, I can see a small refracture here. Looks like the break is maybe 6 months old. The fall must have caused it to fracture again." I watched as my mother worriedly looked at young Dante. He had been given something for the pain, causing him to be slightly out of it.
Doctor, are you sure it was 6 months ago?
Oh yes, quite sure. This here, he circled a dim spot with his finger. This is indicative of an old break. Looks like it healed nicely, but there's a hairline fracture running through the old break. Your son should wear a sling and be careful for the next 6 weeks or so.
No cast?
No, we hardly do those anymore. Only for the worst breaks that require surgery. Your son will be fine, though it will hurt for a few days as it begins to heal.
Thank you, Doctor.
She gathered young Dante up and walked out of the hospital. I trailed after. All of this was new, but the most shocking part was what the doctor had said. I watched my younger self break his arm less than an hour before. However, the doctor claimed it was months old.
Dante, honey, wake up.
Young Dante stirred from his seat in the back. He looked with bleary eyes at my mother. She smiled, worry written across her face.
Dante, you can't mention this. If your friends ask, it wasn't a bad break, just a little fracture.
Okay, Mom.
Chapter 8, June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. Negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. 05:48 hours. My eyes snapped open. Memories ached at the back of my mind. I hadn't thought about Tommy and Nathaniel in years. Even stranger, I couldn't really remember that day. I remembered my mom talking about the fracture, but it was always a quiet thing. I lay on my back in my sleeping bag. I could feel Linda's back pressed against one side of me, and Jessie was about a foot away on my other side. I extracted my arm from my sleeping bag and checked my watch. It was a smartwatch, which meant it had a billion other functions I didn't need at the time. Unsurprisingly, most of them didn't work. The network was completely gone. I lay in silence for a while. Just about everything mankind had made in the last 70 years was disappearing by the hour. No internet, no cell phone, no television, no radio, no power save in select spots. Thoughts raced through my head as I let my arm fall back to the sleeping bag. Life as we had known it had ended. These were the actual end times.
Apocalypse.
I shook my head. I was lying in a shelter in a government-sanctioned building 70 floors above the street, surrounded by what were likely to be the last surviving people in the city, and I was hearing voices. That did not bode well. My reverie was broken by people suddenly stirring.
Mom, I need to go to the bathroom,
said a small voice from the other side of the room. The acoustics were not exactly desirable, since everything was practically amplified by the hard surfaces. A few groans were loosed as others realized they desperately needed to use the facilities as well. I struggled up, causing both Jessie and Linda to snuffle in their sleep. Normally, Jessie was up before me, but the past day must have been more draining for her than myself. I stood carefully, making sure not to disturb either woman. A small pile of my warmest winter clothes lay beyond where my head had been, and I stooped and scooped. I had always been a warm person, but the cold outside was deadly. I couldn't run around in business casual. I saw other people quietly standing and making their way toward me. I was very near the doors to the airlock. Thankfully, they didn't open immediately. The night before, Jessie had shown me how to enable and disable the doors manually to prevent accidentally leaking warm air into the office. I walked over, opened the relevant panel, and tripped the switch. The doors hissed open, and the air beyond was surprisingly warm. It was maybe 20 degrees cooler than what it was inside the server room, which only put it a few degrees above freezing. Still, based on the fact that ice had grown on the inside of the glass, I thought it was fatally cold beyond the outside doors. I stepped into the airlock and looked back. The few that had wandered over toward me had hesitation written on their faces. Larry was among them, and he looked angry, or determined, or constipated. Hard to tell, actually. He wasn't especially emotive. Larry crouched a bit and stepped into the airlock. It still shocked me how tall he was, despite having been one of the first employees to Jessie's company. He turned back and waved the others in. Scary dude or not, he was somehow able to convince the others to join us. They donned their jackets, mittens, and beanies. I didn't have the accessories, but I figured it would be okay. We walked the 2 feet or so to register on the outside door sensors. It clicked, hummed, and went silent. Nothing changed. I tried again with the same result. So I turned and checked the panel set in the side of the airlock. It had a flashing red message, "Doors blocked." I scratched my head when Larry lumbered over. He set the airlock to manual and turned back to the outside doors. He had to be uncomfortable since the ceilings were only 7 feet inside the airlock, instead of 10 feet like the room beyond. We both went back to the outside door and tried to get a handhold. My hands kept slipping on the ice, and his hands were too massive to grasp anything as small as the door. I turned around and mule-kicked the door seam. Ice splintered with a loud sound. I tried again, and we heard something grind and hum. I looked to Larry, and he nodded. One more kick, and the door shuddered and moved a 1/4 inch. It was all we needed. I dug my fingers into one side of the gap with Larry on the other. We grunted and strained. Strange crackling and popping sounds emanated from the entire frame. The metal began to creak, then something emitted a crack and pop. The doors crunched, then grudgingly slid free, and air poured in from beyond. Frigid could not even begin to describe the air that touched my exposed skin. The air hit me like a physical force, attempting to sap the life from me. It had been 100 degrees yesterday. Now it was 20 below. It was the most extreme temperature differential I had ever heard of occurring naturally. The storms were raging outside, evident even through the ice and debris caked on the windows. There were still patches with a clear view to the world beyond. My breath fogged and my nose immediately began to hurt. We moved as a group through the quiet and dark room. Very little light came from the server room, and the main office was dark besides. I made a mental note to find flashlights. We continued across the length of the office, along the windows, until we encountered the women's bathroom. Half our group broke off and entered. The rest of us continued on, turning left and heading to the northern end of the building. A moment later, we found the door for the men's room, though light was extremely scarce at this point. I was thankful my eyes were so pale because I could see far better than anybody else left in the party. Larry and I were escorting 2 boys and one other man that had woken with us. I pushed the door open and a light clicked on with searing brightness. Apparently, the light sensor was much more sensitive in the men's room than the women's. Then again, there was little power available anywhere at this point. I was curious as to why the lights even worked. Then I stepped into the room and it was like being hit with a wet towel across the face. The room was a balmy 60 degrees with decently high humidity. I didn't even realize the air had been drying out due to the cold until I walked into the bathroom and my nose started to burn. I shook my head and the others filed around me. They had similar reactions to the intense air change. I wanted to brush my teeth to get rid of the gritty feeling in my mouth, but had nothing. I made another mental note about things needed from the store far below. I headed to a stall and took my time with the morning business. I didn't have Bledder or any other aggregate site to browse, but I had a few games left on my phone. Signal was gone and I figured that would drain battery faster. I had 60% left on my phone, though I was sure it would never be useful again. Sometime later, I left the stall and found a small group of people waiting impatiently in the front area of the bathroom. Time limits would have to be involved since we all had to share the limited resource. More and more notes for the mental ledgers. I noticed small drains in the floor. The floor was also angled to lead directly to the nearest drain. The warmth still present in the bathroom puzzled me for a moment. I looked around and found a few different grates set into the wall. Some were high and others low. I hadn't bothered looking at the restroom in depth since it was remodeled. The registers had heated air pumping in, keeping the bathroom warm. Further examination allowed me to spot a tankless water heater under the sinks. It was obviously what was providing the hot water. I was amazed the water made it this far up without freezing, but Jesse had mentioned the trunk line was insulated. I stepped up to one of the 8 sinks and hurriedly washed my hands, then rinsed my mouth and washed my face. Once I finished, I walked out of the restroom. How quickly I had forgotten reality. I had my breath stolen from my chest as I walked from the warmth of the bathroom to the deadly cold of the office. It stabbed like tiny daggers into my face, nose, lungs, and eyes. Anything exposed instantly broke out in goosebumps, my flesh drawing tight in the hostile cold. Larry was already out, looking around at the office. Only a few panels were hung toward the west side of the office. As such, sight was blocked, but nothing was done for warmth. I made a quick executive decision since I was endlessly making unnecessary plans in my head. "Hey Larry, let's get the first 10 feet or so closed off. That way we have a steady transfer path between Jesse's office and the server room, and we have somewhere to heat up food. The break room will be great for spreading us out. If we have double walls, this might actually become bearable." He nodded, and we both walked toward the pile of materials that had been discarded the night before. I immediately determined that Larry would be far more useful than myself in hanging the sheeting. He was so tall he could actually move the ceiling tiles if desired. He could hang a strip from the ceiling, secure it in place, staple it to the floor, then start the gap layer an inch or so behind the first. He was an absolute machine, installing walls as I struggled to keep supplies ready for him. After only 45 minutes, we had a double layer of walls set to keep a limited area warm. We now had about 10 feet of contained space to walk around in. It took some time, but with an airlock built into the walls made for overlapping plastic flaps, people stopped complaining as they exited the server room. One quick consultation later, and Jesse approved opening both server room airlock doors to ensure something like regular airflow through the opened area. We wanted to be careful since we had no way of providing fresh air ourselves. I realized the bathrooms would be an issue since they were far across the main office. Larry finally spoke up.
"Dante had a great idea. If we continue extending the walls all the way to the bathrooms and put an airlock in front of the lobby door, we can contain our warm air. There are enough of us to make this happen. I think we'll need triple walls to ensure actual warmth, but the cubicles will stop being ice cubicles."
He paused for a moment. I was too stunned to laugh. That was literally the first time I had heard Larry make a joke. I stared in slack-jawed amazement. He shrugged and set about gathering more materials. I shook my head and started hauling stuff through the plastic airlock into the office proper. The cubicles caused a bit of trouble since they were often in the way. We left them alone since both Larry and I were far more focused on finishing the expansion as soon as possible. When we were about 20 feet shy of completing the south side, a call came through the plastic.
"Come get your lunch!"
shouted Jesse. Larry and I met eyes. My stomach rumbled as if to punctuate our silent agreement. We eased down the supplies and headed back through the temporary airlock. A quick glance at my watch showed that it was already 11 a.m. based on the old clock. It was still just as dark outside as it had been throughout the night. Without the sun, the moon never shone anymore. I sat down, weary from the work Larry and I had been doing. It was tough, even if the materials themselves weren't particularly heavy. Linda sat next to me, shoulder to shoulder. I saw Jessie looking over more than once, but she seemed to hold her tongue. It was strange to see. I chatted with Linda and Eddie as we ate our MREs. They were far from gourmet, but it was nutrients and it would make a turd, as one of my old friends had a habit of saying. That friend had likely already died as well. Little thoughts like that constantly popped in, trying to fuck me up. I discovered that if I wasn't actively focusing on a job or project, something to do and help, I was stuck reminiscing. Images and memories constantly popped up, causing my heart to hitch and my eyes to water. Everybody I had known, my friends, my pets, they were all gone. Linda quickly caught my mood. She looked up at me from where she leaned against me. She was so tiny, so fragile, yet she contained so much strength. She bolstered me, helped me move forward. Yes, everything I had known and loved was gone in this new, horrifying world. But there were people left that I could help and care for. Being caught in nostalgia and misery over the past would help nobody. I took a deep breath and quietly asked Linda to let me up. She obliged, and I stood to get ready. Larry was soon at my side, and we were ready to get back to expanding our living area. Then Jessie walked up.
"We need more supplies. We don't have everything up here. Walk with me, gentlemen."
She strode beyond us imperiously. The doors of the airlock were held open now, so we walked beyond them to the newly opened area. Then she led us into her office and closed the door. I was a little confused because Jessie was rarely about secrecy and clearly treasured transparency.
"Here's the long and short of it,"
she started.
"We need more stuff from the store at ground level.
Our crew are not going to be satisfied with living in the server room while we wait for rescue.
Wait, we're going to be rescued?
I interjected. She looked at me with clear annoyance.
Yes, our office is supposed to be a sort of lookout. However, the storms have knocked out our communications. In that event, someone is supposed to come for us. I just don't know how long it will be. Could be today, could be a month from now. So we need things to make us all more comfortable. I've drawn up some ideas for supplies. Pillows, tents, clothes, jackets, more food, stuff we can actually use.
I nodded.
Why aren't they coming sooner? And I know this isn't actually related, but how is the bathroom warm? And how are the toilets still working?
Didn't I tell you that earlier? Maybe not. Water is heavily insulated as it comes up the main trunk. We get water and power from the bunker under the building. There's registers that recycle the air in the bathroom and server room. It's part of the space we lost to the storage room, like central air. We have to wait for them to come to us since we don't have any vehicles to get out of the base we're attached to.
What bunker? What base? And we do have vehicles,
I said. I was growing more confused. A lot of what was going on didn't make a ton of sense.
What? No, I told you about the...
she said. She started getting quieter as she spoke, trailing the last few words off. She was recalling everything she had said up to that point.
No, I didn't. Okay, so there's a bunker under the building. It has a small crew that works on whatever it is that provides power to us up here. We're supposed to maintain the communications and provide an actual lookout over the city. It has massive water reserves and some sort of treatment plants. As for the base, I'm not sure exactly where it is. I wasn't briefed on that. And no, we don't have vehicles that can handle this cold. We don't have anything that can handle that violence either.
She pointed out the window at the debris flying past.
And you just forgot all of this until now?
I questioned her. Jessie gave me the stink eye.
I didn't forget about it, asshole. We were trying not to fucking die from exposure inside one of the bigger cities in America. It was kind of a doomsday situation, okay?
I felt properly chastised from her remarks.
Fine. Why didn't we just stay inside the bathrooms?
Because that tile is going to freeze, and the tile inside the server room won't. The server room is easier to heat, and there's more room. There's also controls for everything in the server room that aren't present in the bathrooms. We're lucky those even work.
All right, I guess that makes sense. What's next?
She sat in thought for a moment.
I want you to lead a party down to the store on the ground floor. It's a seriously long climb under any circumstances, but this is far from ideal. Then, not only do you have to grab supplies, but you have to climb back up.
She paused for a moment.
It's worse than that, though. We have plenty of MREs, but no other foods. We don't have enough water, and if we're going to cook, we need another source of heat. Propane stoves or something. The supplies were more for short-term habitability, and we didn't think it would get this cold. Especially this fast.
Why are we still here? Why not get to the bunker?
That's dangerous, and we only have supplies for us. I don't know that they could support us or that we could even access it. I have a key card, but without elevators and cold gear, people will die.
So we have to make do here until we get rescued?
Yes. For that reason, I want to send a few people initially to determine how safe it is to even go to the store. We have no idea what's out there. Hell, we know next to nothing about what caused this event in the first place.
Jess, chill. I'll sort out a party. We'll keep an eye out for people and supplies. I'll take Larry since he already knows what's up.
Larry nodded in agreement.
I'll ask Brandon and a few others.
Great. Figure out 6 people, then gather supplies. You can take anything you think you'll need from the supply room, but remember that you've got to carry whatever you take down 700 feet. And be safe.
I nodded, then turned to Larry.
Shall we?
Chapter 9, June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. -30 degrees Fahrenheit. 0700 hours.
All right, folks, here's the deal. Larry and I are taking the stairs down all 70 flights to the store at ground level. It's huge, so it will hopefully still have all sorts of good stuff for us.
We are looking for 2 to 3 more people to go with us." Even as I was saying the last sentence, several people were standing and getting ready. Hillary and Gino immediately walked up. They were as close to a couple as anybody could be without the relationship. Gino was a squat guy, bald on top with a glorious beard halfway down his rotund belly. He wasn't so much in shape as embodying a shape. Still, I knew he was insanely strong. In reality, he was built like an ox, or more like a dwarf, actually. He was only 5'4", but he weighed as much as I did. Hillary was Texan. That was the first thing you noticed. She wore the flannel, the jeans, the cowboy boots. She even wore the hat at times. She was bubbly, basically the opposite of ultra-cynical Gino. She also stood at 5'7", making her a fair bit taller than him. They had been frenemies in the office from the start, and best friends otherwise. They fought like cats, always in some tiff or other. Yet, they were inseparable. If one was assigned a project, the other was working it within the hour. Jesse had given up on trying to make them work on anything alone. They were a great team, if a bit distracting. Larry walked up, a hulk of a man. He stood close to 7 feet tall and nearly 5 feet wide. He was like a walking brick wall. On top of that, he rarely spoke. I nodded to him and he nodded back. Enough said. Linda was soon by my side.
"When do we leave?"
I turned to her, uncomfortable. "You should stay here."
"Why? Because I'm a woman?"
She snarked back. I could see little flames behind her eyes. I had to be careful. "No, that has nothing to do with it. Hillary is coming with us."
"Then why can't I go?"
I looked to the others for support, but they backed up. Linda was infamous for her temper. "Look, you were a nurse before you joined on here, right?"
"Yeah, and that's why I would be perfect to go with you."
I shook my head. "You need to stay up here. We're seriously lucky that nobody has fallen sick or been injured by the cold so far." Larry butted in before Linda could reply.
"I was a medic in the military. I can look after the team. I served as a corpsman for 4 years before I became an engineer."
"It's fine." I realized that I really needed to get to know my coworkers better. I hardly knew any of them. I nodded and turned back to Linda. "Besides, if we encounter anybody, we'll send them up here where it's safe and warm. I don't think we will, but all the better that you're here if we do." Linda glared at me, then at Larry.
"Fine, but I'm not happy about it. You all better come back in one piece."
Of course, that's when Tracy decided she needed to join us. She quietly stated,
"I would like to join the group. I feel it is something that God is directing me to do."
Sure, Tracy. You know it's going to be an extremely tough hike, right?" I looked her over. Tracy was a petite, mousy woman. She didn't have well-defined muscles or a lot of bulk. She was actually pretty bland, from her mouse-brown hair and dim brown eyes to her carefully tasteless charcoal pantsuit. She even had the Minnesota accent. The ensemble was completed with a pair of gray flats without visible socks. I gave her a questioning look. "So, you know it's actually so far below freezing that people can die in a short time, right?"
"Oh, yes. But the Lord God has directed me to follow you, and He has said I will be protected."
"Right," I said, dragging it out. I didn't say it for dramatic effect. It was because I couldn't wrap my head around religion in this setting. "If you think you can keep up, you're welcome to join us. Like I said before, it's going to be rough." She nodded, evidently thinking she was ready for anything that would come at us. I thought differently, but maybe she would prove me wrong. "All right, folks, that makes 5 of us. Let's gather a few things and get ready for the trek." Gino, Hillary, Larry, and Tracy all nodded. Tracy's head stayed bowed, with her mouth barely moving. I dismissed it and moved on. We dug into the supply room for the heavy winter gear. It fit well enough, though Larry was uncomfortable in the tight-fitting garments. Tracy was on the opposite end of the spectrum, with baggy clothes hanging off of her petite frame. After dressing, we continued to search, but ultimately found little of use. There were plenty of office supplies, paper and pens, spare parts for computers and the like. There was nothing for long hikes, no backpacks, and very little water. We each took a single bottle, noting that there were only a few hundred bottles in total. We did find a few concessions, such as battery-powered lanterns. None were good for exploring because they had no shielding for the user. We ended up finding a box of flashlights with dedicated batteries. We each took one for the trip. As we gathered at the office door, shivering in the cold of the uncontained office, Jessie approached us. She was as stoic as ever, despite being in the same clothes as us and having even less body fat to stave off the cold. She looked at each of us in turn as we held the unnatural silence.
Thank you, all of you, for volunteering for this. This is potentially a deadly trip, though I obviously hope otherwise. Dante, you lead wisely. Larry, don't let him be an idiot. Gino, you're the rock of the group. Keep them grounded. Hillary, you're the only one who can keep the dwarf in line.
They both smiled at the comment, though Gino adopted a well-mannered scowl.
Tracy, please watch over them. I know you to be sensible.
We all nodded in turn, ready to leave on the trip. Then Tracy spoke up.
I would like to pray for the group.
I paused, gauging the reactions of everybody else. It seemed I wasn't alone, since everybody stopped and turned. I looked back at Jessie, but she shrugged.
Dear Lord,
began Tracy. I rolled my eyes, though I was careful to do it away from Tracy's downturned gaze. Then I saw Jessie looking at me disapprovingly. I schooled myself and controlled my reactions. Tracy continued.
Though you have brought about the end times, we honor your wisdom. Please, let us see as you do, to be wise in our actions. We wish to please you with our efforts in bringing a better life to those that depend on us. Please guide us with your hand, give us your wisdom for what to seek, and your insight for where we need to look. Protect us in your divine sight. We wish to honor you in our efforts. In your name, amen.
We all bowed our heads, mumbling some sort of affirmation. Tracy's overtly religious nature was a surprise to me, though it was rapidly becoming obvious that it wasn't surprising just to me. Jessie saved us.
Thank you, Tracy. I hope that will be helpful.
She met my eyes and was clearly trying to communicate telepathically. Whatever the message was, I missed it. All right, folks, head out, I said as I looked around. When my eyes met Gino's, he lit up.
I've got this,
he said in his characteristic drawl. He confidently led the group through the office door into the elevator lobby. He happily stomped over to the buttons and mashed one with his beefy hand. He stood for a moment, then mashed it again.
What the? By the great fuck,
he started. He mashed the button again, expecting the button to light up. I saw a flare of annoyance from Tracy, though the others looked pretty entertained. Every little bit of light counted in the new world of eternal darkness. Gino! Blast it, I know, he shouted, suddenly red. He was probably flushed from the cold air. It was obviously below freezing, though I didn't think it was below zero. Guy should have put on a beanie. He walked quickly over to the fire stairs and roughly shoved the door open. The cold air was starting to settle in, getting to know my bones well. I wasn't overly concerned, because we had a full 70 flights to climb down, then back up. The trip was going to be awful. At least I had good people to take it with. Chapter 10. June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Eleni Building. Negative 34 degrees Fahrenheit. 0820 hours. A yip sounded from the stairs as Gino shoved the door open. What? Hillary rushed past Gino into the stairwell and found what we all expected the least, a tiny golden retriever puppy that had evidently been huddled near the door.
Gino, you fucking ape. You just about killed this little baby.
Hillary was in a swatting mood, ready to hit Gino for anything and everything. I had seen it before, and it was always mildly hilarious.
Hells, I didn't know he was there. Out of my way, you dwarf. You think you'd be more aware of small creatures.
Now that's just rude, Hillary.
Oh, like being hit by a door when you're just trying to huddle for warmth?
Gino stuttered for a moment before falling silent. He looked aghast, obviously having meant no harm. I knew Hillary wasn't truly mad at him. She was mad about him and for him, but neither could express it well. Everybody could see it but those two. Hillary, I spoke up. "Why don't you just take the pup inside? Find Linda, she'll figure something out. The kids will probably mob the poor Bab with too much love, so try to be a bit discreet, yeah?" Hillary looked at me for a moment.
Poor Bab. You've been spending too much time with Jesse,
she shot at me. "Probably true. You okay with taking care of him? Give him a good once-over. I don't know how the little guy stayed alive in the cold. His coat isn't very long." Hillary nodded and started back. The poor shivering pup was clasped firmly to her bosom, trying to burrow deeper into her coat. She hustled past, opening the door and disappearing beyond. "All right, folks, let's get started. I'm sure she'll catch up in a moment." Gino nodded, then stuck his head beyond the door as if listening. He took a moment, then muttered, "Clear," and walked to the stairwell. I watched him with fascination. He was methodical, moving from each section of stairs and checking each section below. Anything he could see in the sweep of his flashlight was carefully studied before he led us further. I thought it was a bit much, what with the environment itself being inimical to life. "Hey, Gino, you think you could speed it up a bit? It's been 15 minutes and we've only gone 5 floors. Hillary caught up with us at that point and gave me a look. I wasn't exactly able to decipher it before she hustled past me on down to the front of the group. Then I heard her speak up.
"Gino, this ain't no airsoft tournament."
She said it like tournament.
"Hurry your ass up so we can get down there. We'd like to do that before we all freeze."
Gino shrugged, though I could really only see the action from his flashlight bobbing up and down. We had determined that only 2 people needed their flashlights on at any given time to save battery. He had the lead, with Hillary immediately behind him. Larry was the hulking shadow in the middle, followed by Tracy, and I brought up the rear. Gino finally sped up since the concrete stairs weren't slippery. Initially, progress was good. We would test the door on each floor. The majority couldn't be opened due to the cold. The door on 63 opened and we swept it. The office doors had failed to open, state like our own. The offices were well used but showed no recent activity. We continued to test doors as we passed each floor. Gino put up a fight, but ultimately we decided as a team that finding supplies near our floor was more important. Survivors were also a possibility, especially considering the puppy. It had come from somewhere. Some floors had layouts that were less generous. Occasionally, instead of a door on one side of the elevator lobby, a hallway would lead off to the far end of the building. These hallways led to much smaller offices, though most had the basic amenities, such as bathrooms and even shared break areas. We tried to never take too long on any one floor, just making sure to check for survivors. Any supplies that might be useful were written down by Larry in a little notebook. I failed to notice it initially, but he would note anything of interest as we passed by. He kept us on track. The first 20 floors went by in 30 minutes, including the time Gino spent lollygagging. Our pace increased a little after a short rest. We continued down the stairs, checking doors. The 44th floor was wide open, the fire door held open by a wedge. We scoped it out to see if anybody was still around. We found a massive frozen puddle in one hallway leading out from the central lobby. The door had frozen solid as the water continued to pour into the office and the temperature inside the building fell. Most of the windows on that floor were entirely gone, with a biting wind ripping through the hallway. Many floors that we investigated were like that, simply open to the ravages of the elements. We investigated a few more floors as we descended, but nothing of much use had been discovered. The doors lower in the tower were often already open or warped out of shape. It took another hour to reach floor 30. There we did find signs of recent activity. The fire door showed marks where the paint had been scratched away by a tool. The scratchings weren't legible, though it might have been a message at some point. It had only been just over a day. Still, the complete lack of bodies was weighing on my mind. That and the constant whistling of wind through broken windows and paper sliding across the carpet and concrete floors. We stepped into the lobby and could hear wind howling through the open plan office on the west side. On the east, it was much quieter. The door on the west side was wedged ajar by a piece of broken furniture.
I nudged the door open with my flashlight, having taken the lead a few flights before. Larry stood across the doorframe from me, ready to club anything that charged us. All we met was the pitch black of a closed office. This one had shades drawn across all of the windows, though more than a few billowed with wind. I swept my light across the open floor plan, not particularly surprised at how closely it mirrored our own office. Movement was constant, as was the sound. Gino wiggled in past Larry and me, keen to explore. We saw wood furniture broken into pieces near a burn mark on the floor near the center of the office. "Gino," I hissed. He ignored me, taking a few steps into the room. "Gino, get back here! I don't see anybody!"
"Shut it, Dante. That's a fresh fire. It had to have been lit no more than an hour ago. Look, you can still see some embers glowing near the center."
I looked past him, and sure enough, faint coals glowed in the makeshift pit. The walls of cubicles had been built up around the pit almost like an igloo, presumably to contain the heat. Wind howled through the windows, stirring debris. Soot stained the edges of the walls over the pit and the ceiling above it. A blanket sat forlornly near the fire, abandoned. Gino took another few steps forward. As was always the case, Hillary elbowed her way past us at the door to join Gino in the office. A massive gust of wind shook the building, causing metal to groan quietly. I stepped through the door, though I stayed near it for a quick escape. Something felt off about the room. People had been there recently, but were completely absent by the time we arrived. The more I thought about it, the more certain I was the puppy had come from here. It had survived the extreme cold somehow. Larry joined me, and I heard something in the floor groan again. I kept panning my flashlight around, trying to see if there was any clue to where the people had gone. Something caught the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw paper flitting around the door to one of the enclosed offices, this one being the northern office. The building rumbled again. A ping sounded, though it was more felt through my feet than actually heard. I looked over at Gino and Hillary as they advanced on the igloo of cubicles. Larry stood beside me, and Tracy stood before the doorway, still in the lobby. Both Gino and Hillary stopped suddenly, seeming to hop a little. I felt the groan through my feet again and watched as they lurched. "Gino! Hillary!" As I spoke, the floor buckled, sagging under them. They turned and looked at me, frozen in fear. Then a mighty shriek of rending metal sounded, and the floor collapsed, taking them with. I started forward, but Larry grabbed me by the shoulder. A plume of dust shot through the newly opened hole. I could see metal piping with frozen water sticking out of the jagged edges of the concrete. Time felt strange, like it was thick enough to cut with a butter knife. I stepped forward near the edge of the hole. I couldn't believe how quickly the floor had collapsed. One moment they had been standing together, the next they were gone, disappeared into the darkness below. My flashlight couldn't pierce the darkness. "Gino! Hillary! Holy shit! Are you okay?" Chapter 11. June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 30th floor, Illini Building. -37 degrees Fahrenheit. 1003 hours.
"Motherfucker!"
Gino's words floated up through the hole in the floor. Larry and I both sighed with relief.
"Gino's still alive," said Larry.
I looked around, trying to see if there was any way to pull them back up. Then I realized they had only fallen through the floor to the next story.
"Gino! Hillary! Are you guys okay?"
I shouted down. I heard some rustling for a moment and pained breathing. The dust still swirled around the hole, with ice glittering in the cloud. My flashlight threw shadows across the cloud, whirling shapes of menace and death. Metal particles winked and flashed. I still couldn't see down to the floor below, and I was careful not to get too close to the collapsed hole. The floor was weak, and I didn't want to take a fall like the other two had. Gino finally responded.
"Yeah, I'm alive. Took a nasty hit. Can't really move at the moment. Everything fucking hurts. Hillary's here, but I can't get her to open her eyes or nothing. She's breathing, moaning a bit."
I looked back at Larry and to Tracy in the lobby beyond.
"Hey, Larry, maybe
Hey, where's Tracy? Larry turned around and looked into the lobby behind him.
Don't know. Maybe she already headed down?
We should catch up. Hillary sounds bad, and Gino sounds really banged up and pissed off.
Gino always sounds pissed off.
Fair. He sounds like he went 3 rounds with your mom.
Larry winced.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. She's literally Amazonian. Let's go help them.
I gave Larry the side-eye before nodding. Then I walked back over to the broken terrain.
Keep your eyes open for Tracy. Not like her to take off without saying anything.
What could have made her do something like that? I asked the frozen air. Larry didn't respond. We started down the stairs, though I had to force myself to go slowly. My shoes could grip the concrete of the stairs, but even a small bit of ice would send me flying. I wouldn't be useful to anybody with a broken neck, so I took the stairs one at a time, pushing myself to move quickly but precisely. Larry followed me, quiet and prepared. I hauled the fire door open and noticed the door to the office that held Gino and Hillary was ajar. The doors opened into the office. I pushed against the steel door, but met resistance. Something was blocking it from inside. I shot a look over to Larry, and he shrugged. He moved me aside and put his shoulder up against the door and gave a little shove. Nothing happened. He stooped a little lower to his center of gravity, shifted his feet a bit farther out, and leaned into the door with an explosive surge. The door bent inward with a cacophony of clattering and screeching. Larry shoved again and nearly fell when the door suddenly swung wide. It smashed into the internal stops with a resounding whang and didn't stop. The hinges gave out and the door careened off the wall before settling to the carpet with a whoomph. Larry caught himself after a small tumble. Office furniture was arrayed around the door, having been used to block it closed. I looked back and saw the empty black of an open office in the other direction. I had a deeply unsettled feeling looking at the other office. Nothing was present there, only darkness glaring back at my flashlight. I shrugged it off and looked at Larry. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded back, and I started looking around for Hillary and Gino. Once we were past the makeshift blockade, it was easy to spot the pile of rubble. Gino sat reclined on top, bruised and battered, a little blood coming from small scratches. Hillary was seemingly untouched, though she had a goose egg growing on the right side of her forehead. We hustled over, careful on the broken terrain. Larry immediately stopped to check Hillary over. I knelt next to Gino and started looking him over as well. He had been insanely lucky, ending up on top of the pile without being crushed or filled with rebar. He did have a fair amount of cuts, but they only oozed a little and the blood quickly froze. I checked his eyes with the flashlight and he responded correctly.
"Fuck out of here with that bright fucking torture device!"
It wasn't the expected response, but he didn't appear to have a concussion. Just some bumps and bruises, and he would be in a bit of pain for a few days. Larry got Hillary to sit up and start talking, though he looked a little grim.
"Are you okay to get up and walk around?"
He nodded, looking past me at the door to the lobby.
"Hey, Dante, did you see that?"
I turned around, looking into the darkness. My flashlight beam swept over the door and the walls near it before I shined it into the lobby. The darkness consumed nearly the whole of the lobby, refusing to let the light shine more than about 40 feet. I turned back to Gino.
"No, man. What are you talking about?" "Never mind. Must have fucked up my head in the fall. Just seeing things, I guess. Fucking darkness is maddening."
He winced as he put a hand to the side of his head. I held a hand out to Gino and he took it. We worked together to lever him up to a standing position. Gino stepped off of the pile of rubble, walking around to Hillary's side. She and Larry were talking quietly and Gino joined them. I realized at that point that the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I examined the room again, but saw nothing important. All of the windows on this floor were still intact, though wind could be heard moving through the office and the floor above. It whistled through the hole, creating little vortexes in the ice and dust in the air. The lobby was still dark, though dust still floated through the air, causing shadows to dance and writhe occasionally. Shapes flickered at the far edge of the flashlight beam. I squinted, trying to make out anything that might be there. Shadows flitted about in the beam of light. Then something else occurred to me. Hey, Tracy isn't down here. I glanced at the other three. They all looked at me like I was dumb. No, seriously. We thought she immediately came down here to help you two. I had a mild headache set in. I hadn't noticed it before. Gino had a glazed look in his eyes. For that matter, so did Hillary and Larry.
What? No, wasn't she in... No, I don't remember seeing her recently,
Gino said with uncertainty. Okay, you must have a concussion after all, Gino, I said.
No, I don't remember seeing her either,
said Larry. I shot him a worried glance. Someone falling 10 feet and having a concussion is one thing, but someone that hadn't experienced trauma forgetting something was something else entirely. Okay, this is very strange. She was with us, prayed over us when we left? The others looked at me blankly. She was right behind us when you two fell through the door. Finally, some light dawned, a little recognition.
Right, she probably went back up to the office. Maybe she didn't feel up to the trip. No big deal, said Larry.
Dude, are you okay? That's kind of a big deal. She bailed without saying anything. What if she fell or got hurt?
Nah, she's probably fine. Maybe she went back to get help. We should get moving soon, though, if these two are up to it.
I stood by, gobsmacked over the strange behavior. Larry rarely ever said that much. To add to that, the cold was getting to me. The dry air was rasping down my nose and throat, causing my sinuses to ache. I shook my head. Fine. Hillary, are you okay? She nodded to me, though she was a little pale. And you, Gino? He nodded, and I looked to Larry. Let's at least leave a note here, in case they come searching for us. Man, I wish we had some radios or something. I set about looking for supplies for a note. Just like our office, far above, there was a dedicated open cubicle with a set of printers and their related supplies. I found a pack of paper and ripped it open. The first sheet slid out of the pack with a strange crinkling sound. A pen sat abandoned on the desk, so I put the paper down and grabbed the pen. It did nothing except make a strange scritching sound as I tried to write on the paper. I tossed it into the darkness because the ink was frozen solid. My hands were aching from the cold even through my gloves. My nose had gone numb since we weren't moving much. I made a mental note to get balaclavas or ski masks. Then I spied a pencil. I grabbed it and wrote in big block letters. The note said, "If you're reading this, head up to 70. Going to store, back soon." I wasn't satisfied with it, but I couldn't make it easily readable without adding more words. I shrugged and made a few more copies. Then I found tape and tried to pull a piece off of the roll. It shattered into glitter. The tape was too fragile. I glanced at the nearby cubicles. Some crazy cat lady had hundreds of magnets around her space. I snagged a handful and set out toward the lobby with my signs. The doors were all frozen, as were the door frames. Most of the office doors had opaque glass set into the metal frame, which meant the sign was nearly useless on the door. I heard lots of paper blowing around in the office above us as I walked past the hole. I kept walking into the lobby, then the stairwell, placing signs on either side of each main door. After posting the signs, I walked back to the group. All three sat, staring into darkness. It was a strange sight. My headache was back in full force. I took a moment and pulled the water bottle out of my jacket. I took a drink, letting the water wash over my parched throat. All right, guys, let's get moving. They seemed to snap out of their trance and stood together. Gino and Hillary helped each other, and Larry started walking behind them. I mouthed a question at him over their heads. You got them? He nodded, and we set out back into the stairwell. All right, guys, let's just get to the store. No more side trips, I said as I shot a look at Gino. He balked for a moment, then caught on that I was messing with him.
Yeah, fuck you too, buddy,
Gino cackled as he responded.
We did try to warn you, hun. Your lead, Dante.
I looked back at Hillary. The bruise on her head was massive and already an ugly purple-black color, but her eyes were clear and she looked determined. Gino grumbled a bit, but they put their arms over the other's shoulder and we continued on down the stairs. It took us another hour to get to the security lobby on the 4th floor. Both Gino and Hillary were walking slower because of their injuries. I looked back constantly to make sure they were okay. Larry watched them from behind, alert to any signs of severe injury or complications. There was no door on the 5th floor, and the fire stairs dead-ended on the 4th floor, which I was sure was a violation of some fire codes. I had never seen the stairs before, so hadn't known that was the case. I pushed the crash bar on the door, and it opened loudly, the metal clang reverberating through the wide-open space. The marble glittered in the cold, bleak light cast by my flashlight. I searched around, but again saw no sign of life. I had honestly expected to find at least a few dozen frozen bodies of the hundreds that worked in the building. The lobby, however, was empty. Chapter 12. June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 4th floor, Illini Building. -41 degrees Fahrenheit. 1145 hours.
Wow, how is it even colder down here?
Asked Hillary. I turned to look at her.
Hills, the sun is missing or blocked or something. The temperature is constantly falling outside.
Oh, right. Well, where is everybody?
I shook my head.
That's what I was just trying to figure out. We should have seen at least a few bodies. People stuck in stairwells or frozen in their offices. We haven't seen any sign of a survivor or even a dead person, save for that dog.
My head lit up with yet another migraine.
And this air is fucking awful. It keeps making my head hurt. It's too cold.
The others nodded, rubbing their temples as well. I continued.
Let's get through the security cordon and down into the store. They have the first 3 floors, so we should be able to find plenty of stuff.
We started out of the elevator area, our shoes clicking on the marble floors. The eerie silence dug into my brain, punctuated only by our footsteps and the howling wind outside. It battered the admittedly impressive windows. They stood 20 feet tall, all crazed with impact marks and spiderwebbed with cracks. The windows hadn't given in, though, despite what sounded like a constant barrage of debris. My flashlight swept over everything I could see. Light reflected crazily off the windows, floor, and even the ceiling. There was a thin film of ice on the windows, multicolored couches, tables, anything but the floor, it seemed. I tread with care, trying to ensure I wouldn't slip and fall. In each of the 4 corners of the building stood the elevators and fire stairs. The elevators to the east were much larger and had openings to the garage below for freight. I chose the northwest corner since it was the closest to the front of the store and headed for it. The others followed closely behind, nearly in a single line. I got to the elevator bank here and immediately tried for the crash bar on the fire door. The door budged, but only barely. I put my shoulder into it and felt something beyond the door start to move. Larry saw me struggling and stepped up. He put his hands on the door with me and we shoved. The object blocking the door slid a few inches, so we tried again. The door moved another half a foot and I could make out something in the darkness. I stood up and shined the light into the crack. Faces stared back up at me, blue in the light. Their skin glittered with frost, leaving them paper white. Shrunken, cloudy eyes frozen open like marbles of ice sitting in their skulls. The stairwell was packed solid, dozens of people all lined up and frozen to death. It was truly bizarre. They all seemed to be moving upward, then sat as a group and perished as the temperature fell. I quietly closed the door and turned to Larry.
We need to take a different staircase. This one is blocked off.
He leaned close and asked,
How bad?
Bad. Dozens at least. Maybe fleeing from something. None of them had been dressed for any kind of cold. He nodded and we set out for the southwest corner. I opened the fire door to the sound of the screaming wind. Muffled thumping could be heard from below. It wasn't rhythmic, but it was pretty regular. I stepped into the stairwell and it was absolutely frigid. I thought I had been cold before. Everything exposed immediately went numb. I hustled down the stairs to the first floor. There I found a body curled up at the door to the street, one outstretched arm keeping the door open. The door would occasionally open an inch or two as the wind let up, only to slam back into the arm as the wind gusted again. It sounded like a hammer falling on the tail of a lobster over and over again. I grabbed the door and yanked hard. The arm shuddered, splintered bone piercing the frozen flesh. I slammed the door again and the body rocked backward, arm severed. The door clanged shut. Larry helped me drag the body into the store and away from the door. The air was no longer blasting into the staircase, but there was no chance that staircase would ever heat up again. My body was racked with shivers, and I figured it was colder outside than Seattle had ever experienced before. I stood in the relative warmth of the store. It had to be around 0 degrees. I thought it had to be more than 40 below outside. I went back to the stairwell and wedged the doors open on all 3 floors of the store for easy access. Then I walked out to the center of the first floor with our group. We could see an open lofted area in the west side of the store, which had windows facing the street. The north side was partially below ground, leading up on both sides to the east. The store had multiple entrance points, but all of them were closed. It seemed that when the power went out, all of the doors closed. The glass was completely covered in frost and scratches, obscuring the outside view. Still, the windows had not broken. It really was impressive. Right, so we've got sports and camping down here on the first floor. We're going to be hauling stuff back up 70 flights, so our first priority is sturdy hiking backpacks. I indicated the backpacks as the others followed along. They help distribute the weight evenly so we can carry more without getting tired. We're going to want tents, bedrolls, cookware like pots and pans, flashlights, lanterns, and frozen food. We also need to find winter clothing. I especially want a ski mask or balaclava. My face fucking hurts. I wish the cold gear up there had included one. The others were nodding along, taking mental notes of what I mentioned. Gino spoke up. My fucking face hurts too. I second that. And water. It's like a fucking desert down here. Then Larry saying, toys, in his usual terse fashion.
Yeah, the kids are starting to go stir crazy. Art supplies would be good too, since we have all the paper we could ever want now. Maybe we should grab some books too,
Hillary added. She mentioned a few more quality of life items.
Toothpaste and toothbrushes, deodorant, as much toilet paper as we can bear to strap on the bags. Oh, and, women's products.
I nodded. Doesn't that just scream military? They include cold gear, hot weather gear, even MREs, but they forget that women still need sanitary stuff. Larry nodded along, though it seemed that the sentiment was lost on Hillary and Gino. Then I remembered they hadn't ever served. Gino perked up.
Man, I would kill for a shower. Maybe we should figure something out for that.
Yeah, I'll think on that. Is there anything else we should grab on this first trip? Oh, the pharmacy on the second floor. We should definitely break in and grab everything we can. I doubt anybody will be coming by to fill their prescriptions now. I began ruminating out loud. Okay, I think clothes and toys are on the third floor. Probably books too. Second floor is hygiene, medicine, and a few other things we could probably do with. Then we have all the camping stuff on this side, plus some household stuff on the far end. I'll look around. I paused for a moment. Shoot, we're going to need to figure out what to do with all of our trash. I started to get lost in thoughts, then snapped out of it when I saw the other 3 staring at me. Right, sorry. Head's been a little fuzzy the last day or so. Must be the cold. They all nodded in sympathy. So, Hillary, grab what you can for hygiene. I'll clear an area here for us to organize. Then, I'm going to grab camping stuff. Larry, you were a corpsman, right? So you know medicines. He nodded tentatively. I can figure a few things out. There might be a paper list in there. Great. That leaves you, Gino. Can you go up to the third floor and start figuring out clothes and toys? Definitely some playing cards and maybe a board game or two? He nodded. Oh wait, Hillary, when you're done, go and help Gino. I'll help Larry if he needs it. You guys can probably just pitch the non-fragile stuff over the railings up there, and I'll gather it up down here. Let's get this done."
"Fucking hell, I thought it would never end," said Gino.
"Whiny," muttered Larry with a smirk. Gino shot a look, but the words were so quiet that even in the silence I wasn't sure he'd said it. Larry broke off and headed toward the hardware section of the store. Hillary and Gino walked toward the nearest set of stairs upward, talking about things to prioritize. I began to clear an area, setting up tables in a circle to hold the supplies and stage a packing area. After about 10 minutes, I had an area I was satisfied with for the time being. I did my best to not look out the front doors. Not only did they show the devastation that the storms had caused in the city, but there were 2 bodies slumped against the doors. I figured they were frozen to the doors because they didn't budge even when cars rocked in the wind. I was just thankful they were facing away from the doors. Rhythmic metallic thumping started from near the back of the second floor. I guessed Larry had found something to smash the pharmacy door open. Clothes began falling to the floor. Bags of underwear and socks rained from above. I stepped back to leave a clear landing zone and looked up.
"Incoming!" yelled Gino. "You're supposed to say that before you throw shit."
He stood at the railing on the 3rd floor, grinning maniacally. He took aim and let a pack of socks fly. I swatted it out of the air before it hit me. He continued grinning, then dumped the rest of the undergarments over. I shook my head and walked deeper into the camping supplies. Chapter 13. June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 4th floor, Eleni Building. -44 degrees Fahrenheit, 1230 hours. Silence is often mentioned, but rarely do people actually experience it. Even in this newly dead world, it wasn't totally silent. Wind howled on the other side of the windows, accompanied by debris slamming away. The winds outside were still at gale force, causing untold damage to the city beyond our little sheltered building. Even so, the silence weighed on the mind. I had heard the phrase oppressive silence before, but had never really come to understand it until I stood in a massive store that should have had hundreds of people quietly talking and shopping. It was so quiet inside the store that I could hear Gino 2 floors above, picking through clothing racks. I could hear Hillary sweeping products off of shelves. Larry was grunting as he continued to swing at the door. As I listened, something cracked. A shriek of metal sounded, then something dropped, probably a sledgehammer. The shriek of metal must have been the shutter or door giving way. The silence was so profound I could hear Larry quietly rattling bottles of medication a moment later. A few aisles from the cleared area, I found sturdy framed hiking backpacks on display. There was a surprising variety. Then again, people in Seattle loved hiking. I removed the 2 pre-built backpacks from their display racks and moved them over to the staging area. I went back to grab 2 additional backpacks, but they would have to be built. Then I started gathering small tents, no larger than 2-person tents. It would be cramped, but we only had so much floor space to work with. I had already moved the first half dozen when something caught the corner of my eye. Unbelievably, the store had not 1 but 2 camp showers. They were neatly boxed up, 3.5 feet long by 6 inches on a side. I carried them back to the staging area and read over one of the boxes. The showers were crude, 4 PVC pipes with connections allowing 3.5 feet of room. Nylon covers gave privacy, and it stood just shy of 7 feet tall when fully constructed. It did not come with a water system, but looking at the shower on the box gave me an idea. I took off jogging over to the hardware section. I grabbed duct tape and stout tin snips. Then I found the section with vacuums. I removed as many hoses as I could without causing undue damage. They came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but they all were roughly 1 inch to 1.5 inches wide. I wore the duct tape on my wrist like a terrible bracelet, stuffed the tin snips in my back pocket, and gathered the hoses up in my arms. As I walked back to the staging area, I saw a light waving around. As I rounded the last corner, I saw Gino standing in the center of the mess he'd made, starting to pile clothes on the tables.
He turned and shined his light directly at me, partly blinding me for a second. I heard him mutter, "What the fuck?"
I am Cthulhu.
I waved my armful of tentacles at him for emphasis. He chuckled, shaking his head. "You're a damn fool, Dante. What are those for, anyway?"
Years ago, in a previous life, I guess, I lived in an apartment. I was home, just falling asleep when I heard a bang and then some insane sound coming from my bathroom. I got up, flicked on the lights, and discovered a pipe had blown in my bathroom, causing water to come gushing out. I grabbed the hose off my vacuum, and I held up one of the hoses for emphasis. Then I stuck one end over the pipe and the other into the toilet. The water just gushed straight into the toilet and hardly leaked at all, until management could shut off the water to my unit. So I think we should take a few hoses, tape them together, and tape one into the faucet at one of the sinks. The other end gets fixed to the shower, and we have hot water for actual showers.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking clever, man.
Thanks. Let's go find the other two and start planning out what we're going to take back.
Hey, I haven't found any good winter stuff yet. Probably in the back stock.
Yeah, all right. Let's find them and then tackle that.
Gino and I started over to the stairs for the second floor. We could hear plenty of plastic crinkling and pills in bottles. Both Larry and Hillary were still hard at work. As I put my hand on the railing out of habit, I realized I could still feel the chill through my gloves. I pulled my hand back and tried to massage some warmth back in.
Damn, that's freezing. We should try to find some hand warmers too. I doubt they'll have them, but it can't hurt to look.
Gino grunted behind me, either from walking up the stairs or in response to my rambling. He was keeping up pretty well, despite the nasty fall he had taken earlier that morning. For that matter, both he and Hillary had been keeping up without complaint. My respect for them grew a little more when I reflected on that. We crested the stairs and started walking back toward the pharmacy. Sounds could still be heard from the battered doorway. I got a better look as we closed in. A sledgehammer was lying near the door. It had a big 5 stamped on the side of the head. The metal door was badly dented near the middle, biased toward the handle. The frame clearly had some warping as well, possibly to help loosen the cold door. I poked my head in and heard Larry quietly muttering to himself. Bottles continually flew from the aisle he was in toward the desk, landing with a satisfying rattle in a large basket. There were 3 baskets on the counter.
Nice shot, Larry. How's it going?
The muttering stopped, then he poked his head around the corner.
Fine.
You, need any help?
No.
Okay, well, we'll be back. I backed away. He was focused and not in the mood to deal with people in his way. This time, only a grunt answered me. I looked at Gino and we both set off to find Hillary. We found her surprisingly nearby. She was still focused on hygiene with a large basket full to the brim. She was grabbing bulk packages of everything she could. A pile stood at the end of the aisle that she occasionally threw products to. She was glancing at whatever was in her hand before tossing it into the pile or back into the already emptied shelves.
Hills, how's it going?
I asked her. She looked at me blankly.
Hills, you good?
She shook her head as if to clear it.
Yeah, sorry. Guess I was just super focused.
I think you've got enough products picked out,
I said with a small wave at the mountain behind her. She turned and looked.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Let's get all that over the railing to the staging area, then we can focus on the warehouse.
She nodded.
Why the warehouse?
Winter stuff. Gino said it's all probably in back stock in there, I said with a glance to confirm.
Gino nodded in affirmation. Hillary blankly accepted and walked over to the pile. I shrugged before Gino and I joined her. We started tossing everything over the railing to the floor below. It was a 10 or 15 foot fall, but nothing sounded like it broke when it landed.
Right, let's grab everybody and check the warehouse out, I said.
Hillary nodded, her eyes slowly finding focus.
Yo, Larry, let's go!
I heard him drop what he was doing. I headed down the stairs to our staging area. Once we were all gathered, I broke down the plan.
The warehouse is probably huge. I think it takes up 1/3 of the floor space of all 3 floors. So we need all 4 of us to search it. The rest of the stuff can wait. The cold is killing me.
They nodded and we set off to the back of the store. The back wall had several entrance points to the warehouse-like area beyond. I walked through the nearest. The entire area was open with hundreds of shelves in rows. They all held boxes. Each box was stenciled with words in black ink. I walked to the nearest rack and shined my flashlight on the box. Swimwear. Didn't even specify a gender or size. I wasn't hopeful.
This is gonna take a while, guys. Let's split up and tackle sections. One of us is likely to find something in here.
Yeah, alright. I'll head up to the next floor. You with me, Gino?
Hillary asked as she started to walk away.
Yeah, Hills.
He jogged lightly behind her. I turned my attention to Larry.
I'll take the left half and you take the right? I asked him.
He nodded and walked to the far end. I started searching through the boxes at the center lane and started moving on toward the opposite end from Larry. The beam of light swept over box after box. I was having no luck. I ended up in the electronic goods backstock, which was worthless to us. Half an hour passed when I finally heard a shout. I felt relief since I was staring at more hygiene products.
Hey, get over here!
Gino's voice echoed through the still air. I hustled to the stairs nearby and walked up. My face ached from the severe cold. Gino stood proudly in front of several stacks of boxes. Larry was nearby, pulling more from the shelves. Gino kicked the nearest box to face it toward me. I shined my light to check what the stenciling said. Coats, winter, men's. Jackpot. Nice find, Gino. He nodded, beaming. His face was ruddier than normal from the cold. His nose was running, though the air was so cold the snot froze at the tip of his nose. My nose was doing the same. Hillary was helping Larry organize the boxes. We found a dozen boxes altogether. They were evenly split with 4 boxes of men's coats, 4 women's, and 4 children's. They were heavy, weighing 70 pounds each. Larry tore open one of the boxes with the larger sizes printed on the side. The coats were sealed in plastic to help fit them in the box. He tore one open and it immediately puffed up. He put it on top of the lighter jacket he was wearing. I could hear the fabric crinkling as ice cracked from the sudden movement. Gino and I grabbed coats for ourselves. I was still shivering lightly despite the many layers I wore. The new jacket went on nicely over the lighter jacket. Soon I was more comfortable than I had been since darkness had fallen. Hillary also opened a jacket and put it on. Then Larry and I started carrying the boxes out to the staging area. It was likely we wouldn't be needing all of the coats immediately, but having them on hand would make subsequent trips much easier. They were substantially heavier than anything that had been stocked in the office. Once all of the coats were relocated, we checked the same area once more. Thankfully, we were lucky again. A final set of 2 boxes were labeled Winter Accessories. I opened it up and pulled out ski masks. My face was aching and starting to numb in the cold. I ripped one open, took my beanie off, and pulled the mask over my head. Once it was properly situated, I put my beanie back on, then put the hood up from the heavy jacket. The reaction was slow, but eventually I could feel my nose and ears start to grow warm, with pins and needles shooting painfully through my skin. My nose began to run again. The other 3 had done the same and were making small noises of appreciation and pain as sensation returned.
All right, let's get these back to the staging area, then let's eat, I said.
Gino, Hillary, and Larry all nodded. Larry and I each picked up a box and walked back to the staging area.
I'm starving. I think I saw trail rations in the camping area.
I began to walk over as the others wearily nodded and sat. We still had a long hike ahead of us and would need good food for energy. I wandered back to the camp supplies area. There was an entire aisle dedicated to camp foods. They were usually fairly flavorful and packed with calories and nutrients, like an MRE but lighter. I grabbed an armful of freeze-dried packs. Then I found a camping stove and propane and a gallon of water. I juggled everything and brought it back to the staging area. I set up the stove and got it started. I put the flame to high and set the water jug near the flame to thaw it. Once it was going, I headed back to the camping supplies and found a good-sized pot. I brought that back and put it on the stove. Once the water was thawed enough, I poured what was melted into the pot to bring it to a boil. I grabbed the first bag of food and ripped it open. Inside, I saw a mass of eggs with peppers. It looked good, and my stomach rumbled in anticipation. Once the water was at a rolling boil, I dumped water into each bag in turn. They were resealed, and I tucked mine inside my jacket. Warmth radiated from the bag. We waited impatiently for the food to finish rehydrating. Larry wandered off for a moment, coming back with a pack of frozen water bottles. Some had split, but a few were only swollen with ice. We dug the unbroken bottles out and set them near the stove to thaw. We chatted a little bit to pass the time. Gino told us he brewed beer and had an amazing setup for it. Larry, though normally terse and quiet, used to do stand-up. He even told us a handful of jokes and had us rolling with laughter. Suddenly, a pain shot through my head. I clutched at my temples, seeing the others act similarly. I chalked it up to the cold. "Damn, dude, don't be so funny. It hurts." Larry grunted at my comment. We calmed down a bit. I took one of the thawed bottles of water and cracked it open. I tried the water, finding it cold but not freezing. I greedily drank half the bottle, stopping only when the cold became too much. Hillary had been a rancher in Texas years before, but left it to her family so she could go to college. About 15 minutes passed, and I checked on my food. I gave it a good stir and started chowing down with a plastic spoon. It was by no means a 5-star meal, but I was so hungry it didn't matter. I involuntarily made a groan of appreciation. The others mocked me and groaned as well. We all busted out laughing, breath fogging in the frozen air. Then hunger made us all refocus. For the next few minutes, the only thing we did was devour the food. Once I was done, I sat back for a few minutes. The others did as well.
"You know, it's strange," said Hillary. "We've been all over this store and a good chunk of the building, but we haven't really seen a bunch of people. I mean, the store was locked up. I checked the front doors. There were a few people frozen out there against the doors, but there are none in here."
Gino answered after a moment.
"Well, we did find that fire escape door that was open, and we haven't checked the parking garage. It could be full for all we know."
That dark thought settled over us and killed the conversation. It was strange. I had expected to find bodies everywhere, but instead we found emptiness and silence. Soon enough, I decided contemplation could only get us so far. I stood and started to organize. The others followed suit. Chapter 14. June 14th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. First floor, Illini Building. Negative 47 degrees Fahrenheit. 1730 hours. We spent the next hour organizing our goods. The tables were soon filled and neatly ordered. Then we packed our hiking bags. After we all argued, the order was settled. All 4 of us would each take a tent. They added a fair bit of weight on their own, even considering their lightweight materials. It essentially assured we would each have our own tent. However, they were bulkier than most everything else. Larry took both of the makeshift showers. That added more weight than any of the rest of us would carry, but he was bigger and stronger than any of the rest of us. He also took most of the heavier hygiene stuff, including body washes and soap. Since they were inherently liquid or solid, they weighed a fair amount. He even attached a propane stove to his backpack before he was done. In the end, his pack weighed over 70 pounds. I remembered my pack in basic and advanced training afterward. I did not envy him. My bag was not much better. I had a tent on the bottom of my bag and knew it would be constantly slapping my ass. In addition, I had a few pots strapped to the side, as well as the bulk of the heaviest clothing. The clothing was shoved in until the zipper was straining at its seam. On the outside, I had a propane stove attached. I rattled with every step. Knowing that would not work, I stuffed each pot with towels of various sizes and wrapped them as well. My bag looked like a poorly wrapped mummy by the time I was done. I also took a dozen rolls of TP. My bag ended up over 60 pounds, according to the scale we weighed the bags on. Gino took the next pack, filled with all the rest of the necessities. He stocked his bag with frozen fruits and veggies, all the meat we could stuff in, and some canned stuff besides. His bag was about 50 pounds. I looked at him with sympathy. Still, he was 7 inches shorter than me. He would struggle far less to go up a single step, especially since he outweighed me with a ton of muscle. The last to be outfitted was Hillary. She took the luxury goods, books, board games, even some Legos that Gino guiltily slid in at the top. I thought he was right to grab something like that. Anything that could stave off boredom would be welcome. We each took 2 propane tanks as well. Every little bit would help with the community. Then every last pocket and gap was stuffed with medication of all kinds. Aspirin, heart medication, proper painkillers, sleep aids, vitamins. Everything was jammed in with the greatest economy we could manage. This climb was going to suck. Worse still, even though we had been at the base of the tower for close to 6 hours, nobody else had shown up. We were still feeling the loss of Tracy since she had evidently gone back to base. I took another look over the organized stacks. It would be easy for subsequent trips to grab what was needed without spending a lot of time in the store. My eyes stopped on the stacks of frozen water bottles.
Larry, think we could bring a pack of water? No. Awkward and heavy. There's plenty up there for now. 24 extra bottles won't do much right now. I wish we could find a dolly or something that could climb stairs.
Larry grunted in reply. I took an unbroken bottle of water and tucked it into an outside pocket of my jacket. I hoped the bottle would warm over time. I signaled the rest of the team and we got started. We grunted and lifted the packs. My breath steamed through the mask and drifted upward before dispersing. I wasn't the only one already breathing hard. The packs were designed to spread weight. It was wonderful because they didn't dig into the shoulders or lower back. However, each of us were carrying dozens of pounds of extra weight, and we had 70 floors to ascend. Still, we felt great. We had food, entertainment, cooking supplies, and tents. Privacy and comfort were going to be afforded to our group, even if in short measure. Sleeping as a community all crammed into one room, even a big one, was not enjoyable. The next trip would help immensely with additional supplies and tents. Everybody got situated. I checked Hillary's bag first.
Fuck off, Dante. I got this.
Yeah, you do. Probably should help Gino, though. Guy can't tie his own shoes.
Hillary busted out laughing, replying with, yeah, through wheezed laughter. Gino gave us the stink eye. I still checked his bag, and of course he had 2 straps done wrong. I helped him out, and he thanked me afterward, quietly because he couldn't have Hillary hearing. She winked at me as I adjusted Gino. I understood as well as she did. We left it alone.
Oh shit,
said Gino. I gave him a confused look.
We need towels for the showers.
He unbuckled and dropped his bag without a second look. Then he jogged off.
I've already got a bunch of towels,
I shouted after him.
Not enough. We have 40 people.
I shrugged and let him go. A few extra pounds at this point wouldn't matter much, and I knew he was right. Next up was Larry. He had the largest bag we could find since he was one of the tallest men I had ever met. He had it situated right and was ready to go. Gino returned a moment later with a massive stack of towels. He helped tie a few of each to our respective bags. I nodded at each of them in turn and led on. The door to the southeast stood about 150 feet away, and I started walking. In the silence of the store, I could hear them tromping after me. The door lay open, though the air beyond was significantly colder. Air pressure somehow kept the outside air from mixing too much with the air of the store. The difference was only about 10 degrees, but -10 versus 0 was a big difference to exposed skin. The 4 flights weren't bad. We were in the security cordon only a few minutes later. However, we were all huffing a bit by the time we ended up at the all-too-familiar metal detectors. I could hear the echo of Travis's voice now. I missed that crotchety old security guard for some reason.
Sir, what is this?
Nothing, Travis. Just the stuff we need to survive. I continued through the metal detector toward the stair doors. I looked back and saw each of the others have their own pause at the familiar arch. Then I threw the fire door open. The faint screech of metal in the cold air put my nerves on edge.
I even heard a faint leather-on-paper sort of rasp. I brushed it off as ice crackling. Far above, I heard the faint slam of what could have been a door.
"Hey guys, I think I just heard a door."
Really?
Said Hillary.
"Yeah, pretty sure."
Larry shook his head.
"I heard nothing, man."
I knew I had a confused look on my face. Then the headache set in again. I rubbed my temples.
"Whatever, guys, let's just get back. I need a damn nap."
They agreed. I started the first flight. It wasn't so bad. The 5th flight had my legs burning. By the 12th flight, I had to pause for a rest. It wasn't until I stopped that I realized the others had fallen behind. I called down to them.
"Hey, you guys okay?"
A moment later, "Yeah," drifted up. It was echoed and distorted to the point that I couldn't tell if it was Gino's tenor or Larry's bass that had shouted it up. I waited, catching my breath. About 5 minutes later, the 3 of them caught up.
"We can't be separated like that, guys."
They nodded. I continued.
"If we need a break, call one."
Once more, they nodded. I started up the next flight. My mouth felt dry. I pushed on. A short break was called at 20. I recalled seeing 30 pass by. I was in a trance by that point. I think the others were as well. It was like we transformed into machines. I forced us to stop, though. The breaks were getting longer and time spent climbing shorter. Our 4th break was at 40. We pushed on. At 50, I called a halt. My legs felt horrid, cramps all the way through. My mouth and throat felt like a desert from the cold air. I checked the water bottle in my outside pocket while we rested. It was still frozen solid. My nose had started running again from having to breathe so hard. Snot crusted the front of my face. It had crystallized in my face mask. The others appeared the same.
"Water would be nice,"
I gasped. I held up my frozen bottle for emphasis. The other 3 didn't bother to respond. After 10 minutes, we started again. All I could think about was water. We needed it, but we didn't have a way to drink what we'd brought. I pushed on. My legs burned. My shoulders burned. My hips, my knees, calves, back. It all burned. Everything hurt. We hit 60.
"Almost there,"
I grunted out. My head rang and everything hurt. I'm not even sure anybody responded. We didn't stop. If we did, I'm sure we would have never started again. I had a mantra going. "I fucking hate stairs." Over and over and over again. Pain became all I could feel. It screamed from the peaks of mountains and the depths of the sea. It was all and everything. 70 loomed before me. I almost walked past it, so used to taking the next flight. Hillary stopped me with a hand to my shoulder. I reached out and pulled the door in. We trudged inside, weary from the climb. The final door loomed. I weakly pulled the door open and gaped. I only noticed one thing before I collapsed. The space had transformed in the 12 hours we had been gone. There was plastic in the way. I pawed at it as I sank to my knees. All I could comprehend was pain. My face, my mouth and nose, my throat, all the way to my stomach and lungs felt like they were all frozen in the worst desert in the world. I tried to say something, anything. All that came out was a horrid rasp. I kneeled forward, hands still outstretched. The carpet met my face, cold and unforgiving. Something rustled and warm air washed over me. I remembered nothing more. Chapter 15. June 15th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. Negative 53 degrees Fahrenheit. 0630 hours. I woke up slowly. The first thing I registered was pain all over my body. I groaned softly. Even that hurt. Light barely filtered in through my eyes. I cracked them open, seeing nylon over my head. I looked around, taking in the tent around me. I shifted my weight a little, realizing I was in a sleeping bag. My head ached something horrid. I muffled a groan as I tried to sit up. My legs shrieked with pain. I shook from the effort, and the sleeping bag rustled against the fabric of the tent. The door unzipped loudly, and Linda poked her head in the tent.
Hey, you're up. You slept for 10 hours? Anyway, give me just a moment. I'm sure you're hurting.
I blinked. The next thing I knew, Linda was sitting next to me.
Good, you're up again. You passed out for a good 10 minutes. Take this, it should help.
She held out her hand. I pulled my arms free from the sleeping bag. My face contorted with the pain of moving. My arms and back screamed now, protesting every movement. When I opened my hand, she dispensed a couple of small pills into it. I looked closer, noting the round brown shapes. Ibuprofen, the workhorse of the military. She handed me a bottle of water. I tried to prop myself up, but gasped as my core muscles spasmed. Linda put a helping hand under my shoulder, easing me up. I tossed the pills in my mouth, then took the water and slugged back as much as I could bear. A little bit of water dribbled down my chin, but I was too tired to wipe at it.
Easy, Dante. You're badly dehydrated from that trip.
I nodded weakly. Then I drank the rest of the bottle, taking a little more time to prevent spills. She eased me back down, and I coughed a little.
You've only been back for a few hours. Get some more rest. You're going to need it. I'll come back in a bit with more water.
I looked at her, noting the care and concern in her eyes. I nodded once more.
Thanks, Lynn,
I rasped out. She smiled kindly. I blinked, but couldn't open my eyes again. Gravity hauled me down. My entire body was made of lead. I drifted off to sleep once more. The next time I woke, it was to the sounds of pans rattling. The sound carried well in the open office and made my head pound. The rave going on inside my head didn't let up. I eased myself up, remembering the acute pain from my previous awakening. A quick mental inventory showed that while everything still hurt, nothing was excruciating. My shoulders and back were still quite sore from the backpack, and my legs were displeased with having climbed 700 feet with an extra 60 pounds. My head ached, probably from the dehydration. Everything hurt, right down to my pinkies. I wasn't sure how that was even possible. I threw the sleeping bag open, exposing myself to the air. Quite literally, to my surprise, because I wasn't wearing pants. I was sure I had been when I got back to the 70th floor. My eyes adjusted to the extremely dim light. I could make out a lump in the corner opposite where my head had been. I reached over, accidentally knocking over something hard in plastic. I instinctively fumbled for it. The flashlight flicked on, nearly blinding me. I grabbed it and pointed it away from my face. Spots swam in my vision for a moment. When I could see again, I looked over the flashlight in the reflected light. I could see a seam on the body and experimentally tugged with my other hand. The case cracked open slightly, spilling light in all directions. The flashlight could transform into a lantern. I set it up to allow the minimum light possible and put it on the floor. With the new illumination, I could see inside the tent a little better. Tucked into the corner, the lump turned out to be my slacks. I pulled them toward me, finding a water bottle neatly laid on top. I quickly drank the entire water bottle, then pulled the pants over. I stopped when I heard two people begin speaking just outside my tent.
What happened? They all collapsed as soon as they got here,
Linda said.
I don't know. They were gone longer than they should have been, and missing one,
replied Jessie quietly.
Tracy still hasn't come back?
Asked Linda.
There's nothing we can do about that except tell the other parties to keep an eye open. Fine, but why are you hovering around his tent? He's the only family I have, said Jessie coolly. You're not his family. You're his boss, came the hissed reply. Linda, I've known him for 10 years. I was there when he lost his parents. He was there when I lost mine. We don't have siblings. All we have is each other. There's no romance, so you don't have to worry about that. He's like a dumb older brother to me. So, you just watch out for him? Always have, always will.
I felt bad for eavesdropping, but they chose to speak right outside my tent. Then they fell quiet, and I set about getting ready again. I shimmied into the pants. I stood as best I could to get the pants up and buttoned them. I didn't see my belt anywhere in the tent, though. It was at that point that I realized the tent was remarkably warm. I vaguely recalled feeling warm air before collapsing at the door to the office. The zipper on the front of the tent made a ton of noise as I pulled it up. The doors opened, sagging inward. I stood free of the tent and realized it had been tucked into the remains of my cubicle. The desk and all electronics had been torn out, leaving the walls bare. As a result, the walls acted as baffles and killed most of the sound coming into the tent. When I stood, it seemed like sound re-entered the world for me. At the entrance to my cubicle, a single water bottle sat on the wall. I grabbed it and started to drink the water while I looked around. People were calmly talking, shuffling around. At the east end, I could see lines of people waiting for their turn in one of the bathrooms. A few people were in the former break area. It had been partially cordoned off and was set up as a kitchen. Burners lined the counters, cooking food. Ice chests were gathered on one side, frequently opened for more supplies. Continuing to scan, I looked the other way. Jesse's office on the west end was bustling with activity. Boxes were being pulled out, broken open, and inventoried. The goods were brought back into the storage room or into the server room. Then I noticed that lanterns hung from the ceiling. All were turned low, but provided adequate illumination to guide the way through the ranks of cubicles. I spotted Linda walking out of Jesse's office carrying a large box. She saw me standing and stretching. She put the box down and hurried over.
Dante, you're awake!
She smiled gently as she walked up. I nodded, still sleep-weary.
I'm really glad. You worried us by passing out like that. You must be starving. Food should be ready any minute over in the kitchen area.
I felt like a bobblehead as I kept nodding.
How long was I out for? Seems like days,
I said in a sleep-thick voice. Linda checked a watch on her wrist. She hadn't worn it the last time I saw her.
It's 9 a.m. 0900. So, yeah, about 10 hours. You're the first one to wake up. You guys all had terrible dehydration and fatigue. Speaking of, you probably need more water.
Fatigue? Sure, that's a long climb, but that seems like a long time for 4 relatively fit people.
You were gone for 12 hours, moving constantly in circumstances you're not used to. It's freezing out there. Your body's adjusting to have more heat all the time. You probably didn't eat much. You definitely didn't have enough water. Add on the weight of the backpack and exercise you're not ready for or used to. Yeah, you were very fatigued. I'm surprised you're walking now. Back in a moment.
I stood still, trying to hold myself together as she briskly walked back to the storage room. She emerged a moment later, 2 water bottles in her hands and Jesse in tow. Linda set one bottle on top of the cubicle wall and cracked the other open for me. I took it and slugged down half the bottle right then and there.
Easy, you'll give yourself a stomachache,
cautioned Linda. I wiped my mouth with my arm, then said, "Thanks."
All right, Dante, what happened?
Jesse looked impatient, eyebrow cocked and hand on hip.
First off, did Tracy make it back yet?
Jesse and Linda met eyes for a moment. There was some unspoken communication there. The tension that had been between them for as long as they had known each other was seemingly gone.
Linda, Jesse, hello?
Yeah, Dante, Tracy is still missing,
Jesse said as she finally looked back at me.
She can't be. She came back up here after Gino fell through the floor.
He did what?
Jesse and Linda replied at the same time.
When we were exploring floor 31, Gino barged ahead and was looking at a fire pit.
You found survivors?
No, Jesse. Let me tell the story,
I said with some exasperation. She nodded.
Right, I continued. Gino was walking to the fire pit, which only had embers left. He slipped on some ice and fell. Hillary followed after him while Larry and I stayed at the door. Something seemed off. Then the building made some weird noises and they fell through the floor. Neither one was badly injured, though Hillary took a knock to her head.
Okay, and where was Tracy in all of this?
That's when she went missing. We went to the next floor down to check on them and she was gone. We searched for a moment but left a note and continued on after she didn't turn up in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Jesse stared at me for a minute.
So you had 2 injured people and 1 missing, and you pressed on.
Well, Larry looked over them and said they were fine. We watched over Gino and Hillary the whole trip. They're troopers, but we didn't realize Tracy was missing and we needed the stuff we grabbed.
That's still irresponsible, Dante. Look, nobody has been able to find her. We sent a second team as soon as your backpacks were unloaded, and they only took about 4 hours. Seems you have quite the setup down there. The third team just got back and swapped for the fourth about 2 hours ago.
I nodded. Our trip had several unexpected hitches. It made sense that other teams could manage the same trip in far less time.
Well, it seemed like the right choice at the time.
I started to defend myself. Jesse shot me a look before continuing.
All trips now go with protein bars and water. Nobody has come back injured, just sore. A trip buys you out of a day's work. Everybody is helping out now, either cleaning up the office, cooking, or watching the kids. Larry was the last of you to pass out. He's pretty tough. He was the one who explained your shower idea. Well, most of it. We were wondering why you all looked like you had tentacles.
Then Jesse paused, thinking for a moment, glancing at Linda. Linda was the one who spoke first.
Do you normally sleep talk? You kept it up most of last night. Something about something in the wind. Couldn't get you to respond.
No, I've never sleep talked. At least nobody has ever told me I do.
Alright, well, your team got the first tents since you made the effort. Oh, and you can probably skip the line for the shower this one time. It's a wildly popular solution. We had to institute a 5-minute rule for everybody, otherwise people were taking too long.
Yeah, thanks. I think I was sweating the whole time I was in the sleeping bag. Could definitely use a shower.
Jesse walked away at that point, apparently to give Linda and I some time. Linda took a moment and quietly started talking.
I'm really glad you're okay. I was worried when you had been gone for the whole day. Listen, go grab a shower and I'll prepare a plate of food for you. Meet you back over here in 10?
My stomach rumbled at the thought of food.
Yeah, thanks.
Linda and I walked most of the way to the kitchen area, then I broke off to the men's room. There was a line standing outside, each holding a towel.
Shit, I don't have a towel,
I muttered as I approached. Brandon was next in line, towering over everybody else.
Dude, your shower idea rocks. Good to see you up. Go ahead and take mine, it's clean. I'll grab another. You guys don't mind me cutting the line?
The group muttered assent as a whole, and I gratefully took Brandon's towel. He walked off, maybe to grab a second towel. The door was opened by one of the guys in the office I didn't know well. He was toweling his hair off and nodded to me. I nodded back and walked in. Steam billowed around in the room, showing little air currents that were normally invisible to the eye. The mirrors were opaque with steam, but I wasn't interested in shaving. Never had enjoyed it, and the end of the world seemed as good of an excuse to start a beard as any. The farthest sink had a hose securely taped to the faucet. I turned on the hot water to full, marveling at the power it had. I could hear the hose fill, watching it sag with the weight. Then I heard the water start to spill out of the plastic shower head and hit the floor. Steam rose from the tiles. I reached through the curtain and felt the water for temperature. It was almost unbearably hot, just the way I liked it. There was a privacy curtain hung between the shower and the wall, using extra PVC pipes as support. I stepped in, quickly undressing. Then I stepped through the side panel and let the water hit my back. The heat felt amazing on my muscles. I knew I was short on time, recalling what Linda had told me about the time limit. At my feet was a bottle of body wash. I grabbed it and poured a healthy glob into my other hand. Once I had the bottle back on the floor, I set about quickly washing myself. As I was rinsing off the soap, a voice shouted into the bathroom.
Yo, Dante, time's up. We only get 5 minutes, man. Yeah, stepping out now. 1 moment.
I leaned through the curtain and shut off the water. Then I grabbed the towel from on top of my clothes and dried off. A moment later, I was dressed and heading out of the bathroom. Brandon nodded at me as he walked in.
Dante, throw the towel over the side of your cubicle. Should be warm enough now that it'll dry on its own. Yeah, thanks, man. And thanks for letting me go first.
The door shut before Brandon could reply. I continued over to my cubicle. Linda was waiting for me with Eddie seated next to her. They had a lantern on low between them. She looked up and saw me, then waved me over. I sat next to her and she uncovered a plate, handing it over to me. It had eggs, bacon, and even sausage. I looked around for a fork as Linda laughed. She slyly pulled a plastic fork out of her sleeve and handed it over. I gave her the stink eye, then tucked into my food. Eddie laughed a little at our antics, then went back to working on a Lego model. Hiking up and down 70 floors, setting up a few systems necessary for life in the new world, and sleeping for 10 hours had evidently worked up an appetite. I listened to Linda as I ate.
The showers were set up maybe 15 minutes after you guys were back. Brandon had already put the triple walls up earlier in the day. After they were up, he narrowed the aisles between each of the cubicles, then started taking out all the electronics and desks from the cubes. He ended up dumping the computers across the hall in the empty office.
I nodded to show I was still following. The last of the bacon disappeared into my mouth.
He stacked the desks near the kitchen. Figured we could find a way to put them together to make tables. He was right, and we found hammers and nails in the storage room.
I looked around wildly. In my sleep-addled state, I had completely missed those changes. Linda laughed at my comical overreaction.
Okay, guess I was a little tired. Didn't even notice the tables, I said.
She laughed, then continued.
As soon as you were back, we tucked your tent into your cubicle. Same for Larry, Gino, and Hillary. You all snoozed away on the floor while we set up. Jesse made sure nobody took pictures.
Who was trying to take pictures?
Nobody. That's what I'm saying. Jesse wouldn't let anybody get close except me because of my medical background. Brandon and a few others set up the tents which fit the cleared cubicles perfectly. Then we put sleeping bags in and what little personal effects you guys had. After that, each person was dragged in and put into a sleeping bag.
So, someone took my pants off for me?
Linda blushed a little.
Yeah, you were muttering in your sleep. Kept trying to take them off, but weakly shoved me when I tried to help. It was kind of hilarious. So, I eventually got you situated and into your sleeping bag. Then you didn't move for like 6 hours.
Is that the first time I woke up?
Yeah, I had just poked my head in to check on you. You stirred, so I grabbed the water and medication. It took a long while to sort out the meds since I'm the only one who is really any sort of knowledgeable, though whoever grabbed the meds did a great job.
That was Larry, military medic, remember?
Yeah, I kind of figured. Anyway, Jesse... Oh, speak of the devil.
Chapter 16, June 15th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. Negative 53 degrees Fahrenheit. 1210 hours.
Devil, eh?
Jessie said with a smirk. She stood nearby until I waved her to sit with us. She grudgingly sat down, not getting too close to any of us.
I was just filling Dante in on what happened while he was down there. I would love it if he could tell us what happened while they were down there, replied Jessie. Let's finish explaining any changes first. You can definitely do that better since you were instituting most of the policies. Yeah, I guess I can, Linda.
Jessie turned to me.
Okay, she told you about the bathrooms, cubicles, and tables?
My eyes bugged a little.
Relax. Voices carry. I wasn't spying. I could hear you as I was walking up. Didn't want to bother you guys, so I waited a moment. Anyway, I made a few rules to keep things smooth. Most of the toys...
Here Jessie looked at Eddie and his pile of Legos.
And the books stay in the new communal area. The tables are pretty big and can fit 16 people each. With all the chairs from the cubicles, we'll never run short of seating.
I nodded. It bothered me how well voices carried. Even at that point, I could hear people quietly conversing in the lines for the bathroom and in the kitchen.
I made sure there was a 5-minute limit on the showers so that nobody hogged it. We also put in a new rotation starting tomorrow. 3 shifts, 0100 to 0800, 0800 to 1600, and 16 to 0100. There's no day and night anymore, so we can split up responsibilities easier this way.
Feels like the military all over again, I joked.
Jessie and Linda both nodded.
That's the idea. We need regimented schedules and discipline, otherwise we'll be in complete chaos. I'm a little surprised we haven't had anything too chaotic happen yet.
Does that mean I need to start calling you LT again? Jesse glared at me.
No, just like I never made you call me boss. We're not in the military. Anyway, Linda and Eddie signed up for sleep first, work second shift. Third shift is theirs to do with as they please. I'm on work first, sleep third. You can sign up for anything since we have a pretty good balance across all three.
Yeah, I'd just like to think about it a bit.
That's fine. We have food scheduled to be served for the third and fourth hours of every shift. That will start tonight. We also need a maintenance team to build things as needed, fix things, etc. Then we have the watch. They'll be outside the walls, either here or across the building, looking out the windows for signs of survivors. They only need to be out a half hour every 2 hours. That's a rotation in itself.
I'll do that. I'll probably help out elsewhere, but that sounds like something I'm suited for.
I figured,
sighed Jesse.
A few hours ago, someone thought they saw lights down on the streets below, but it was hard to see for sure. It's definitely possible. The winds are still pretty bad up here, and with the ice, snow, and debris, it isn't the easiest job.
I'm sure we'll see something. Is there anything else for now?
No. I'll catch up Hillary, Gino, and Larry when they wake up. Enjoy the rest of the day.
She stood and briskly headed off, probably to get everything up to her exacting standards. Had I not witnessed it the day before, I wouldn't have believed she even slept. Once we were all caught up, I scooted over to help Eddie with his Lego model. Linda took all 3 plates and headed to the kitchen area. "Thanks," I called after her. She turned back and flashed a smile. The rest of the day was uneventful, save for another team returning with more goods. They walked over and dropped the bulging packs on the tables, which were quickly unloaded and sorted. The next team put the bags on and headed for the store. I helped with some organization in the supply room, making sure we had everything well cataloged. The next day, I started filling in on the watch team. Each shift change, the gossip was shared across both teams. Usually, nothing happened, but I noticed a small trend started up after the trips to the store became more regular. Someone invariably mentioned paper rustling, among other sounds that most wrote off as the building settling in the cold. Even so, nobody ever saw anything. I took my turns on the windows watching for lights. I kept a flashlight with me, but I had eyes well suited to darkness and could usually make out shapes on the streets far below. It became easier over the next 2 days as the winds died down. The temperatures outside had stabilized and the winds had faded to silence. The lights inside were dim, but they must have shone like a beacon in the unrelenting darkness. I heard from Linda and Jesse that most teams had completed their work. Expansion was finished, the office was warm. Lights were no longer an issue, with teams bringing up spare batteries from the store. People frequently suffered from headaches, but Linda and Larry figured it was the pressure change from the falling temperatures. Ibuprofen and Advil were commonly taken throughout the various shifts. 2 days after my trip, the second day of the new shift cycle, a group carefully brought up several large racks of beer. They had evidently found a large stash in the store. I was amazed it hadn't all burst in the cold. It was all terrible, but it was the first respite since the darkness descended. Of course, Jesse immediately confiscated all the beer and put it into supply. That was a good thing because the beer would have disappeared in short order without rationing. Every crew after that made an effort to bring up beer and water in addition to whatever else was retrieved. After 3 days, the office was well supplied. Trips dropped to once per 24-hour period with a list of things to look for. Items on the ground floor were becoming scarce since most of the good stuff had already been scavenged. Jesse forced us onto a 1 MRE per day plan to stretch the fresh food further. People grumbled, but it made the fresh food that much better. Board games became very popular, and one was going almost all the time. Someone got extra adventurous and went all the way into the first-level garage. They pulled their pen and paper RPG books from their car, though the car wouldn't start due to the cold. When questioned, they said there were no bodies anywhere down there, though there were a few cars missing. Most were still present, according to the third-hand account I received. After that trip, Jesse banned going to the garage for safety reasons. Even though the winds were relatively calm, every member of that trip had small injuries. Most were superficial cuts, but one had a bad gouge on their hand from some glass. The rumor was the doors were frozen shut, so the team had to break the windows. The one who had the books started running RPG games for anybody that wanted to play. Characters were rolled up constantly, dice making a racket on the tables. Felt was procured on the next trip down and laid on the games table to deaden any noise. After that, nobody complained. People constantly changed in and out on that game, looking for some absurd humor to make their situation more bearable. I considered joining a few times, but always ended up heading into a shift or getting pulled into something else by Linda or Jesse. Everything was going really well. People had settled into a routine. Nobody was overly stressed despite the extraordinarily strange situation we found ourselves in. The only common complaint was headaches. 7 days after my first trip to the store, the main door opened, causing the airlock in front of it to shudder a little at the sudden temperature differential. A ghost from the past had shown up. Chapter 17, June 21st, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. Negative 59 degrees Fahrenheit. 1200 hours. Tracy stepped into the office. I watched her walk casually in, wearing the same light jacket as before. My jaw hit the ground as she appeared, and I noticed she was not even rosy-cheeked. I stood from the table I sat at with Linda and Eddie. I began to walk toward Tracy. She beamed at me, something she had never done before. Jessie was beside me a moment later, once again showing her preternatural boss skill to know when something was up. We approached Tracy, examining her. She stood there just inside the airlock. "Tracy, you're back! Where have you been?" I finally managed to say. I was still getting over the shock of her sudden appearance. We had forgotten her, written her off as dead. Every trip for the last week had kept an eye open for any evidence of her. Nobody had found anything.
Yes, I am back. So good, it was a little chilly out there. Strange, you seem to have changed quite a bit in the last few minutes, she replied.
Few? No, you've been gone way longer than a few minutes.
No, I remember distinctly that Gino and Hillary had their little accident and one of you told me to run for help, so I came straight back here.
She frowned.
How did you beat me back up here? Why do you have a beard? You didn't have a beard an hour ago.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I started before Jessie cut me off.
Tracy, you've been gone for a week. Where the fuck have you been?
Jessie was near to blowing, her temper rising with the carefree nature of Tracy's responses. In fact, her whole temperament was so different from what I remembered. The more I thought about her sudden appearance, the more I grew freaked out. The hairs on my neck and arms stood fully upright.
Jessie, language, so unfitting for such a filthy mouth on such a pretty woman. Answer the fucking question, Tracy, Jessie growled. I was climbing the stairs. Like I said, as soon as the floor collapsed, I ran back here. You're not making any sense. There's no way I was climbing the stairs for a whole week. That's all you remember?
Tracy's smile faltered for the smallest fraction of a second.
Why, yes, of course. I was climbing the stairs, then, well, I suppose my flashlight failed for a moment. I was wrapped in darkness. Then it came back on, and I was right outside the door. I must have made my way up the stairs. That's when I walked back in. Like I said, only minutes.
Tracy turned the smile back to maximum. My head started to ache something fierce. I could hear something at the very limit of detection, a barely perceptible mosquito-like whine. I put a hand up to my temple, rubbing it. Jessie appeared to be doing the same, though Tracy continued with her 1,000-watt smile.
Excuse me, if it's okay, I would like to use the little lady's room.
Jessie grunted, waving her farther into the office. I found the pain distracting. I couldn't make sense of it. The headaches were too frequent.
Headache for you too, Jess?
She nodded. The pressure in my head started to relent.
Must have been the cold air from outside the office,
I offered as an explanation.
Yeah, weird how that happens.
Anyway, I'm picking up an extra shift on watch. I'm going to get ready. Talk later?
She nodded and wandered away. I headed to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water, then sat with Linda and Eddie again.
Was that Tracy I just saw? Asked Linda.
Yeah, she seems okay. No idea how she managed out there for a week. My head is killing me, though. I think I'll go lay down until it's time for my shift on watch.
Linda looked me over. All right, Dante. Drink that water and make sure you set an alarm.
I stood back up and trudged to my tent. I slugged back the water and felt the headache ease a little. I lay down, one arm over my head. What seemed to be only a moment later, my watch started to quietly chirp. I silenced the alarm. I rolled out of the sleeping bag and dressed. Then I grabbed my heavy jacket and left the tent. Larry was at one of the tables setting the rotation for the day. I approached and sat down near him.
Dante, you're on first rotation, lobby.
With that, he was done giving instructions to me, warm and cuddly all the way through, that guy. I headed through the airlock and opened the door, allowing a gust of freezing cold air in. My eyes watered from the frigid blast, droplets immediately hardening into beads of ice that broke off as I blinked. Thankfully, the rest of my skin was well covered. The air outside the office had to be nearly 20 below zero. I didn't even want to think about the temperatures outside the building.
Yo, my turn, I said as I stepped into the lobby. Anything happen? Weird noises?
I looked around the deserted lobby.
Hey, where are you?
I poked my head into the office across the lobby, but it also was deserted, save for rubble from our office. Mounds of computers, monitors, and broken bits and bobs were scattered around the floor. I played my flashlight around the whole room just to be sure. There was nobody in there, and nothing was moving. Stumped, I headed to the fire stairs. I tried the western stairs first.
Yo!
My voice echoed back, but otherwise there was no sound. I tried the eastern stairs, the one we usually used.
Hey, anybody in here?
Again, nothing but my own voice and dead silence. I stepped back to the lobby door and pushed it open. It stuck for a moment, probably from the cold. I knew the electromagnetic locks no longer worked with no electricity to power them. I stepped back through the airlock into the warm office. The exposed skin near my eyes and mouth immediately began to prickle from the differential. Jessie happened to be walking by, so I flagged her down.
Hey, do you know who's on watch in the lobby?
She shook her head.
No, but Larry should know. He's the watch super right now. Want me to ask?
Yeah, please do.
A moment later, she walked back.
Should be Gino. Why? What's up?
He's not in here, is he?
Do you hear him? She asked in a deadpan tone.
Fair enough. He doesn't seem to be out there.
Okay, just go look around again, and I'll send Larry out if we can't find him. He's pretty responsible, so I can't imagine he walked away for a nap.
I nodded, and she left to look around. I headed back out into the frigid air of the lobby. I passed the next 10 minutes wandering the lobby. I headed into the office across from ours again, where I picked my way around the pile of debris. A moment later, I stood at the windows, gazing out at the streets far below. The watch had started issuing binoculars for each watchman. I had left my pair in the empty office for anybody to use. A chair was set up near one of the full-length windows. I sat and gazed out at the dead world beyond the windows. The clouds had finally started to disperse over the last few days. The permanent darkness was great for me because of how sensitive my eyes were to light. Most of the others struggled to see anything in the dim starlight. I could see the hulks of wrecked cars with my bare eyes. Wind was still common and debris still swirled in the street, but nothing like it had been. It was never easy to determine if something was alive 700 feet below, even if common sense dictated that any perceived signs of life was simple fantasy. No artificial light had been seen in the last week. Starlight glinted off the steel and glass corpses of the world past, and I often found myself sitting and ruminating on how drastically the world had changed. Something rustled behind me, but when I turned around, I saw nothing but a few sheets of paper splayed against the other side of the far windows by the wind. I was confused. The windows were far too thick to transmit the sound of a few sheets of paper. I ran my flashlight over the room, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. When I turned back to the windows directly in front of me, starlight nearly blinded me. I craned my neck to look up toward the sky, but the bit I could see didn't have any exceptionally bright stars. Then the light caught my eye again. I searched the skies for a moment before I inevitably started looking lower. The light flashed a third time, and my eyes were drawn to the source. Across the street, a few hundred feet away, I saw flashlights. They were waving around in a room some 40 stories below me. I excitedly grabbed the binoculars to look closer. I could make out shapes in the gloom, one in particular against a window. That was where the light was coming from. I turned on my flashlight and started trying to signal them back. For a moment, it seemed like they were responding, but the lights shifted away. I looked all over the building for further signs. Nothing. I turned my flashlight back on and set it on the chair to point out the window. It would be a beacon in the dead world, since the office was sufficiently shielded that it didn't even reflect off of the near buildings. I sprinted through the lobby, slipping once before I slid into the door. I shoved it open and stuck my head through the airlock. "Larry! Jesse, get over here!" I shouted. A bunch of people stopped what they were doing and stared at me. Sure, I was an asshole for shouting when people were sleeping, but this was more important. They hustled over, knowing I wouldn't act like that without damn good reason. "You're dressed for the cold? Good. Follow me." Before they could even nod, I was back out and headed through the lobby. Jesse and Larry were right behind. I waved a hand at the window my flashlight shined out of. I stood by the window as they caught up with me, hastily pulling on clothes. Jesse picked up and shut off my flashlight in a huff.
"What's this all about, Dante?"
she asked. "Lights." "Lights?" Larry echoed. "Lights," I confirmed. "I saw people about 40 floors down in that building when I looked with the binoculars," I said as I pointed. They looked along the invisible line extending from my arm down to the rooms in question. We stood expectantly, waiting for something to happen. Nothing happened.
"Are you sure, Dante? It looks the same as it has for a week now,"
said Jessie. I could hear the shiver in her voice. She wasn't built for the cold. I heard fabric rustle, and when I turned, Larry had pulled her into a loose embrace. I looked up at him, and he shrugged with his eyes. I nodded and turned back to the window. He would do a good job of keeping her warm. Then, a series of flashes through the windows. Unmistakable. We blurted the same word together. "Gunshots!" I tried flashing my light one more time, and this time got a clear acknowledgement back. Then, the building went dark. We waited another 10 minutes, but nothing else happened. Nothing. Almost as if the universe was waiting for our guards to drop, a bang came from the lobby. I jumped, whirling in place to look at the open doorway. The door had been wedged open with a computer case. I couldn't see anything from the angle we stood at. I shot a glance at Larry, and he signaled me forward. I cautiously approached the lobby, looking around with my flashlight. Once I was at the door, the source of the sound became apparent. Gino wandered around, seemingly lost. He turned toward me and barely reacted as my light swept over him. Dark stains covered his side. "Gino!" I rushed in with Larry and Jesse following closely. I turned Gino fully toward me, but he wasn't very responsive. Larry gently shoved me aside to look Gino over. "Gino, look at me, buddy. Jesse, go get some warm water started for him. He's in shock. Dante, go grab a towel to cover him up. We'll wait for you in the airlock." Jesse and I both ran back to the office. The situation was surreal. Tracy reappeared, and a few hours later, Gino is somehow covered in blood and in shock. Jesse immediately went to the kitchen area and started heating water on one of the stoves. I headed to the supply room and looked for towels. Off to one side was a pile of dirty towels. Most had only been used once, but the supply was so massive nobody worried too much about it. I snagged one that was dry and smelled relatively clean. I looked toward the kitchen area as I walked back to the airlock. Jessie was still working on getting the water heated. I saw her grab a mug and put something in it. Tea, probably. The air slapped me as I walked through the flaps into the airlock. My eyes stung in the cold air once again, and I handed the towel over to Larry, who wrapped it around Gino's shoulders. They walked past me and waited at the airlock. I made sure the lobby door was closed, then squeezed around Gino and Larry to the airlock flaps. I held them open as Larry guided Gino through. "Brandon, lobby duty!" Larry barked. People jumped because he could really get some volume. Brandon started to get dressed for the cold. I walked over to Jesse's former office. "Hey guys, we need the office for a little bit. Can you clear out for now?" There were two others in the supply room, one of whom surprisingly was Tracy. They both nodded and walked through into the main office. Once Larry and Gino were in the office, I lowered the blinds on the window and shut the door. A minute later, Jesse walked in with a plate full of steaming mugs of tea. Chapter 18, June 21st, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, a Lenny building. Negative 59 degrees Fahrenheit. 1828 hours. Larry guided Gino to one of the stairs. He still seemed dazed. I shed my gloves, mask, and beanie and put them in various jacket pockets before placing the jacket on a coat rack. Everyone else followed suit. Larry stripped Gino of his outer layers, careful not to touch the blood. I retrieved a garbage bag from the supply room and put the bloodied clothes inside. Gino sat quietly in his chair, staring into space. He twitched every once in a while. A moment later, Jessie nudged open the door with one foot. She carried a plate with 4 steaming mugs on it with both hands. Once she had set the plate down on the table, she closed the door and handed mugs out. Larry took the first one and wrapped Gino's hands around it. Gino started coming around. He sipped at the tea. I thanked Jessie as I took my mug, then stood toward the back of the office opposite Jessie. She sat in her chair across from Gino. Larry remained standing outside of arm's reach from Gino, leaning against the bookcase behind him. Gino seemed robotic to start, though he began to thaw as he drank the tea.
Gino, hey, are you with us?
Jessie asked gently. He shook his head as if that could clear the fog he was stuck in. I stayed in the back, watching him. Larry was also relaxed but watchful.
Gino, come on, we need to talk,
Jessie said. This time he nodded, starting to come around.
Yeah, what? What do you want?
Gino's voice was gruff and low. He sounded almost like he was sleep-talking.
What's the last thing you remember, Gino?
Jessie carried on in a soothing tone.
Remember? Yeah, I remember. Yes, Gino. What do you remember?
He paused, then flinched. Tea sloshed in his mug.
Dark. All around. So dark.
He began to get agitated, twitching in his neck and arms. I carefully put my tea down on the windowsill and watched as Larry put his on the desk. I stood, but signaled Larry to stay relaxed. I stepped a little closer.
Darkness. Everywhere. Something in the darkness. Hissing. Talking. In my head.
Larry took a half step and gently removed the tea from Gino's hand. He was gesticulating wildly when he spoke, spilling tea. Then Gino stopped. He sat up straight and looked right at Jessie.
Jessie, what?
He looked around the office.
What the fuck am I doing in here?
Panic tinged his voice.
Easy, Gino, you're in my office. Do you not remember coming in here? No, not at all. What the fuck? Relax. You showed up about 10 minutes ago in the lobby. We heard some noise and you were just there, wandering around. No, the last thing I remember is being on watch, coming back from the empty office, then darkness. That doesn't make sense. I had my flashlight.
I could still hear the panic, but it had lessened, replaced by confusion.
You didn't have one when we found you,
said Larry. I could see the concern on his face.
I had my flashlight and my knife.
Knife? Interrupted Jessie. I stepped within arm's reach of Gino. Neither of them looked at me. It was best to be prepared if anything went awry.
Yeah, my knife. I grabbed it a few days ago on a trip. It was down in my car.
He patted his low back as he said this. Then his hand closed on a handle I hadn't seen before. He drew a massive knife out of a hidden sheath on the back of his belt. The knife had to be 12 inches from tip to handle, slick with a tarry fluid. He looked at it, as did the rest of us.
Easy, buddy,
stated Larry, hands suddenly free. He took a half step toward Gino.
What is that?
Said Gino as he reached out with his other hand. Before either of us could stop him, he touched the oily black substance on the knife. As soon as he touched the fluid, he went completely rigid. I jumped forward and smacked his hand. The knife hit the floor, skittering across the carpet into the wall. I kicked the knife back toward Jesse's side of the desk, then stood back, watching Gino carefully.
Gino, you in there, man?
Suddenly, a guttural scream erupted from him, and he leapt at me. I blocked his arms as Larry lunged forward, his giant arms wrapped around Gino. I grabbed Gino's arms as he was flailing and gnashing his teeth. Larry repositioned and put his arm around Gino's neck. A moment later, Gino went slack, unconscious.
Jesse, don't touch that knife. Whatever that blood or whatever it is just made him freak, right?
Larry gently let Gino down, putting him into the recovery position. A moment later, Gino woke.
Ow.
He paused to cough.
What the fuck? Why am I on the floor?
Gino, do you not remember attacking me?
Dante, when the fuck did you get here?
Gino, dude, are you okay?
I said with concern.
My head is fucking killing me.
Larry pulled Gino up and made him sit in the chair. Then he pulled a pin light out of his pocket and shone the light in Gino's eyes.
Hey, watch where you're pointing that fucking thing, man. It's bright.
Gino, have you had any painkillers today? Or taken any drugs?
Fuck you, no! I don't do drugs,
Gino replied with a snarl.
Calm down, Gino. You haven't been exactly calm and collected since you came back, said Jesse. Came back from where? I was just on watch, then I'm here on the floor. What the fuck is going on?
Your pupils are completely dilated. Combined with the aggression, it's like you're on coke.
No way! I don't do drugs!
Easy, Gino. We think it was something you were exposed to. Do you remember anything from the last hour?
Gino twitched.
Just the darkness.
Without any further warning, he attacked Larry. Larry had evidently been waiting for it because he spun Gino around and put him in a chokehold again. Larry calmly spoke as Gino went limp again. This time Larry held it for a few seconds longer before once more putting him in the recovery position on the floor.
The high aggression, lack of pupil response, high heart rate all lead me to one conclusion. He's on something, like a combat cocktail of some kind. I saw the exact behavior in the sandbox.
Where would he even get something like that?
Asked Jesse.
No idea. Whatever that substance is, it acts like cocaine and adrenaline in one, replied Larry.
We have to make sure nobody touches that stuff, I said.
No shit, Dante,
snapped Jesse. I looked at her. The stress was evidently getting to her.
Well, what do we do with him until he's off whatever it is?
I said. Just then, Gino stirred. He'd been out for a solid 30 seconds this time. He sat up, looking around.
Why am I on the floor?
Larry knelt, looking in Gino's eyes. Then he used his flashlight again.
Ow! Don't do that, fucker!
His eyes are back to normal. That's not how that works.
Yeah, my eyes are normal. Can't you get out of my face, please?
What do you remember?
Asked Larry.
Standing watch, then waking up a moment ago. Why am I on the floor?
You attacked me.
Fuck no, I didn't. That's suicide. I've seen smaller buildings made from brick, and they won't hit me if I hit them.
I stifled a chuckle. It was a weird scene all around.
Wait, I do remember something. I saw lights in the building across the way and was coming back to grab someone. Then nothing till I woke up with Mr. Brickhouse in my face.
I thought for a moment.
Well, he seems better, but we should be careful. Let's keep him in the storage room for now.
Whoa! Why am I being locked up?
Like he just said,
started Jesse.
You attacked Larry.
No fucking way! That's suicide like I said! He could probably put a Mack truck into a submission hold.
It's true,
rumbled Larry. This time I did laugh. Jesse glared at me, but I saw the corner of Larry's mouth twitch. Bastard.
Knocking Gino out must have reset his brain or something, I said.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but why didn't it work last time?
Jesse asked over Gino's objection.
Whoa! I got knocked out?
Yeah, Gino. Twice. Stop attacking us and it probably won't happen again.
Us? Who is us?
He asked in confusion.
You attacked me first, then woke up and attacked Larry.
Yeah, I could see attacking you.
You're, normal sized.
Dude, I'm almost a full foot taller than you, I griped.
Larry was silently chuckling. I could see his shoulders hitching with suppressed mirth.
So you believe you would attack me, but not Larry?
I'm not suicidal, Dante.
Fucking whatever, man. You did.
Jesse broke in.
Look, we just need to keep this quiet. We definitely don't need people in a panic because of Gino flipping out. So, Gino, you stay in here. Please. We'll be in and out to check on you. You're off of duty for the next day while we make sure you're okay.
Gino nodded, cowed by Jesse's commanding presence. I sighed, grabbed my tea, and left. Chapter 19. June 22nd, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. Negative 59 degrees Fahrenheit. 0800 hours. Larry had left the office shortly after me, carrying the knife. He had taken the sheath as well and thoroughly washed them both. We discussed a few things, including doubling up on watch duty to ensure nobody was alone. Orders were quietly handed down to the next expedition crew to bring weapons back from the store. They didn't disappoint, returning with a wide variety of knives and hand axes, and even managed to secure a couple firearms with ammo. Larry carefully and quietly stashed the weapons in the storage room and issued them to watch personnel. He gave me the rest of the day off, though I wasn't sure why. I spent it with Linda and Eddie, then crashed as normal. I woke at 0800 as my watch was set. Linda was snuggled against my side, still quietly sleeping. A day or two back, I had asked if she wanted to leave her tent to Eddie and move into mine. She had quietly agreed, blush creeping up her cheeks. I had laughed and pulled her into a fierce hug. Of course, Eddie had been absolutely over the moon having the tent to himself. He kept saying he was an adult, and we nodded, hiding the occasional laugh and a cough. We did have to tell him to keep the news to himself because not many had tents to themselves. I had addressed him as an equal, impressing him all the more. He had agreed, which relieved us. Privacy was always a major concern of mine. I met up with Larry shortly after breakfast. He looked haggard.
Hey, Larry, you look tired, man. Up all night watching Gino. He's okay, best as I can tell. Jesse's watching him with Brandon now.
I nodded. Brandon was a good choice.
So, what's the plan for today?
He grinned at me, a little gleam in his eye, even through the fatigue.
We make a firing range.
I had been looking around the room as was my habit. When he said that, however, my attention zeroed in on him.
Firing range?
He nodded.
You saw that last night's run brought back some shotguns and even a few pistols. We're going to make a firing range a few floors down to prevent the sound from bothering anybody.
I'm in. What floor?
He chuckled. It sounded more like distant thunder than actual laughter.
I figured. Scouts say 65 is clear of windows and debris. We'll set up there.
Great. Anything else we need?
Grab a few targets from the other office. We'll head down to 65 with a few people. I'm going to get anybody interested certified. Watch personnel get priority.
I nodded, then made the rounds while he caught a 10-minute power nap. 15 minutes after our conversation, Larry met our ragtag group in the lobby. We each held a computer case or something similar. He nodded in satisfaction and led the way. The door to 65 creaked open. Larry led the way in, flashlight illuminating the space. Every window had been busted out. Most of the furniture had either caught on the window spars or been blown into the streets far below. A few chairs and cubicle walls were all that remained. The six of us pulled the furniture back in, staging it in an arc around the open space. Our targets were then placed among the furniture. Some were placed on chairs or behind them, on walls or even in the open. Larry went first, using a handgun. He talked us through safety and gun etiquette, even though most of us were veterans. We rolled our eyes, but let him do his talk. The wind had mostly died by that point, so it wasn't hard to hear him. The room was open to the elements, so ice was everywhere. The air was absolutely freezing, forcing us to spend no more time down there than necessary. The strangest part of firing our guns wasn't the flash or the whine of the bullets arcing into the darkness far beyond the building. Most of us were used to that from our time in the military. It was the perfectly clear echo of the gun firing. The whole of the situation was surreal. Gunfire inside a quiet, dead city. Glass could be heard breaking from hundreds of feet away. Eventually, it became a game to listen for breaking windows elsewhere in the city when a bullet carried too far. Larry looked on disapprovingly but held his silence. It was another way to break the monotony of a life focused on survival. 3 hours passed, and by the end, all 6 of us had passed to Larry's satisfaction. We returned to our sanctuary above. Every trip to the store was instructed to bring guns or ammo if they could fit it in. Little by little, the collection in the storage room grew. Larry ordered that any personnel assigned to the lobby have weapons at all times. Initially, there were only 7 of us that were trusted with weapons, which meant we would be working lobby every day. Someone raised a concern over the trips to the store going unarmed. Larry made sure someone was armed and trained with every group thereafter. The rotation was changed to have 2 people in the lobby at all times. To alleviate the increased workload, he volunteered to rotate through all 3 shifts to give us 1 day off a week. I argued against him doing that, saying it would make him work 7 days a week. In the end, he accepted my offer to rotate a day off with me. I took the first armed shift in the lobby, thankful for my heavy winter clothing. I now roamed the lobby and empty office for 8 hours every day, only rarely poking my head into our sanctuary for a warm bite of food. Boredom was a real concern, but spending that first day with a partner made it significantly easier. I mentioned that we should have the lobby team with 2 people from the beginning. Larry grunted in agreement. The next few days passed quickly. Gino was given a clean bill of health, even if he was still muddled about the events of the attack and what came after. He quickly rejoined the group, although he wasn't allowed near any weapons for fear of a relapse. The incident had another unfortunate effect. All watch personnel were barred from drinking, even in off hours. But Larry was right. We had to be ready at a moment's notice. Within a few days, we had 12 people certified by Larry. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses. They were training to become weapons, and they were needed. Even in a dead world, something out there was taking people. It put me on edge, even more so than the occasional mosquito-like whine at the limits of my hearing. Stress was building and nothing seemed to help. Even Eddie noticed my mood souring. He stopped asking me to help him build Lego sets. I was hounded constantly by the feeling that something was building. 14 days after the world ended, everything changed once again. It was a Monday by the old calendar. People were getting stir-crazy. Our world had shrunk to the office. Everything beyond was dead. I could remember the flashing lights in the building across the way, but we hadn't seen anything to indicate life beyond our walls for some time. And yet... Chapter 20. June 27th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. -61 degrees Fahrenheit. 1235 hours. Gino had volunteered to watch the windows on the north side. He had tried to volunteer for lobby duty, but Larry was still hesitant about putting a weapon in his hands. His voice rang out across the entire office, excited. "Lights! Guys, fucking lights!" I had the day off for a change, sitting at the communal table for lunch. I bolted upright at his words. Several people were clearly still processing what Gino had said. I sprinted through the cube maze to my tent, which now hosted my cold gear in addition to Linda's. I dove in, almost literally. I grabbed my jacket and snow pants, hastily shrugging them on in the warm office. A moment later, I was sprinting to the gap left as a sort of airlock to the windows. I heard people running and panting as they hurried to ready themselves as well. The air was very chilly near the windows, though not as bad as the lobby. Gino stood, slack-jawed, looking down at the streets far below. In the old world, it wouldn't have been an unusual sight. Now, in the dead, cold dark, what I saw took the breath from my chest. My feet stuttered to a stop. I leaned one ungloved hand on the glass for support. 700 feet below, a snake made of light wound through debris and wrecked cars in the street. Dark figures lit with bright lights were clustered together in a convoy. Occasional flashes lit the buildings as their lights roved the glass canyons. Staccato bursts of light were seen from different points of the convoy. Even in my shock, I understood what I was seeing. I turned to look at Gino and I was roughly shoved. Jessie was next to me in her black jacket. She had a stern look on her face. Behind her, dozens of people were jostling for position. I moved farther down the gap aisle, gently guiding Gino as he gaped at the sight. Once we had gone to the end of the space, I turned to look out again. Even as I watched, a dark cloud seemed to zoom by the windows of our sanctuary, blurry and dark in the bare starlight. Multiple high-powered lights trained on the cloud as it moved toward the convoy. A moment later, with my hand still on the glass, I felt the window rattle. Tracers lit the air as the large-caliber rounds impacted the cloud. Sparks were thrown, bullets ricocheting off of the strange cloud. Far to the right of our office, a loud crack sounded. When I looked, I could see a spider web of fractured glass forming. One of the bullets had struck, leaving a shatter pattern nearly 2 feet wide. These were very high-power rounds. As we watched, the tracer rounds continued to pound the weird cloud. It juddered visibly, tatters of its smoky substance wisping away. Metal gleamed beneath, scarred and scored by the high-caliber bullets. Another moment passed, and a small explosion set the window shaking once again. The strange craft banked crazily, smashing into one of the buildings down the block. It burrowed deep, throwing glass and steel into the air above the street. Light from the vehicles below glittered off of the debris blasted clear of the building. I turned my flashlight on and urged the others to do the same. One light wasn't very strong, even in the all-consuming darkness. However, dozens of lights focused together on one subject becomes an absolute beacon. One powerful light on the lead vehicle down in the street flicked on and off in acknowledgement. I let loose a small cheer, amplified by 40 throats as we all watched in awe of the fight far below. Jessie shouted over the susurrus, stunning the crowd into silence.
That's the military, everybody! We need to pack up now! They'll be here shortly! Food and clothes first. Bring your backpacks and anything we have to spare. If we have room, think about books and games. We want to bring value with us.
Larry's voice rumbled out immediately after.
All certified armed personnel to the lobby. On the ready, safety's on. Fire only if necessary.
People filed out of the small window space, but I had no patience. We weren't returning to this safe haven. Our sanctuary had done its job, but that job was done. I stepped heavily on the sheeting in front of me. Gino boggled as I put my weight on the plastic. A moment later, the plastic gave out with a pop. I strode freely into the opened office. It took a moment longer, then it seemed everybody finally understood what I had come to know. We were done here. The military was coming to rescue us. I saw Linda rushing to our tent.
Lynn, can you pack my stuff?
She nodded vigorously, and I broke off for the storage room. We had burned through a good number of supplies in the 2 weeks, but there was still a fair amount left. I met with Jessie and Larry as they joined me in the storage room.
We need to leave the MREs behind. They're bulky. The military probably have plenty of food, especially stuff like MREs. We need to bring stuff that won't necessarily be at any base they bring us to.
They probably don't need plastic. What should we bring?
Jessie said.
Books, games, clothing, protein bars, whatever people can carry. And make sure they're all in the cold weather gear. We should have enough for everybody by now.
Larry spoke up.
They likely won't allow any personal effects inside the vehicles. Too cramped.
Great. Anything that won't be immediately destroyed by the cold then,
I answered him. Larry nodded.
Jessie, grab whatever we have left for protein bars. Larry, all of the medication. That will be helpful no matter what. I'll go get the watch organized. Give me all of the shotguns.
We broke up and set about making sure each task was fulfilled. I called Brandon and Gino, as well as the rest of the certified watch, to the storage room. I met eyes with Gino as I explained what we were doing. I handed out a shotgun to each person, explaining that each was loaded with 5 shells in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. Each shotgun also had a tactical holster for ammunition on the barrel. I pulled Gino aside after each watch member had their shotgun. "Gino, I trust you, but whatever you've been infected by affects you in high-stress situations. We both know this. Your gun is not loaded, but I'm going to trust you. You have 5 shells in the tack rack. Don't load them unless you have to. Stay toward the back. Stay safe. Good?" He nodded, echoing. "Good." He broke off, heading with the group to the lobby. I saw him looking at the ammunition, but he didn't move to load it. I hoped he would be safe and not lose his mind when we needed him most. I checked with Larry and Jesse. Larry was packing one of the hiking backpacks with all of the medication. He was severely focused, excluding all else. Jesse was next to him, quietly discussing necessities. I left the storage room with my shotgun. It had a sling that I put over my head. I also had a pistol on a holster on my hip just in case. I quickly walked from Jesse's office to the airlock. Once through there, I was in the lobby. The fire doors were wedged open on both sides of the elevator lobby. Gunfire and shouting echoed up faintly from far below. I took up positions with my shotgun on the southeast door since it was the one we used most frequently. Shortly after I took up position on the door, Larry joined me. He stood on the opposite side of the frame, shotgun down but ready. An explosion rocked the building from somewhere below. A gust of wind rushed up from the stairwell a moment later. It had to have been an incredible explosion to have blasted air this high up. A shout rang from the main office. "They took another one down! One of those weird flying things!" I stayed at the ready on the door. Larry adjusted his stance. The lights of the office flickered in my peripheral vision. "Must have hit the building down below," I noted. My eyes never left the stairwell. Larry grunted. The gunfire grew in frequency and volume. It was clear the troops were approaching. I grew antsy, knowing our way out was down. However, we were trapped until contacted by the soldiers climbing to us. The wait was exhausting. It took nearly an hour for muzzle flares to be dimly visible in the darkness of the stairwell. I had a tack light on the barrel of my shotgun and turned it on for a moment. Once I had swept the upward and downward stairs, I stepped into the stairwell for a moment to look down through the central gap. It was only a few inches in between one side and the other, but I could see a dozen floors before the light couldn't penetrate any farther. I looked downward for a moment, then shut the light off. Gunshots echoed noisily up from below. In the renewed darkness, I could see the flashes of the guns as they fired. I quickly stepped back to the doorway. Larry was standing there, disapproval all over his face. 15 floors, I think. Should be here soon." 20 more minutes crawled by. Soon we could hear shouts as doors were kicked in and floors were cleared. Once they were about 3 floors below, I started shouting. Gino was on the opposite end of the lobby on the other staircase, but I could hear him echoing my words. "Friendlies on 70! Friendlies 70! Hold fire on 70!" I continued to shout, even though it took a solid 5 minutes for the first soldier to come into sight. I stood off to the side with my flashlight trained on the wall. Larry was also tucked back to prevent any friendly fire. "Put your weapons down!" shouted a man with a heavy New York accent. I held my shotgun out by the barrel and placed it on the ground, facing away from the soldier. I peeked around the corner, only barely managing to see a silhouette through the glare of his tack light. He slowly approached, and I stepped into view with my hands up. "Don't shoot! We're friendlies!" His rifle dipped, shining his light on the ground near us instead of in my face. I could finally get something of a clear view of the first new person we had seen in 14 days. Chapter 21. June 27th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 70th floor, Illini Building. -61 degrees Fahrenheit. 1857 hours. He walked through the door, still on alert. Larry lowered his shotgun, using the sling to put it on his back. I slowly knelt to pick up mine, slinging it over my back as well. The soldier was slightly shorter than myself, maybe 5'8" in boots. His mask obscured his face, though I could see darker skin behind the glass. He was in full tactical armor. A name was stenciled in white against the black of the vest. It read Castillo. He was breathing heavily, obviously having been tasked with getting to us quickly.
"Who are you?"
he asked as he waved at me.
"I'm Dante. You?" "Sergeant Manny Castillo. Good to see new faces. Let's get these doors closed."
I nodded, pulling the fire door shut. Gino obviously heard the request and followed my lead. Both doors clanged shut.
"Your whole building is infested with Xenos,"
he said. What are Xenos? I asked for clarification. My stomach sank. I already had a suspicion.
"The active threat inside the building. Have any of your people been exposed?"
Exposed? No, I don't think so. I trailed off, remembering Gino's weird behavior. I turned to look at Larry, but he minutely shook his head while exaggeratedly shrugging. What are you talking about anyway?
"No time. How many people do you have?"
Castillo asked, looking at our motley crew of 7. We have 40 people, 32 adults, 8 children, and a dog.
"Copy. Wait 1.
He grabbed a radio nestled against his shoulder. I hadn't seen it until he grabbed it.
"Ground, we have 4-0 alive. 4-1 with a dog." "Yeah, confirm. 4-1. "Copy. Oscar Mike 2 minutes. Confirm." "Copy. Out."
The staccato style of his clipped speech was difficult to follow through his heavy mask. He turned back to me.
"We leave in 2 minutes. Get your people ready."
I nodded and headed through the door to the office. The airlock greeted me as it had done for 2 weeks. I reached out, grabbing a massive handful of each sheet. Then I yanked it down, tearing some of the ceiling tile loose from above. Dust rained down and only 2 sheets were left. I yanked those down as well, revealing everybody standing still all over the office.
1 minute!
My voice rang out in the sudden silence.
We are leaving in 1 minute! Let's go!
All hell broke loose. People were suddenly yelling orders at each other. Clothes were gathered by the armful. Bags were readied. It seemed somewhere in the storage room we had backpacks. They were rapidly handed out and filled. The 5 camping packs were already packed and handed to the largest guys to carry. Just over a minute later, most activity had ceased. The entire group stood ready to go. I turned back to the office door. Everybody was dressed and we had limited time. I turned the door handle and stepped into the lobby again. Another explosion rocked the building. This time the lights flickered and died. I could hear squawking coming from the handset on Castillo's shoulder. He faced me even as he listened to the radio.
"Time's up! Anybody not ready is getting left behind!"
Everybody began to file into the lobby, staying close. Nervous chatter filled the room until I waved for silence. Jessie stepped up next to me. Linda stood nearby with Eddie clutched to her.
All right, folks, this is Sergeant Castillo, and he's going to be leading us down to safety. He's told me that our building is not safe, so we have to go in single file and move fast. Listen to any soldier you come across. If they say anything to you, don't question it. Follow their order. Ready?
A cheer rose up from the group, and I turned back to Castillo. He nodded to me and took the lead. As he reached out for the crash bar, the door thumped. A startled gasp erupted from those near us. I had my shotgun out and ready in a split second, Larry doing the same. Castillo's rifle was at the ready and pointed at the side of the door opposite the hinges. Castillo took the right side of the door where I had been when he had first arrived. Larry was still on the left. I crouched between them about 3 feet back. Castillo signaled Larry and they both threw the door open. It smashed into something with a loud metallic thump and swung shut again. The door thumped again, then a grating noise followed.
Everybody back!
I bellowed. I could see the crowd shrink away. Larry and Castillo orchestrated opening the door again. This time it flew all the way open. A massive creature reared up from the stairwell. All I could see was the torso, glittering and gray. It led up to a massive chest, 2 giant arms, and a head set within a massive hood. Slitted eyes stared at me, yellow and hostile. The creature opened its unnaturally wide mouth, emitting a hiss that carried strangely in the air. I racked a shell into the chamber and raised the shotgun to my shoulder. It began to lunge as I fired. The door was closing on its hydraulic arm, which ended up saving us. The lunge was caught short as it smashed its head into the door. My shot wasn't spot on, instead hitting the creature's outstretched arm. My shotgun was loaded with buckshot. It shredded the arm, splattering scales and ichor against the walls. An inhuman sound issued from its throat. The arm withdrew even as the other hand scrabbled against the door. It grasped the metal, bending it. The hand pulled the door back, causing it to screech. I racked the slide on the shotgun, ejecting the spent shell and loading a new one. My shotgun roared as I fired into the chest of the creature. Larry and Castillo also fired into its torso. The door was ripped free from its hinges as the creature lurched back. It shook its head and started coiling for another attack. Larry and I both jacked the pump once more, sending empty shells flying. Screams were coming from behind me. Castillo's rifle continually barked, sending lead flying through the chest of the creature. Black blood covered every surface in the stairwell. Even with all that punishment, it lunged once more at me. I fired at the creature's skull as it neared the doorway, causing its head to explode. Gore splattered the railing and walls behind the creature. The body fell to the floor, twitching madly. Castillo started swearing as he brushed blood and bone off of his arm. My head was ringing from the extremely loud gunfire in the closed space. I could vaguely hear crying behind me. "What the fuck was that, Castillo?" I wasn't sure if I was shouting or not due to the newly induced tinnitus.
"Other staircase! That is one big motherfucker!"
Castillo was evidently shaken. I ignored his order and stepped into the stairwell. I was extremely careful not to touch anything the creature's blood was on. My flashlight reflected strangely off of the black blood. The stench of gunpowder was thick in the stairwell. Clouds of blood hung in the air. I could practically taste it in the back of my mouth. As I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, the smell struck a memory. It smelled the same as Gino's knife when he had reappeared. Even stranger still, while the blood itself appeared black in all but the strongest light, the smell had a connotation of purple in my head. I exhaled. Then I looked down over the corpse that blocked the stairwell. This creature was truly enormous. It had to be 20 feet long from tail to head. The torso barely fit into the stairs, wedged between the railing and wall. The tail was just visible on the next set of stairs down. Scales covered the entire creature. It looked like a giant snake, like an anaconda, but with a twisted human grafted on as the head. "Holy fuck," I muttered. Larry surprised me as he put a hand on my shoulder. "How the fuck did Gino fight one of these? This thing took way too much lead. There's no way he killed it with a knife."
"Not right now. Give it a minute. Let's go,"
he said as he nodded toward the other stairwell. I nodded, turning the idea over. Castillo was already checking the stairwell and radioing something to the teams below. He turned to the group and addressed us as a whole.
"All right, folks, it's time to go. Move quickly. Help your neighbors. We need to get out of here yesterday."
"Castillo, over here one moment." He looked at me. His face was hard to read through the mask. He signaled the group to stop, then walked over.
"What is it? We've got to go now."
"We haven't seen anything like that," I said as I waved toward the corpse in the other stairwell. "Why are they attacking now?"
"Look, buddy, I don't know. That's the biggest one I've seen. But if they haven't been attacking you, maybe someone or something has been protecting you."
He turned back to the crowd, addressing them as he took the lead position.
"Let's move out!"
There was no cheering this time. He took the lead and people mutely began to follow. I held back with Larry. I watched as everyone passed, feeding into the stairwell 2 at a time. Gino walked by, a glazed look on his face. His shotgun was slung over his back instead of in his hands. I was worried, but we didn't have time to check him over. Larry held me back until we were the last. He waited until there was a half staircase between us and the next. A few flights passed as we walked, pausing on each floor as Castillo cleared doors. I could hear Castillo shouting as he cleared each door. Larry stayed with me. Finally, he spoke up.
Now we know what happened to Gino.
Do we, dude? Because how the fuck would he have managed to get away from one of those things? Never mind how he got covered in its own blood without dying. Did you see the fucking claws on that thing?
Calm down. Castillo was shocked by that thing. I don't think that was a normal one.
Yeah, maybe. But still, how would he have killed or wounded one enough to get away?
He laughed.
You saw his pig sticker. That thing could gut an elephant.
I nodded. I didn't feel like laughing.
So, he managed to kill one with his knife, and the blood is what made him go nuts. Think that's what Castillo meant when he asked if anybody had been exposed?
Larry nodded.
Definitely.
We both fell silent. The fact that had been one of the first questions did not bode well. We continued to trudge down the stairwell. I could hear feet scraping on concrete below us and the occasional muffled sob. I kept my head on a swivel, alert to any sounds above or behind us. After 20 floors, I started hearing something else from below. After another 10 floors, I could feel a slight breeze coming up the stairwell, rustling my jacket. My eyes felt dry in the cold. At the 35th floor, we were suddenly redirected through the lobby. I paused for a moment and pointed my flashlight down the gap between staircases. A mottled black metallic object shone dully in the light 2 floors below. The concrete showed some charring. The explosion we had heard earlier in the day must have come from this thing impacting the building. It was incredible that the building was still stable. I caught up to Larry a moment later.
The elevators in the building aren't cable, are they?
I don't think so. Why?
He responded. He hitched his bag up, recentering it. I heard medication bottles rattle.
We're moving to the other stairwell because that one is blocked by one of the ships, I think. If it crashed into the elevator shaft, then those elevators just literally became bombs.
No, I think when the building loses power, they go to the bottom of the shaft and lock in place.
I hope so.
Larry said no more, and we continued the descent. It moved quicker now, and we saw signs of battle on this stairwell. Bullet impacts and claw marks engraved a history on the walls. We passed a human corpse a few floors down. He had evidently died extremely violently. I assumed it had been a he. The upper half of the body was gone, shredded by what had evidently been several grenades exploding simultaneously. Next to the human remains was one of the snake creatures. This one was much closer in size to a human, maybe 8 to 10 feet long. Only the tail remained. The door on that floor had clearly taken the impact, and the people ahead of us had thrown the door into the destroyed lobby to allow the group to continue. Scenes of battle and chaos continued. The crying was much louder now, clearly coming from more than one person. Only about half of the office had been veterans, and only about half of those had been in combat. I felt for them. It was a horrifying sight. By the time we'd fed into the security lobby on the 4th floor, I had counted 6 dead soldiers. I had seen the corpses of far more of the Xenos, as Castillo had called them.
Castillo was right. The building was infested. How did we never run across these things?
Larry shook his head. We walked into the security lobby and immediately noticed that there were dozens of soldiers at the ready. Castillo was on the western side talking with people. Radio chatter was constant. I found Jesse near Castillo at a respectful distance as he spoke with his team.
Dante, I need to talk to you for a moment.
Yeah, what's up, Jesse?
The bunker.
Castillo immediately turned toward us and conversation stopped. I looked at him as he walked over.
You know about the bunker?
Yes, as I was about to tell Dante, I have a badge that grants access. Should save you time. There's supposed to be personnel and files that are important to the project down there.
Okay, give me the badge. We'll get your personnel out,
said Castillo.
No, I will give it to Dante. He should go with you. Take Larry too. You saw them. You can depend on them.
But wait one.
He turned and walked to an officer nearby that was constantly talking on the radio. They spoke for a moment. I leaned down to Jessie and spoke quietly.
What are you doing?
She spoke back just as quietly, never taking her eyes off of Castillo.
I'm not sure we can fully trust them. I want you two there so that nothing gets overlooked. Here.
She slipped a small blue badge over to me. I took it and concealed it in my pocket. Castillo walked back a moment later.
All right, we're getting all of you people into the trucks out in the road. I'll take you 2 men with my team. We're going to rappel down the freight shafts in the store. Building plans say that's the easiest way to get in without power. We have to rappel?
I asked. He nodded.
No stairwell. This was supposed to be an ultra-secure base. Something must have happened if they never brought your office down. So, we take everybody down below to the store. Then what? They leave and we stay behind? Above my pay grade. Alpha Squad, form up!
Castillo barked that last line. 3 other men in combat armor stepped forward, seemingly out of nowhere.
Jesse, please watch over Linda and Eddie for me.
She nodded and hurried off to find them. I had a feeling the day was far from over. Chapter 22, June 27th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. First floor, Illini Building. Negative 61 degrees Fahrenheit. 2155 hours. The whole of our office had gathered down in the store. Somehow the cold seemed less biting, though I was sure it was as cold as it had been for over a week now. People milled about in what had been our staging area. I had surrendered my shotgun once we were safely in the store, so had the rest of the watch. The staging area had expanded since I had last been down here. The subsequent trips had had good cause to rearrange everything. But now, instead of 5 or 6 people, it was suddenly hosting nearly 100. I had no idea how many troops were present until we all gathered in the store. An officer walked toward the front doors. He turned and faced the group, waiting as quiet descended.
Thank you, folks. Here's the plan. We have a few dozen vehicles outside. We had no idea how many people you had in your office, and I applaud your resourcefulness. Unfortunately, this means while everybody will be going with us, it's going to be a tight fit. Some of you look like you knows what I mean. I'm guessing you're vets.
His voice was reassuringly rich, but not unapproachable. It was clear why he had been chosen to speak. The man had charisma in spades. I looked closer and saw Kirby. The name seemed familiar to me. The color pink tickled the back of my brain. A few small laughs filtered from the crowd, bringing me back to the present. I knew what Kirby meant, but only on an intellectual level.
It's extremely cold outside, so we're going to let people out one small group at a time as the vehicles roll up. You will hand your packs to the soldiers on top of the vehicles and they will secure it. Then you'll follow instructions to get inside your vehicle. Get comfy because it's an hour-long ride to the base. You're going to be getting to know your neighbors very well.
He chuckled at his own joke. I didn't laugh because I suddenly realized how cramped this was going to be. The kids were probably going to have it worst. I felt bad for them, then I remembered I had a separate mission and I stopped feeling quite so bad. They were going to be safe.
Gather up here in single file, folks. We'll be guiding you out and making sure you make it into your vehicle safely.
He looked around, finding Castillo. He gave Castillo a curt nod. Castillo nodded back, then made a signal in the air to bring us in. I looked around and found Linda. I jogged over as she was getting in line.
Hey, I've got to go help with the bunker. Stick with Jessie. She's going to watch out for you two. I'll be catching up in a little bit, okay?
I could see fright in her eyes, but Linda nodded. A few feet away, I saw Jessie and Larry having a similar conversation. I reached out and pulled Linda into a fierce hug. She returned it with all of her strength.
"Come back in one piece, Dante,"
she whispered into my ear. Just then, someone jostled us. I looked down to find Eddie clinging to us from the side. I laughed and put an arm around him too. I met Linda's eyes for a moment.
I will, babe. Do wiser! Mason, let's go!
Yelled Castillo. He was only 20 or so feet away, so it was totally unnecessary to shout. I kissed Linda on her forehead and let them go. Larry walked up next to me. We stood in front of Castillo as he checked over his team. One of the other soldiers handed us each a Kevlar vest. I looked at the one they found for Larry and laughed involuntarily. It could have covered a smart car. He glared down at me. Once we had them strapped on, I realized how snug mine was. Somehow, despite how massive the vest had looked in his hand, Larry's vest now looked too small. How the fuck do you do that, Mason? I overemphasized his last name. I had somehow completely forgotten his name until Castillo yelled it. How had Castillo learned it in the first place? Larry looked down at me and chuckled. I ate my Wheaties. Fuck you, dude. I'm a normal-sized adult. Goddamn Jotnar. Ladies, shut the fuck up, said Castillo. Larry and I both chuckled. I don't think either of us had missed being in the military. Castillo ignored us and went over the plan one last time. We're going down the freight elevators in the back of the warehouse, cracking them open and rappelling down the shaft. It's approximately 200 feet, so don't fuck up. You's too good on this? He asked, the last part addressed to Larry and me. Yeah, Sierra Foxtrot before I retired, said Larry. Special Forces? Is there anything you didn't do in the military? Dude, do I know you at all? I asked, flabbergasted. He smirked. Dwiser, focus, I swear to God, muttered Castillo. Yes, sir. I've done rock climbing and military rappelling before. Great. Thompson, go get the rope. Velasquez, get these two idiots' guns before I rethink it. They both barked a yes, sir, and took off outside as another group was loaded into a vehicle. About 2 minutes later, they came back with a massive coil of rope over each of their shoulders. I vaguely recognized it as carbon line. It had to be pretty light because neither one of them seemed troubled by the bulky rope. I guessed Velasquez was the one with the darker skin, but again it was hard to tell through their masks. He handed me a rifle, one I was familiar with. M16A5, top of the line with all the bells and whistles. I felt a small thrill holding it. Larry took his rifle from Thompson. It looked like a toy in his massive hands. He shrugged and slung it over his shoulder. I did the same. We gathered up and Castillo signaled to move out. He led on toward the back of the store. We hadn't seen any of the Xenos for a while, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The soldiers led with weapons at the ready, flashlights on. I echoed them, rifle pointing at the ground, but ready to go. Larry walked quietly next to me. It was amazing how quiet he was for his size. I was careful and my shoes didn't make any noise, but he looked casual and was nearly as silent as myself. When we got to the swinging doors, Castillo set the squad on a breach formation. Larry and I stayed at the back as Thompson and Velasquez took each corner. Castillo and the fourth member, whose name I hadn't caught yet, centered up in a ready stance. With a flick of his hand, all four were through the door in less than a second, lights clearing the room. Nothing happened after a few seconds, so Larry and I carefully walked through the doors. The squad was still sweeping, but it was clearly due to habit and not necessity. The brushed steel of the elevator doors gleamed in the cast-off light from the flashlights. We made our way to the doors. The four of them took up a perimeter around the doors, facing outward. Castillo withdrew a slim object from a concealed pocket on his right leg. He flicked his wrist and a protrusion emerged. Then he handed it over to me. I took it and looked it over. It was a collapsible carbon fiber crowbar. Nice, I said. Castillo held a finger up to his mask and the universal sign to shut the fuck up. He then signaled me to go to the doors. I nodded and walked over. Larry stayed by my side. I slid the narrow tip into the crack between the doors and jammed it in to get some leverage. Larry stood opposite me and nodded when I looked at him. I leaned back, hearing the doors creak as I broke them free from ice. A moment later, the doors lurched and the crowbar slipped. Larry pulled his hands back in time to keep his fingers from being smashed by the doors clanging shut. I looked over to see Castillo once again shushing me. I wanted to give him the finger, but he was right. We needed to be quiet in case something tried to sneak up. I stuck the crowbar in again and once more leaned into pulling the doors open. This time, the crowbar didn't slip and Larry was able to get his fingers in. I settled the crowbar on the ground, trying to minimize sound, then dug my hands into the doors as well. Together, we heaved. The doors shuddered and groaned, refusing to give way. Then, something cracked, and the doors slid slowly open. "Chin, spread a bar," ordered Castillo. I determined Chin was the fourth member. He shrugged something off of his back and fiddled with it for a moment. Then I was handed a bar just over a meter long. I looked it over and noticed a little pincer-like attachment on one end. Flipping it over, I saw the same at the other end. I shrugged and handed the far end to Larry. We began to set the device at waist height. The doors were easy enough to hold open, but it was still draining. Once we had the bar in place between the doors, it made a snick sound. Little tendrils came out of the pincers and it centered itself between the doors. I let go, as did Larry. The bar didn't budge.
Impressive. You guys have some cool toys.
Only the best for Uncle Sam's favorites, replied Thompson drawly.
So, there's one white guy, 2 Mexicans, and a Chinese guy on your team. Wow, ignorance much? I'm Irish, first-generation American. Castillo is Dominican, definitely not Mexican, and even though I'm sure Velasquez would love to cut you like a Mexican for your idiotic statement, he's Brazilian. Lucky for you, he's not an off-duty cop. Chen? Fuck, I don't know. I think he's Vietnamese, but he doesn't say much. Yeah, my bad. Chen sounds like my friend the giant here.
Larry gently punched my shoulder. It still felt like being slapped by a ham hock.
Ow! Fine. Sorry guys, what's the next step? Done fucking around? Work's about to start for real, said Castillo.
It was hard to say for sure, thanks to the mask, but there might have been some humor in his voice. I nodded and stood out of the way. Larry followed my example. Velasquez and Thompson shrugged their ropes to the floor. Castillo explained while they set up.
The shaft is about 60 meters long, or 200 feet. We prefer a little extra for safety. So these are 100-meter lines. The guys are going to anchor them.
As he spoke, I watched Thompson and Velasquez each raise a hand up high, noting that Thompson raised his left. A small black object was held in each hand. They struck straight down, causing a weird cracking sound. A whir sounded, followed by a small chirp from the devices.
The anchors dig into the concrete and set secondary anchors. The line and anchors are each rated to 3,000 pounds. We'll be going 3 to a line and shouldn't even hit 1,000 on each line.
Thompson and Velasquez stood, and I noticed both were about the same height as me. Without boots and helmets, maybe 5'9". They were lean but hard, as were the other two. Sierra Foxtrot indeed. They walked to the elevator shaft and threw the ropes down. I could hear it spooling out and thumping against the walls for an unusually long time. A second later, Velasquez took a plastic sheathed item out of a pocket and cracked it. He shook it for a moment, then ripped the plastic off. 2 sticks were glowing in his hand. He tossed them down the shaft. The glow disappeared from the walls less than a second later. After what seemed an eternity later, the sound of the glow sticks hitting something far below echoed up. Even after 2 weeks, I still hadn't grown used to the silence inside the city. Castillo handed me a little device attached to a belt. I strapped it on and waited for further orders.
These are your belays. Let them do the work. Don't go too fast or it'll stop you cold. We have 100 feet of parking garage to get past, then 100 feet of rock. The elevator should be resting at the bottom. We crack the access hatch, then open the elevator doors. Should be easy going after that.
Copy. Who's first? I asked.
I'll go left, Chin right. Then I want you and Mason, then Velasquez and Thompson taking rear.
We each clipped on, then Castillo and Chin went over the edge and into the dark shaft beyond. Chapter 23. June 27th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. First floor, Illini Building. Negative 61 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,225 hours. I lowered myself into the elevator shaft. I trusted my weight against the insubstantial device at my waist and let go of the ledge. Larry was right next to me. We started walking down the walls of the shaft to give the last 2 room to join us. Castillo and Chin were already more than 20 feet ahead of us. I stayed at a regular pace to keep them about that far away. I figured they knew how to pace themselves to prevent fatigue. A moment later, I walked down the first elevator door, listening as my feet thumped against the hollow metal. Nearly 2 centuries after the first elevator was invented, little had changed. The mechanisms were smoother, the metals used were lighter, and overall it was safer. However, we still used doors that could be kicked in by a teenager if they so desired. It warped and bowed under my weight. I continued walking down, clearing that door a moment later.
Wind was a constant sound beyond the doors. I remembered someone mentioning the parking garage was trashed by the storms. I thought it strange the wind was so audible, especially after the storms had ended.
Hey, Castillo, you hear anything?
I heard him pause and became aware of my own breathing as it echoed in the shaft. I could hear the other 5 breathing as well.
No, why?
Castillo began. Then a roar erupted from a floor farther below me. I looked down and watched Castillo jump to the side. Chen wasn't quite as fast. The elevator doors burst inwards, warping on contact as one of the Xeno's bodies slammed into them. The door clipped Chen, throwing him into a wall of the shaft. He slumped. Both doors rattled down the shaft, even as the creature swung an arm and grabbed onto Chen. Castillo started shouting, his rifle already in his hand as he tried to get a shot. The distinct sound of Chen's belay breaking would stay with me for the rest of my life. Just a metallic pop. He never even screamed, though the Xeno did. I cringed as I listened to their bodies impact the elevator with a wet thud 3 seconds later, the roof of the car crumpling with a metallic screech. A few seconds later, another louder thump sounded. I guessed the elevator stands gave out due to the sudden impact. That was what they were designed for, after all.
We'll see if we can do anything for him when we get down there. Move on.
Castillo's voice was emotionless. I had no hope for Chen either. I skirted the open door. I realized that when I stopped to ask the question of Castillo, they had paused right there. It was my fault Chen had fallen. I put that aside, knowing I couldn't freeze up. Larry happened to be looking at me as I looked over. It was just a split second, but I could tell he was trying to tell me it wasn't my fault. I knew he was right, at least intellectually. The rest of the descent was quiet. About 30 feet after the last elevator door, the cement transitioned to rock. It took another 3 minutes to get to the bottom of the shaft. It was a grisly scene. The roof of the elevator had caved in, thankfully hiding most of the 2 bodies from sight. Ichor glistened wetly on the smooth rock walls. It had swirling patterns, though I suspected that meant it was not just ichor I was seeing. One boot was still sticking out of the top, along with part of the tail of the creature. Castillo crouched on the roof of the car, still clipped onto the line. He checked the boot, but didn't try any further. I understood what that meant as I lowered myself onto the car as well. I let him have as much space as I could while I set to work with Larry to pry the doors open. It took a few tries to get enough grip on the doors with my gloves. Once I had a firm hold, I hauled back to allow Larry to grab on as well. Chen had the crowbar in his pocket when he fell. Once he had enough of an opening, Velasquez handed down another spreader bar. I placed it at the top of the doors since the bottom was inaccessible anyway. The frame extended about 2 feet beyond the top of the crushed car. It would be a tight squeeze for any of us. Larry was definitely going to struggle a bit getting through. I could see him contemplate staying behind, but the company wasn't exactly good for conversation. I squeezed through first, followed by Larry. Then Thompson and Velasquez came through. Velasquez stood at the door, quietly talking to Castillo. That went on for a minute, then Velasquez stepped back. A moment later, Castillo crawled through the opening, feet first. We turned as a group and looked down the hallway that stretched out in front of us. The lights barely reflected off of a door about 100 feet ahead. A tiny red light off to the side glittered like a malevolent eye. We set off, slow and alert. The air was thick with humidity. It was significantly warmer this far below the surface. I guessed that at more than 100 feet below the surface it was nearly 40 degrees in the hallway. I wondered why there wasn't a deep puddle at the bottom of the rough-hewn corridor. As we approached the 10-foot by 10-foot blast doors, I finally noticed a series of small vents down where the walls met the floor. I figured it would be a great way to potentially collect additional water for the otherwise closed system. The red light turned out to be a badge reader. I dug the little badge out of my pocket and held it up to the black plastic of the reader. A small buzz sounded from it and the light changed to green. Rumbling sounded from behind the walls, distant and muted by rock.
A moment later, the doors started to slide soundlessly back, exposing another airlock-like chamber. Light washed out through the widening crack. It stood 10 feet deep and had metal on all sides. 3 lights adorned the ceiling. The middle one was burned out. The similarities ended there, however. Where there had once been a set of inner doors now stood scarred and scorched metal. It was peeled down at the top, curled in toward us from the force of whatever had happened. The massive blast doors began to close, and the rest of the team stepped in with me. There was a badge reader inside, but there was no red light. I tried the reader anyway, but nothing happened. I put the badge inside my pocket. I looked up at the tiny gap. None of the others would fit in their combat gear. Larry would never fit.
Well, what now?
They all looked with me at the gap at the top of the door. I had a sinking feeling in my gut. Chapter 24, June 27th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. 230 feet under the Illini building. Negative 61 degrees Fahrenheit, 2300 hours.
Fuck you, Larry,
I said for what must have been the 10th time. He didn't react. Instead, he pushed my feet harder. My shirt was snagged on the blackened frame of the door. My hands were against either door as I tried to simultaneously keep all of my weight off of the sharp metal and push myself through the gap. I pushed again, and my shirt gave out with a rip. I slid through the rest of the way, tumbling gracelessly to the floor. I rolled when I hit, so the 8-foot fall didn't hurt too much. Thankfully, the air was pretty warm and I didn't need my jacket. How I was going to get out of the bunker was another question entirely. Even if the rest of the team took the time to take their combat gear off, only Velasquez was small enough to fit through the gap. We were still stuck with one person needing to find a way out. I looked around the room. None of the overhead lights were working. I could make out shapes in the dim light cast from a myriad of machines.
Hey, toss my flashlight in, guys.
I heard them talking for a moment before a shout reverberated back to me.
What?
The voice was so distorted by the metal and narrow gap I wasn't sure who had said it.
Should have brought radios for all of us,
I muttered to myself. I turned to look at the gap and cupped my hands around my mouth. I shouted "flashlight" back to them. Another moment passed, then a dark object sailed effortlessly through the gap. I reached up and caught it with one hand. I turned back to the bunker at large and flicked the light on. The sight that greeted me was ghastly. I reflexively inhaled at the image and choked on the fumes that lingered. The roof sloped upward from where I stood to a central position, ending 20 feet above. The room had to be at least 100 feet long across the central line. Bodies lay crumpled all over. There had to have been another 20 people in the bunker. An explosion had clearly rent the space, tossing debris and body parts everywhere. A large tower stood in the middle of the open space, like a dot inside a plus. It was clear the tower had been the source of the explosion. Metal shielding had been placed on the tower, but some of it had been blasted away. I could see at least one unfortunate soul impaled by a fragment of the shield. Inside the tower, sparks could be seen dancing every few seconds. That was the only source of light. I walked toward the center of the room. Consoles stood at each corner of the plus, like a quarter of a circle. The plus bisected the circle, giving the room a pleasing layout. The consoles were all trashed, destroyed by the explosion. Little bits of paper were strewn everywhere. Nothing moved. I started exploring. One door led to a sort of dormitory with rooms. A quick peek showed nothing particularly interesting, though it seemed everyone had their own room. The rooms continued for some distance. There had been enough room for at least 4 times as many people in the bunker. The second door led to a mess hall with enough room to fit everyone outside. It seemed everybody had been working when the explosion occurred. The third door was blocked by a woman in a sharp business suit. Her exposed skin was blackened by fire. A large cut had nearly severed her head. Metal shielding still sat embedded in the door. I gently eased her body out of the way. She wasn't quite cold, but she was no warmer than the room itself. I steeled myself as she flopped lifelessly to the ground, her head lolled to the side, exposing the terrible wound that had ended her life. I turned away and immediately opened the door to escape the foul air and horrid scene. The door opened to offices, much like the dorm. I stood just inside the hallway, calming myself for a moment. Once I felt a little less shaken, I started exploring again. Instead of beds and dressers, I found desks and cabinets. The last door in the hallway was locked, though it was otherwise the same as the others. I knew I couldn't leave the bunker empty-handed, and this was the only room that had been different from the rest. I turned away from the door and mule-kicked it near the handle. The door was sturdier than I was expecting, but 2 more kicks caused the door to break open. I stepped inside to find a larger office with an imposing desk and an extra filing cabinet. Papers were scattered on the desk, like someone was reading them when they left in a hurry. I surmised that the woman that had been blocking the door had been the owner of the office. I quickly glanced over the papers on the desk. They had been working until just that afternoon, if the paperwork was correct. Based on the time noted at the bottom of the centered sheet, it was before the first explosion we had heard far above earlier that day. I read the note she had jotted down. Reactor showing instability. Technicians requesting assistance with unusual readings. Will intervene. Her computer was as dead as everything else in the bunker. I didn't think I had time to tear the hard drive out of the computer, especially since it seemed to be custom mounted inside the desk. I did find a small portable drive about the size of my pinky nail near some access ports. I slipped the drive into one pocket, hoping it wouldn't become lost. I searched through the remaining paperwork, but only one additional sheet held anything of interest. It seemed that one of the dishes on top of the building had been for satellite communication. It had held up fairly well, but the last transmission was dated just 1 day after darkness fell. The transmission was garbled, as if interrupted by the storm. It read, "Intercepted, Scion. Plans in F no further word. Re." The message was short and cryptic. I couldn't fathom what it meant. Below the message was a handwritten note. Dish destroyed during receipt of message. Data scrambled. Crew above unresponsive, assuming full team lost. I glanced through the paperwork one more time. Frustrated, I gave up. There hadn't been anything here after all. I put all of my hope into the drive I now held. Maybe that would shed some light on the situation. I did wonder what team they mentioned, but it was possible that our office was the team in question. As I turned to leave, the flashlight caught a poster on the wall. It was a line drawing of the tower in the middle of the bunker. The poster was impressively sized at 6 feet wide by 3 tall. The poster was marked in the corner, MF Electrical Generator Mark II. I wondered what MF could stand for. A second image was next to it. It was 3 times smaller, at 2 feet by 1. It had miniature markings on it. I traced the outline of the building, recognized the building above me. It showed the tower and even the bunker below. What really caught my attention was the fact that the tower had a dish on the roof, complete with a label. Satellite Comm Array. Nearby were 2 large lines extending out from the building. Each was labeled MF Collection Array. My curiosity increased as I realized the MF here had to be the same that was used by the generator. What could they have been collecting to cause such an enormous and destructive explosion?
Magic.
200 feet underground, and the voice spoke inside my head again. Fantastic, I swore at myself. I really must be losing my mind. Magic my ass! I shouted to the room. There was no reply. Motherfucker just drops in to be cryptic and leave me feeling insane! I wasn't sure if I wanted the voice to be real or a figment of my overtaxed and fatigued mind. I removed both posters from the wall and folded them carefully. Then I grabbed a manila folder from the desk. I emptied the folder onto the desk since I had already looked through it. After I placed the posters in the folder, I hunted around and found the 2 sheets I had read earlier. Once they were slipped into the folder, I tucked it into the back of my pants to keep my hands free. I headed back to the main hall. Nothing had changed during my search. I could hear someone shouting through the gap above. I headed back to the blast doors and looked at the crack. One of the masked faces was in the gap.
"You done yet? Did you find anything?"
I recognized Castillo's thick New Yorker accent. I grabbed the folder from my waistband and held it up to the gap in the doors.
"Not a lot. There's really nothing here but some technical stuff about that thing,"
I said as I hooked a thumb at the tower behind me. Then I felt dumb because they couldn't see me.
"What thing? Grab any paperwork you can. Is there anybody alive?" "No. Nobody survived the explosion. I'll go back and grab all the paperwork I can. There isn't much." "Yeah, all right, hurry up. We need to be getting back. It's been a half hour already,"
he said with a hint of impatience. It hadn't felt that long, but I nodded.
"I'll grab the paperwork, then figure out how to get out of here. There might be some intact chairs I can use." "Great, do that."
I turned and jogged back to the office I had been in moments before. I found another folder and stuffed all of the rest of the paperwork into it. The folder bulged, but it was still less than an inch thick. I looked into the filing cabinets, but only found supplies and unopened stacks of printer paper. They had been set for the long haul down here. Now, nobody would use the supplies. I poked my head into each office as I walked back down the hallway. They were all neat without any papers to be seen. It was the first time I had ever seen a government operation without mountains of paperwork for everything. Perhaps it was all digital. Still didn't help me. All of the chairs were pointless to use as a step stool because they all had wheels. I stopped by the blast doors to drop the piles of papers, then walked over to the mess hall. The chairs were all bolted to the floor. As I was about to give up, I spied a small door nestled into the back corner. It was labeled Supplies. I walked over and opened the door, finding a ladder right at the front. I wrestled it out of the narrow room and carried it to the gap. Once it was set up, I climbed the ladder and handed the folders through the gap. After they were grabbed, I hauled myself up and into the gap. Once more, my shirt snagged on the jagged metal. Larry could just reach me as I pulled myself free. With his help, I was able to wiggle through and gracefully fall to the floor. Once I stood and dusted myself off, Castillo started questioning me.
"Is this all you found?"
he asked as he waved the two folders to punctuate his point.
"No, but that's the only possibly useful thing I found. There's about 20 corpses in there. When the reactor blew, it killed everyone in the bunker at once. Just shit luck. Looks like when that ship thing crashed into the building earlier, it overloaded the reactor." "Oh yeah, and you figured that out how?" snarked Castillo. "The last night that was legible was from the apparent boss of the bunker. She wrote the time down, and I remember that being right about the same time the ship crashed. It was a few hours ago. The note is in there. They've been dead a while now." I pointed at the thinner folder with the posters. "Fuck, all right. I guess we're done here. Let's get back topside."
I nodded and began to dress for the cold again. Castillo led the way over to the outer doors. They didn't move. He tried to open them by hand, but they refused to budge.
"Fuck, are we trapped?"
"Relax, Sarge," said Velasquez. He pulled a multi-tool out of his pocket.
"Is there anything you don't have in there?" I asked.
"Yeah, no beer, no weed, no women. I got everything else, including the kitchen sink,"
he said with a short laugh. Then he opened a panel I hadn't noticed. Behind the panel was a hand lever. He pulled it from the upward position to straight down. There was a hiss, and the doors started to open on their own.
"Hydraulic release, in case of emergencies. That's why it says, in case of emergencies on the cover." "Shut it, Velasquez. You learned English like last week, fucker," said Thompson.
I cracked up. I could even see Larry chuckling. It had been a horrible day for all of us. I could take any bit of levity we could get. The walk back up the ramp took no time at all. Unfortunately, the crushed elevator car was still there. There was no other shaft that we knew of. Even if there was, we wouldn't be able to scale it. I crawled onto the car first. My belay device was still attached to my climbing belt. I figured it was best to get moving. I clipped onto the line, then helped Larry through the gap. Once he was standing, I started slowly walking up the wall. I had my rifle hanging over my back. It was a drag, but Chin's body was a fresh reminder of what could happen when we grew too lax. The climb took significantly longer than the descent had. Coming down had taken maybe 5 minutes. Climbing up took more like 20. By the time I put my arms over the lip of the door to the warehouse, I was exhausted. I dragged myself across the threshold and unclipped from the line. I took a few faltering steps, then sat heavily. It had been a seriously draining day. My legs hurt. Worst of all, I was starting to feel a dehydration headache coming on. Then something clicked in my head. I instantly stood, rifle at the ready. My tack light switched on. I surveyed the warehouse all around, then back to the elevator shaft.
Possible contact! Hurry the fuck up!
Chapter 25, June 28th, 2033. Seattle, Washington, USA. First floor, Illini Building. Negative 61 degrees Fahrenheit. 0-103 hours. I kept my head on a swivel as I heard the other four cuss and start rushing up the lines. Larry was out of the elevator shaft maybe 30 seconds after me. He was unclipped and at the ready 10 seconds later. Castillo and Velasquez were next out, within seconds of each other. They were unclipped and scanning the room even faster than Larry. Thompson was slower, though I figured out why as soon as he crested the lip. He had the manila folders tucked into his vest and was moving to keep from crumpling the papers. He took the longest to be ready, but it was still only 45 seconds.
What contact? Asked Castillo. I started getting a headache. A headache? That's why you called contact? Let me finish, Sarge. Every time anyone gets a headache like that, weird shit happens. Conversations are forgotten. Distractions occur. Weird shit.
Castillo gave me the side-eye for a moment, but remained at the ready.
Fine. Move forward into the main store. Stay close, ordered Castillo.
None of us responded. We began to move in a delta formation like a flight of geese. Castillo was lead and shoved the doors open. Silence greeted us. We advanced 10 feet, then 15. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned to track it, but it was still in the corner of my eye. By the time I had turned a 180, I was looking at the ceiling. My voice cracked as I uttered one word.
Contact!
A roar was loosed from the creature and I was frozen with terror. The one in the stairwell outside the office had been huge, almost 20 feet long. This creature looked to be twice that size. It locked eyes with me and something inside me changed. I was terrified, but I found a rage growing deep down. A ponderous arm the size of a mature tree started to swing at me. I managed to regain my senses and leaped out of the way as the team scattered. The creature's claws were easily 12 inches long. They dug furrows through the concrete. I pointed my rifle and pulled the trigger. It clicked impotently.
Safety, DeWeiser! Fire at will!
Bellowed Castillo. I cursed myself under my breath as I thumbed the safety off. Gunfire erupted all around me. The rifle kicked into my shoulder as I started to fire into the torso of the creature. It hissed, a note so loud it rumbled in my chest even as it threatened to burst my eardrums. I heard Castillo shout something, but he was drowned out. He waited until the hiss was over and shouted again.
Retreat to the front of the store!
We all started edging away from the creature as it slithered down the wall, using some unknown means to defy gravity. It started approaching us rapidly up the main aisle, arms ready to swipe. I jumped out of the way as it swiped at me again. The massive clawed hand swept through a set of shelves like they hardly existed. Metal and debris sprayed into the air. I landed hard on my shoulder. I scrambled back to my feet and changed my aim to its head. The creature hissed as my bullets impacted the massive skull, leaving little furrows in the scaled flesh. I kept firing at the creature. Then my gun clicked on empty.
I'm out! Front doors now!
I saw him drop his rifle and say something into the handset on his shoulder. I turned from the creature and began to wind through aisles, keeping low to prevent it from seeing me. A moment later, a horrid thumping issued from the front of the store. Castillo shouted one more time.
Down!
I hit the deck as soon as he said it. I heard glass shatter and the thumping turned into thunder. I crawled to the end of the aisle to witness what the noise was. The creature was screaming now, a noise that was only matched by the sound from outside. As I reached the end of the aisle, I peeked over the shelving unit I was behind. Twin points of light blazed outside the store and tracers could be seen arcing inside, slamming into the massive creature. The gunfire continued for a few seconds more, then stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The barrels of the cannons on top of the two vehicles outside were glowing a dull red. I surveyed the store, noting bullet holes all over. The creature was still mostly upright, but it had been nearly obliterated by the storm of gunfire. The tattered torso slumped forward, then settled on the tile of the main aisle. It oozed ichor. I stepped closer. One massive arm was out of sight behind a display. I walked the long way around and found Thompson. The sight was horrible. He was purpled from the intense grip the creature had on his body. Bullets had ripped through his chest and the hand holding him. I leaned in and carefully shut his eyes. I wiggled the manila envelopes out of his vest. There was nothing else I could do for him. The envelope had one bullet hole clean through the middle. Blood had begun to stain the hole. The papers inside were likely useless now. I turned and found Castillo. He was staring at Thompson in shock. I shook my head and gently turned him away. We walked through the debris that was the front of the store. People suddenly piled out of the lead vehicle. Jesse was there, and I saw Linda and Eddie peeking around the corner. "Linda, get Eddie back in there! He doesn't need to see this!" I shouted at her. The anger and vehemence behind my words shocked them as badly as it shocked me. Jesse ran up to Larry, trying to crush him in a hug. I was glad to see her safe. I turned and trudged wearily to the lead vehicle. I looked over myself, careful not to bring any blood or ichor in with me. Somehow, in all the chaos of the previous few hours, I was free of contaminants. Even so, I held a hand up to Linda. "Don't touch me right now. I'm not sure if it's safe." Warm air billowed out from the hold of the light armored vehicle. It would fit all of the people left behind. I stepped in, careful to stay away from Linda and Eddie. Castillo and Velasquez showed up with Larry and Jesse in tow. I had already shrugged out of my coat and vest, piling them in a secure corner. They all clambered in, Larry struggling with the low ceiling. Everybody began shedding gear. The door whined shut behind them, and I heard the engine change in pitch. A moment later, a lurch told me we were on our way. The LAV could hold far more than our paltry 7. We had room to stretch out a bit, though not enough for anybody to lay down. The ride was bumpy, I figured due to all the debris on the roads. The occasional shudder made me guess that any cars that were in the way were being battered by the vehicle. Even so, we never stopped moving, only changed directions. There were no windows inside the vehicle. It didn't matter. We wouldn't be able to see much in the darkness outside the warm shell of the vehicle anyway. After my gear was off, I stepped over and sat with Linda. Eddie was on her other side. I put an arm around Linda. My breathing was ragged, and I felt nausea as everything that happened over the course of the day had caught up to me. I held my stomach, but it was a hard-fought battle. Nobody said anything for the first 15 minutes of the trip. Castillo was the first. Without his gear, he looked much smaller. He sat across from Velasquez. I could tell they were both mourning the loss of their squad mates.
"What the fuck was in those papers?"
I countered with my own question. "Where was that thing hiding? It was massive."
"I don't know, man, but it killed Thompson."
I looked at the pile of papers I held in my free hand. The bullet hole was all I could see. That and the blood that was beginning to dry. I stood, then handed the envelopes over to Castillo. I sat once more, slumping with fatigue. I glanced forward and saw Larry and Jesse, two of the toughest people I had ever known. Larry had his eyes closed, his head in her lap. Even laying on his side, he was massive compared to her slight frame. Castillo went through the papers, saying nothing. Larry and Jesse kept whispering to each other. I simply sat, staring into the void. Colors darted around in the corners of my vision, but I paid that no mind. The force deep inside me that had awakened when I met eyes with the creature kept my attention. Anger warred within me. I fought the grief, the fatigue. I was exhausted in every conceivable way. Still, my mind whirred on. Questions fought for answers. I tried to drown it out by humming. The thoughts wouldn't stop. The next thing I knew, I was laying on the bench, my head in Linda's lap. She was stroking my hair. She didn't say anything, but I didn't need her to. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remembered, we lurched to a stop. My watch told me it had taken just over an hour to get wherever we were. I sat up. Castillo hit a button near him and the ramp hissed open at the back of the vehicle. It slowly lowered, though my view was restricted. All I could see beyond the opening was concrete. Castillo and Velasquez squared up and walked out of the vehicle. I followed a moment later with Linda holding my hand. She guided Eddie behind her. I could hear Larry's massive footsteps and a hollow thunk as his skull hit the bulkhead. A few choice words escaped him, which surprised me. He normally didn't react to small pains. Then again, it had been a very long and stressful day. I looked around as we exited the vehicle. The concrete wall I was facing rose 30 or more feet straight up, then transitioned to raw rock. Light dotted the wall, bright LED strips built into the concrete itself. The rock wall continued upward, curving into a high dome. At the center, it had to be more than 100 feet up. Far to my right, I could see another wall. It looked roughly the same, though halfway down its length stood a set of doors. They had to be truly massive because the concrete sloped up to cover them. Though difficult to tell at this distance, the doors looked to be at least 50 feet tall. They were also very wide. Hazarding a guess would put them at 100 feet wide. It certainly looked like you could have 10 trucks drive through them with room to spare. The doors were closing. It looked like it would take several minutes to accomplish. The air inside the cavern was chilly, but nothing like it had been outside. I guessed it to be much closer to just below freezing instead of somewhere near 60 below. I tried to gauge the distance to the wall. It was difficult without a better point of reference. Many vehicles of various sizes were in the way, but I was not familiar with any of them. Some looked massive and could have been 30 or 40 feet long. Still, the wall seemed to be 500 feet away. Turning to my left revealed more of the wall curving away. It ended in a tunnel that was maybe half the size of the blast doors. That still put the tunnel at 20 to 30 feet tall and possibly as much as 40 feet wide. The far side of the cavern had to be a quarter-mile away. The space inside was truly on a scale that boggled my mind. What looked to be 100 different vehicles were parked throughout the cavern with stacks of crates everywhere. People were constantly moving, forklifts beeped. A strange sort of order could be seen in the chaos. Finally, I could just see the edge of a small crowd. I squinted to get a better look and recognized a few people in the crowd. It was our office group. Between our vehicle and the crowd, I could recognize Castillo's bald brown head as he walked next to Velasquez. They were out of sight a moment later as they turned to skirt the crowd. I led Linda by the hand, heading for the group. A glance behind showed Larry and Jesse following along. I was exhausted from the day's events, but this was something else. It gave me a strange sort of energy. We joined the crowd at the rear. All I heard was a handful of words, but they brought relief to me. A weight lifted as the officer's words rumbled out. He had been talking for at least a little while.
You're all safe now. I just want to reiterate that. The doors are rated to withstand a nuclear blast. We are so happy to have found survivors on our last trip into the world. Let me be the first to tell you, welcome to your new home.
He paused, probably for dramatic effect. The dog barked into the silence. A few chuckles sounded, including the general. He smiled, then continued. Welcome to Project Osiris. Epilogue, June 28th, 2033. Greater Seattle Area, Washington, USA. Location undisclosed. Base 13, Project Osiris. Negative 61 degrees Fahrenheit, 0200 hours. General Turner took his cover off and tossed it carelessly to the desk. It skittered for a moment before bumping into the folder that sat squared up in the middle of the otherwise empty desk. The two men standing on the other side of the desk said nothing, simply standing at attention.
This is it?
He continued to pace. Neither man reacted. It was not a question for them.
First, a database error causing us to lose all of our satellite offices. Then, 2 weeks of fighting and losing. We finally find our main satellite office, and this is what comes back?
The general continued to pace in his office. He clenched his hands repeatedly. Castillo could hear the tendons cracking in the general's hands. He remained at ready.
Oh, at ease, gentlemen. Tell me, what went wrong?
Castillo relaxed from attention, but remained standing. He looked at Velasquez for a moment, then turned and began to speak.
The computers in the office didn't survive the transition. From what little we gathered, everything we have is likely what was uploaded the night before the event. In the bunker? Where are my scientists? There was a, complication. What complication? Snarled the general. The Xenos threw everything at us. Not only did we face multiple of the larger Xenos, there was one that dwarfed the combat class. Bigger than the combat class, huh? How big?
The general's interest was clearly piqued.
Sir, by my estimate, twice the size of a combat class Xeno. It took several hundred rounds of 50 cal to bring it down. It killed Thompson, sir.
Twice, breathed General Turner. Castillo couldn't tell if it was awe or fear that he heard.
Thompson died to the, let's call it a super class for now. So he died to the super.
Castillo hesitantly nodded.
Yes, sir. However, that wasn't the only fatal wound. It's true the super did have him in its hand, squeezing the life out of him. Just the one hand? Asked the general. Yes, sir. Just the one. Fascinating. Please continue. Well, sir, a stray round hit the hand that held Thompson. That's why
Castillo looked down at the folders on the desk. The other two stared for a moment as well.
The papers that were recovered were damaged during that firefight.
General Turner nodded, then thought for a moment.
That still doesn't explain where my scientists are. You see, sir, they didn't just throw the super at us. Well, the super might have been living in the tower all along, but either way, they sent fighter ships after us, the fireball ones. One was shot down. So, the new rounds do work. It appears so, replied Castillo.
He was careful to hide any hint of irritation at the constant interruptions.
Continue, ordered Turner. The craft appeared to impact the building, causing some instability. It apparently wasn't just structural instability. The craft came into contact with a certain set of lines. The MF collector lines? Yes, sir. That either caused a short or an overload. I'm not certain. Above my pay grade, sir. It caused an explosion in the bunker. The reactor, you see. In the end, we could only fit one of the civilians into the bunker. You let a civilian into the bunker? Yes, sir. One of the two that accompanied us. DeWeiser. Velasquez was the only other member that might have been able to fit, but we couldn't have him disrobed, sir. No, we couldn't. Very well. Who is this DeWeiser, and what did he find? Dante DeWeiser. He's a vet with training. According to his dossier, he worked on Project Horus. He was there the day the discovery was made. I don't know if he's connected the two yet. Go on, said Turner as he made a hand-waving motion. He stood over the desk and began to sort through the papers as he listened. He went in and explored for 20 minutes. He came back with those papers. Said everybody was dead. Wait, why again was he the only one who could fit? The explosion caused the inner doors to fall. The top was peeled open. He was the only one aside from Velasquez that could fit through the blast opening. Okay. Did he find anything else? No, sir, that's it. Thank you, Staff Sergeant. You as well, Sergeant Velasquez. Dismissed. I have calls to make. I want to keep an eye on this DeWeiser, and I have just the soldier in mind.
Found files. Dossier. DeWeiser, Dante. No middle initial. 5'10", 220 pounds. Redacted. DeWeiser was born to Harry and Regina DeWeiser in 2000. Harry DeWeiser retired 2 years later due to health effects from 9/11. Harry was a first responder to the Twin Towers attack. HD saved President Redacted from the rubble. He served with distinction. HD's father served as well and was active in several campaigns, including Redacted. HD's grandfather was present on Enola Gay during bombing run of August 6, 1945. The family has often been in the middle of pivotal moments of world history without recognition. Never married, no children, has a cat and a dog, appears to dote on them. DeWeiser served with distinction, if not high marks. He was better than average in anything he put his hand to, but never excelled. He never showed initiative. An adequate staff sergeant terminal at E5. Entered intelligence from boot camp, however he did not pursue additional firearms training. Did multiple tours in Redacted before permanent assignment to Redacted in Redacted program. After the military, DeWeiser joined fellow Air Force veteran Revan Jessamine. Highly accomplished when properly motivated. Shows signs of growing close with fellow employee Williams, Linda, on must-watch list. Potential candidate for Redacted program. Dossier: Revan Jessamine A. 5'5", 115 pounds. Redacted. Revan's family is the subject of debate. She is the daughter of Redacted. At age 18, she signed up for USAF. Unremarkable before her military career. Married at 21, divorced at 24. Appears amicable, different career paths. Revan is top of her class in all respects. Served with USAF for 8 years alongside DeWeiser. The two were considered inseparable. Revan is known to browbeat any command into allowing her to serve alongside DeWeiser. Graduated basic instruction at top of her class. Took advanced intelligence to stay with DeWeiser. Does not appear to be romantically involved. After incident on Redacted and workspace for Redacted program, Revan resigned from the military. She was contacted by Redacted to begin Envisionment Intelligence LLC. She was chosen as head for the satellite office. Was given 80 dossiers, told to pick 40. Refused to pick unless DeWeiser was guaranteed a slot after he left military. Due to her exceptional ability to run the office, the agreement was made. Revan has successfully run the office for 3 years. She has made it the highest-grossing satellite office of Redacted program. Is reluctant about the necessary changes to the office. Refuses to let anybody go. Stubborn, willful, highly intelligent. Potential candidate for Redacted program. Codeword Redacted authorized. Dossier: Mason, Larry, no middle initial. 6'9", 270 pounds. Caucasian male, no identifying features. Bald. Mason was raised by Redacted on military bases all over the world. He served for 12 years in U.S. Army. Field medic trained. Sierra Foxtrot Division Redacted. Went on Redacted missions. Highly skilled, extremely successful. Strong morals. Unwavering determination. Higher than average strength even for his size. Extreme stamina. High intelligence. Often described as stoic. Extremely desirable subject for Redacted program. Dossier: Redacted, Tracy. Corrupted text. Further dossier file appears completely corrupted. Memo: 1 January 2033. Attention, Jesse Revan. RE, upcoming upgrades. Headquarters understands the impact to your daily work that the proposed upgrades will cause. It is not of concern. The previously discussed upgrades must be completed as soon as possible. An employee will need access during the evening of 7 Jan. Your office is to be closed down correctly. On Monday, 10 Jan, one of your employees will discover a problem. Damage will ensue. You are not to worry about the damage. Instead, calmly evacuate the office per protocol. The new server room will take approximately 2 months. RE, your office. The changes are necessary. The lease for the office across from yours has been revoked. The extra room for the additional space necessary will be taken from the adjacent office space. Further updates will follow. Current deadline for all projects is a window of June to July 2033. Exact date unknown. Refinement underway. Continue the Horus 2 project. The data is necessary to ascertain the history of the object in question. End memo. It appears unsigned. No apparent sender. Text file: mfrmii_theories.txt. Okay, these are my observations of this new reactor we've been working on. It seems to gather some sort of ambient energy through the related collectors. Then the energy is somehow converted to electricity using text corrupted. /28/33. We fired up the reactor for the first time. It is eerily silent, but the lights came on. The monitoring software shows the energy is being collected successfully. Output isn't what is desired yet. We'll tweak settings to text corrupted. 02/19/33. The reactor seems to fight any complex electrical system put too close to it. Had my third laptop fried yesterday when I put it down next to the reactor. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. I've requested additional hardware to determine what situations or conditions cause the aberrant behavior, but text corrupted. The rest of the document is corrupted. Several images are present, though corrupted. mfrmii-line.png, mfrmii-collector_line.png, mfrmii-collector_bldg_plan.png. Additionally, 2 PDFs also corrupted. mfrmii manual.pdf, mfrmii parts.pdf. To be continued. In the Hall of the Mountain King. I have been crawling on my stomach for hours, exploring this cave. I found it last summer when I was running through the fields of my home. I had gone out to get a husky to keep me company. I named her Darla, and she loved going for runs. I hated them, but it was a new habit I was trying to form to get back in shape. She did her part, always ready for the next run. I began to enjoy roaming our property, empty this far north. We had woods and fields, hills leading into mountains. There were streams to splash through and grass as high as my head. The air was still clean this far from the cities. We would run for short bursts when we started, but slowly I gained stamina. By the time summer came around, we could go for an hour or more. Originally, I had moved far into the country to get away from cities and the life it demanded. All I saw day in and day out was concrete, asphalt, glass, and steel. A house came for sale when I made the determination that I was done working behind a desk. It was far from the nearest major cities. Winters were cold and hard, but summers were pleasant. The property was 200 acres of land in the far north of Montana. It was totally off-grid, though the previous owner hadn't finished what he started. He was a survivalist, and he had it well stocked. There was enough food to feed a family of 4 for months. All it lacked when he passed was solar power and a well. Unfortunately for him, the survivalist didn't believe in doctors, so he waned in health, even while doing everything right. When he passed, the doctors discovered cancer all throughout his body. He died alone, far from anyone. Only his weekly delivery of supplies had caused him to be found. With no family, the state seized the property. They put it up on auction. I ended up being the only bidder. Nobody was interested in 200 acres 100 miles from the nearest major city. I sold my one-bedroom condo in the city I had lived in for over a decade. With that, I paid the property off entirely. I still had more than enough to put in a high-end solar array and dig a deep well that wouldn't run dry for 50 years or more of heavy use. I contracted the same supplier to bring supplies, but changed it to every other week. Then I began a large garden and built a greenhouse. Darla and I were the only ones living in the property, and between the garden and greenhouse, I was able to supplement our food enough that we only needed supplies once a month after the first 6 months. Self-sufficiency was a goal that I sought to realize through hard work. The first year was a whirlwind. I lost 40 pounds, and my health was better than ever. Darla grew from a wiry pup into a large, gorgeous beast of a dog. We continued to run every day. There was so much property that we never went to the same area twice in that first year. I did have a neighbor, though they were roughly 17 miles away. There would be no casual dropping by for a cup of sugar. I planted hops in the spring and harvested before summer ended. All that fall I preserved our used hops to brew my own beer. The hops died and the leaves on the trees turned orange and red. We continued running, moving into the woods on the south end of the property. Our runs would last hours, Darla always ready to run longer. We had covered nearly half of the property by the time the first snows fell. I decided then we would retread old ground. The snow fell thick and white, blotting out whole details of the world. It caused a peaceful silence to fall, the kind that was impossible to find in a city. We would run in the early afternoon when the day was at its warmest. I loved watching Darla frolic in the snow. She would stomp about and play in the holes she made. She always brought a smile to my face. Our runs were so different after the snow fell. It was just us, the crunching snow, and our breath. Until one day when I stepped on a sagging patch of snow and fell through a crust of ice. I tumbled down a slope, feeling rocks jab and slash at me from all sides. I only had a light jacket on over my long-sleeved shirt. I had good winter pants on. When I came to a rest, I could only groan. I looked up through the narrow gap my tumbling body had made. I tried to rise and gasped in pain. I felt my forehead and found blood. I checked the rest of my body slowly. My leg was bent in the wrong direction. I had slashes through my jacket and pants in several places. The tumble had been a rough one. I shouted for help, for Darla. I couldn't hear her anywhere. The snow was piled high, though it had only been mid-calf when I was running. I could see more than 6 feet of snow before the steel-gray sky loomed. Behind me, at the back of the opening, sat a yawning darkness. Black so deep I couldn't tell if the far wall was 6 inches or 60 feet away. I was no longer moving. This was a dangerous lack of action in the dead of winter. My legs stiffened, cold seeping through my pants. My skin tightened up. The ache went bone deep. Sensation slowly faded. My stomach rumbled and my nose and throat ached with thirst. I had snow all around me, ice under me, and no water I could drink. Putting snow in my mouth was a surefire way to kill myself through hypothermia. I began to shiver uncontrollably. I was comforted for a time, knowing my body was fighting to keep me alive. I grew far more concerned when hours had passed and I stopped shivering. I closed my eyes in exhaustion. I couldn't shout anymore. Fatigue claimed me, dragging me into the black depths. Lights swirled in the darkness, blazing bright and darker than any black I had ever witnessed. They flowed over and through me. In a sudden tug, I was looking down at myself. My skin was blue, pale, and faded with cold and death. My body tightened in death, curling into a fetal position as the muscles dehydrated and gradually froze solid. Night fell overhead, then day rose. The sky continued its cycle for days, then weeks. The snows thawed, pouring around my corpse. It decayed rapidly in late spring. Time raced forward, heedless of my silent screams to go back. I watched, helpless, as my bones were picked clean by animals and insects. The sun shone fiercely for weeks in summer, bleaching my bones white. Time sped ever faster, soon causing the cave to widen, then crumble. Moss crept from the rocks, engulfing my bones. Dirt fell in and grass sprouted. I watched as all evidence of my existence was swept away from the world. Darkness fell over the world, long and permanent. I had no idea how long it had been since I died. It felt like lifetimes, or perhaps seconds. I was snapped out of the vision by the most wonderful sound I had ever heard. Voices shouted. I could hear Darla barking and yipping. I tried to shout to be heard. Nothing escaped me but a pained wheeze. I stuffed half a handful of snow in my mouth to wet it. I licked my numb lips and tried again. My voice cracked with effort, but it was enough. A light began to shine on the edge of the hole I had tumbled through. It was at this point I realized the sun had already set. The light crept forward, then suddenly it was blinding me. I held a hand up to block the light. I feebly cried for help. The light switched off and I saw the face of my neighbor. He saw my leg and immediately used his cell phone to call for help. Then he swept a bit of snow from the ledge. Some fell down onto me. I felt warmth spreading in my body. He talked to me for the hours that we waited. He refused to let me sleep. I grew to hate him as he shouted at me. He wouldn't come down to help me. I only wanted to sleep, to let my body fall into the warmth. Eventually, he turned away. I heard some monstrous noise muffled by the snow. He left, then returned some minutes later. 2 EMTs shined their lights on me, then disappeared. They returned a few minutes later with a large plastic orange stretcher. They told me to roll onto it and buckle myself on. It took an eternity with my frozen hands. They carried me back up the slope. Once I crested the edge of the hole, they crouched and lifted in unison. Then they quickly carried me off. I learned what the monstrous noise was a moment later. Helicopter blades whirred overhead, deafening me. The helicopter lifted off and they put a headset on me. I could hear them talking. They said I owed my neighbor my life. They said I was lucky. The flight took hours. When we landed, I was quickly transferred to a hospital cot and whisked down below. Basic measures were taken to bring my body back to temperature. I could see my hands and feet were blackened. I had frostbite from my extended stay below ground. I was dosed with something and fell once more into blackness. This time, I welcomed it. When next I woke, I was in a bed. My entire body hurt. My leg was in a cast. I raised a hand toward my face. I had all of my fingers. They were black, but they moved. I checked my other hand, finding it also whole. I checked my toes, and they were all intact. A nurse entered the room a moment later. She welcomed me back to the land of the living. She also spoke about how lucky I was, how wonderful my dog was, and my neighbor. I mutely nodded. I was lucky to live. I was not lucky to find that hole the way I had. She dosed me as well, saying I needed rest. I stayed for 3 days in the hospital while they treated me for hypothermia, frostbite, and extreme dehydration. When I was released, they promised to sort everything out with my insurance. I had to call my neighbor to pick me up from the big city. He showed up hours later and quietly drove me back. We barely spoke, though I did thank him. He talked about how amazing Darla was. I could only agree. A bill showed up in my mail. It listed a huge number. I fought it and my insurance company. Eventually, it was taken care of. The cast came off 6 weeks after my fall. My leg had shrunk from disuse. I started physical therapy to help regain strength. By the time spring rolled around, I was able to jog with Darla again. Every day, I pushed a little harder. Every week, I improved the speed and distance I could run. The darkness at the back of the hole I fell into was never far from my mind. I made plans. On my next trip into town, I stopped by the library. A geological survey had been done more than 20 years before by the county. My property was included in the survey. The results were a little puzzling. The foothills were riddled with caves. The survey listed no caves within dozens of miles of my property. Seismic imaging had turned up nothing save the underground river far below that my well drew from. I opened my disused email and sent a letter to several friends in the survivalist community. I asked them what they thought about this hole on my property. I knew answers would take weeks, so I logged out and left the library. That same trip, I made a stop at the hardware store. I bought new tools, including glow sticks, a shovel, marking posts, and rope. The next day, I ventured out onto the property, hunting down the hole. Without the snow, it was easier to see the hole when I eventually found it. The hunt itself took 6 hours because everything looked different without the blanket of white obscuring everything. Landmarks were not the same. When I found the hole, I placed several marking poles around the perimeter of it. They stood tall and bright for easy sighting. By that point, I was tired from the hunt. I called it a day and went home for dinner and sleep. That night, I had strange dreams, filled with dancing colors and strange shapes behind a curtain of shadow. I woke in the morning, quickly forgetting all but the vaguest of details from my dreams. I prepared for a long trip in the warming day. When I arrived, I was perplexed. I could have sworn the poles were around the hole when I left the day before. Instead, they led to it like a cone placed on one side. I placed the further poles around the hole again, noting the solid ground I walked over. The exhaustion of the day before must have caused me to misplace the poles. I cracked and shook the first light stick, tossing it into the hole. It rattled and fell down the steep slope. It stopped 6 feet down on the flat surface I had lain on the winter before. I knelt and cracked a second stick, tossing it farther into the hole. The second stick skittered across the flat area I had lain on. About 4 feet from the wall, it dropped into darkness. In the brief moment of light, I saw the far wall was approximately 4 feet from the cliff. I had come very close to falling into the cave at the back. With new food for thought, I walked back to my house. Nights were still chilly in spring, though not like they had been even a decade before. Still, a fire sounded comforting. I built the fire and relaxed in one of the recliners that had been left behind. It had one side to the fire to benefit from the light. Nearby sat bookshelves. The shelves were lined with books, both new and old. The man that had lived in my house previously had been Norwegian by birth. His family immigrated to America when he was young, but they brought their culture with him. I had learned all of that when checking out the house before buying it. His collection had been included with the house, and I had merged it with my own. 3 books in particular caught my eye that night. 2 were in Norwegian, their titles indecipherable to me. The third was in English. I pulled all 3 out, but set the 2 in Norwegian aside. The third I took with me back to the recliner. It was a book of Norwegian fairy tales. I began reading, curious about the strangely mature material contained in what appeared to be a children's book. It spoke of trolls and gnomes, of adventures that went well and others that ended terribly. My eyes grew heavy as I read on. At some point, I fell asleep, the book still in my hands. I had strange and vibrant dreams that night. When I woke in the morning, I was stiff from sitting in the recliner. I put the book aside and stretched out. After my morning run with Darla, I decided to return to the library. As I left the house, I grabbed the 2 Norwegian books. My email was still empty when I checked it at the library. I searched the internet for the books in question and found their English equivalents. The first was a play called Peer Gynt. It had a story of a man who refused to take responsibility for his own actions and fled to another country. The other book was focused on trolls, which had their own rich history and lore. I checked the 2 books out and returned home. Once more, at the end of the day, I lit a fire and relaxed in the recliner. The first book, Peer Gynt, grabbed me immediately. Peer, the titular character, recklessly shirked responsibility. He always chose to pursue his wishes instead of taking responsibility. He lived an entire life centered around the ethos best described as, "Not my problem, I'll go around it." I continued to read the play until I fell asleep. In my dream, I stood at the foot of an impossibly massive mountain. The slopes curved up well into the sky and beyond sight. It looked like the stars themselves orbited the peak of the mountain. In front of me stood a pair of intricately carved stone doors. The doors were imposing in their size, seemingly big enough to accept the largest of man's vehicles with ample space to spare. The longer I looked at them, marveling in their majesty, the larger they seemed. Runes appeared to crawl along the surface, constantly shifting in the edges of my sight. The strange light that seemed to permeate the world caused colors to reflect out of the carved runes. Flecks of grassy greens, sky blues, and bruise-like violets seemed almost exposed by the runes as they writhed along the surface. Beneath the stone, in the flecks of color, another language could be seen. The more I focused on the ancient letters, the more my head hurt. I began to piece a mental image together of the letters that shifted below the surface. I fell to my knees, though I couldn't tell you why. Perhaps I sought clarity, a closer look, or maybe even in supplication to an unknown source. I snapped awake in my bed, tangled in sheets and soaked in sweat. I had no recollection of preparing for bed, let alone getting in. A glance at the bedside clock showed it to be an hour before dawn. I rose anyway, unwilling to chance more sleep, fearing the dreams it might bring. I cooked a hearty breakfast and prepared rations for the exploration I would be performing in the cave. The sun had long risen by the time I let Darla out to run. I packed my hiking backpack, attached rope, and set out. The walk took a solid 20 minutes. It was like the darkened abyss called to me. I walked straight to it, not taking note of anything around me. When I arrived, I set 2 anchors deep into the ground. Once they were set, I attached the rope. I used a belay system to safely descend. I kicked the rope into the hole and lowered myself in. I attached my belay systems to the rope and tossed the rest of the rope into the cave. I could hear the rope unfurl for a long time. It was 250 feet long. I lowered myself over the lip of the cliff and began to descend. I set a pace that, by my figuring, should have taken me the full 250 feet in about 15 minutes. I could feel myself descending. The darkness was all around me. I had a headlamp, though it seemed to only go a handful of feet before being swallowed by darkness. I dropped a glow stick and it disappeared before hitting the bottom. I descended for over an hour. I should have been exhausted. Instead, I felt something akin to a runner's high. Eventually, the rope ended. My feet touched ground as I ran out. My headlight showed walls on all sides only a few feet away. Opposite the wall I had descended sat a small tunnel set near the door. It was wide and low, maybe 4 feet across and 2 feet high. I knelt down, shining my headlamp into the tunnel. I had to shrug my backpack off before I could crawl into the tunnel. The walls seemed to press in for a moment. Apprehension gripped me. I crawled forward, fighting the sudden urge to turn and run. The tunnel opened up, growing taller. I was soon able to stand and walk normally. Even as I continued forward, I questioned if I should. I reasoned it out, trusting that I had been led to this cave for a reason. Something drew me ever onward. Something stirred in the back of my mind. Perhaps the anxiety I was sure I should have felt. Instead, I felt as calm as the dead air around me.
1 foot in front of the other, I walked inexorably forward.
Even when I tried to turn back, I found myself moving forward. Suspicion bloomed in my mind. I began to grow concerned. Perhaps whatever lay at the end of this endless tunnel had an influence over me. The thought floated around for a moment before subtly disappearing. A gust of wind billowed over me, causing me to blink. Condensation glittered on the walls so close to me as I found myself crawling on my belly once more. Rock pushes against my back as I continue. The tunnel is narrow and I feel claustrophobic. I'm struggling forward, pulled through this crevice. My knees and elbows are sore, scraped by the rock. I'm watching now, locked inside my mind. I do not know when it happened, but I am no longer in control of my body. All I can do is watch, wait. My body continues through the tunnel for an eternity. I'm trapped, screaming silently in the dark confines of my own mind. My body has become an instrument to another will. I try to panic. I try to feel the terror that by all rights should be mine. Instead, I feel a detached calm. Once more, my eyes blink. The rock is gone. My torch gutters in the wind. Dust is swirling in front of my eyes, kicked up by my breath. Something is wrong. My light is still mine, but it is wrong. My body stands, still enslaved to another. It is stiff, creaking with disuse. I've only been standing in this void for seconds. I cannot see far. The shadows themselves seem to live. My torch is guttering, sputtering, dead. Darkness has settled around me. The weight of untold volumes can be felt in the darkness. I'm standing in a space that is immeasurable to my mind. It is open and vast. A gust of stagnant air is drawing me onward, telling tales of millennia past. Epics echo in the distant reaches of this place, time so long gone that stars have been born and died of old age. 1 foot in front of the other, I have been walking for decades, centuries. I lost my mind to time and unchanging darkness long ago. I only have short windows of lucidity now. I have never been hungry, never tired. I have not known sleep in so many ages I do not understand the concept anymore. The endless cycle of stepping on stone, of listening to my feet shuffle forward has ended. I listen, I look about. For the first time in untold eons, something is different. Stars. Stars are all around me, glittering in the darkness. My body reaches a hand out and a wall is there. The stone looks cold, barren. The surface is rippling like water. I can see my hand even from the miles away that it is. My hand is sinking into the pliant, fleshy surface of the appendage before me. The gray stone is mottled, is green, is healthy pink flesh, is ashen and dead. It is all of these and more. It is none of these. My hand is retracted, my eyes are closed.
I cannot bear the majesty, the unending garishness.
My body is once more mine. I stumble, not knowing my own body after so long apart. So long held a hostage in my own mind. Sounds rush in, sounds that hadn't existed a second ago. I am looking around, and I am surrounded. Throngs of initiates kneel all around me. They kneel in supplication, the infinite hordes all kneeling toward the wall. Some prayed to the sky, some touched their heads to the ground, some lacked a head at all. I look to the sky to see what they pray to. I can see and cannot unsee. My eyes are seared open, my mind flayed by the sight. The wind reverses directions. It no longer blows across my face. A long, strong gust pulls my clothes, pushes back. The wind has once more reversed. The hot, moist air pushes against my chest with an insistence. I'm still looking up. Ever upward, I have realized what I see. This wall of stone, of flesh, is a toe. The nail is far beyond any range I can understand. Understanding is crashing through my brain. I am looking upon a higher being, an elder one, a creature of such immense power, enormous size that my mind fails to grasp even the fullness of a single foot. Still, I am compelled. I look farther, seeking the answer I am terrified of. Farther into the abyss do I gaze. I can see one of the supplicants turning toward me in the corner of one eye. I cannot tear myself away from what I look upon. I watch in my periphery as it sees the reflection of the glorious, radiant, maddening sight before me. It opens its mouth, perhaps to look, perhaps to scream. It is immolated, the heat washing over me. Ashes have fallen to the ground. The creature is no more. I am still me. I am certain I am still me. I can feel the abyss gazing back. It is looking into my deepest depths, knowing me more fully than I can ever know myself. It has shifted its attention from the whole of the universe to me. I have become a singularity of focus. I stand resolute, unwavering. The abyss gazes at me, through me. It has come to know me, down to the molecule, the atom, the very quarks of my being. I am granted sight. The abyss is no abyss at all. The Elder One is seated upon a throne of mountains. The mountains that are so vast that an entire universe is but a grain of sand at the foot of one. I can no longer function in any realm that imposes limits. 3 dimensions fail to grasp the slightest hint of the being that observes me. The Elder One is made of time, of chaos, luck and chance and creation and destruction. It is made of cosmic energy. Then it stepped forward. My head is no longer craned back. I stand face to face with its avatar. It is of infinite height, yet eye to eye with me. The avatar that is presented only strains sanity to breaking, instead of total obliteration. Tentacles writhe about on its face. The face sits on a head above a body that could be generously described as human. Every proportion was perfect in its wrongness. Every proportion failing to be understandable in any perceivable dimension. The eyes gaze at me, swirling pools of stars, universes colliding, living, dying. It extends a hand to me, one I willingly take. It is drawing me in, across all the light years that separate us. My skin slows, my hair and eyes, my muscles and organs destroyed in the radiance I behold. I am nothing but a ghost in a skeleton that itself crumbles to component atoms in the fires of creation and the death throes of infinite universes. Still, I hold on to the hand and looked into the eternity that stared at me. Then it spoke. The sound destroyed reality. The stone bench beneath my feet ceased to exist. It asks one question, the most important it has ever asked. Words are not for it. Words cannot describe it, but words I will use as pale as they are. It says just 3 words, in every language to ever exist, but in just one language, one that never should have existed. It says,
"Who are you?"
I awoke on my property, covered in dirt and grime. The sun was high, the grass brown. Heat prickled my skin. Darla was licking me, and she was scrawny and matted. I struggled to my feet, feeling the dust of ages fall from me. The hike back to my house was long. I completed it in half an hour. Dust was on everything. Mail was piled on the front stoop, dating back months. The newest newspaper sat fresh on top of the pile. It seemed the mailman didn't care that I hadn't picked up the mail in all that time. The newspaper was hard to read in the failing light. A cold breeze ruffled the pages. I had been missing for 3 months. The date read, July 13th, 2033.